Yet to start, please. Please take a seat. We are yet to start. Je glaube, visual is okay.
tubariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuwajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
Lionel Zinsou, former Prime Minister of Benin. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the President of the Innovation Foundation for Democracy, Professor Suleiman Bashir Jain, and the entire team working under his authority and leadership, we extend our warm and fraternal welcome to this Social Innovation Pavilion, organized on the sidelines of the Africa Forward Summit, which will be held tomorrow for 2 days at the University of Nairobi. The University of Strathmore, which so generously hosting us today, he is becoming familiar with our foundation, has a few months ago, in July 4th, 2025, the Strathmore University, under the leadership of Professor Antoinette Kankindi, hosted us for the public lecture of Professor Achille Mbembe, the General Director of our foundation, at the closing of the activities marking the official launch of our regional office here in Kenya, at ICG Kenya. This is an opportune moment to commend the excellent relationship between the Innovation Foundation of Democracy and the Strathmore University, and to express to the entire Strathmore community our sincere gratitude. We thanked all our partners, l'Alliance Française de Développement, the French Embassy here in Kenya, ICG Kenya, l'Agence universitaire de la francophonie, l'Institut français, the Paris Peace Forum, and the other. And we thank all of you, the participants in this pavilion. In the context of resurgence of nationalism, a return of sovereignist movement, and a retreat into identity and ethnic politics, the Innovation Foundation for Democracy, which has chosen to explore the condition and methods of the invention of a substantive democracy, invite us through this Social Innovation Pavilion to consider the challenges and horizons of building a shared and common world. As if by a twist of fate, our pavilion is taking place on May 10th, which in France, after long decades of fightings, the National Day of Remembrance of the slave trade, slavery, and their abolitions. This day, established in 2006, commemorates the adoption of the Tobira Law on May 10, 2001, which recognizes slavery as a crime against humanity and remind us that humanity is the measure of all things, the goods and the evils. The foundation hopes that the event of this day and the 60 proposal we will present tomorrow to our head of state will remind to our government of the virtues of goodness, inclusion, and solidarity. The program of this important day includes 6 roundtables, 2 carte blanche, 2 musical interludes, and an exceptional exhibition presentation. The panels and keynotes and all the program will pursue 3 main objectives. The first one is putting today's African moment into perspective. The second is shaping a forward-looking narrative for the continent. And the last one, examine the actors and dynamics of transformation. To moderate this intense day, I have the immense privilege and honor of accompanying the best of all in this type of endeavor. Our dear friend, a precious friend of our foundation and member of ICG Kenya, my brilliant sister, Luciana, whom I invite you to welcome with your warmest applause. Dear Luciana.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Allow me to abide by the protocols laid down by my colleague and friend, Dr. Richard Macon, save to acknowledge the presence of the following who are also present in the room. Professor Suleiman Bashir, who is the chairperson of the Innovation Foundation Board, Professor Achille Mbembe, who is the Director General of the Innovation Foundation for Democracy, Mr. Justin Vais, who is the Director General of the Paris Peace Forum, Ms. Purity Makori, who is the Deputy Chair of the ICJ Kenya Council, Mr. Alan Mukuki, who is the Director of Partnerships of Strathmore Law School, Dr. Antoinette Kankindi, who is the Director of the Integrity Program at Strathmore University, and other representatives of civil societies, the chairs of panels and panelists, as well as other invited guests. As I said, my name is Luciana, and I work in the space of elections law and governance. And one of the things that impresses me about these kind of gatherings is that we work at the intersection of the spaces where democratic systems either hold or fracture under pressure. And this is the question that will run through everything that we discuss today. As my colleague, Dr. Richard, has said, this is the pre-summit event. Tomorrow, the Africa Forward Summit will begin at the University of Nairobi and at the KICC. So the work that we're doing in this room today is the intellectual work that underpins the summit that starts tomorrow. The groundwork that we lay today, the practitioner testimony, the evidence base is going to be laid at today's gathering. Because Dr. Richard has already given you a brief roadmap of today, I will not bother you with those details. Allow me to go now into the opening remarks. For this session, I will be inviting 4 speakers to join me on stage, and they will take the seats to my right. I will start with Professor Suleiman. I will kindly ask you to take a seat at the front. You're very welcome. Allow me to also invite Purity Makori to join us on stage and take a seat. Purity is representing ICJ Kenya. Allow me to also invite Mr. Justin Vais from the Paris Peace Forum to kindly join me on stage. And finally, our invited guest, Dr. Abraham Singoe, kindly take your seat also on the stage. So for your comfort, there is live transcription happening, there's live translation happening. If you want to follow proceedings in English, you'll connect on channel 1, and the proceedings in French are on channel 2. Okay. To start us off with the welcome remarks, allow me to invite to the podium Professor Suleiman Bashir, who is the chairperson of the board of directors for the Innovation Foundation for Democracy. His scholarship on Islamic and African philosophy has changed a generation of thinkers, and his central argument that Africa's intellectual traditions are a contribution to the universal and not a regional footnote is precisely why we're here today. So Professor Bashir, you're welcome.
Mr. Secretary General, Monsieur le Premier Ministre, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, dear colleagues, as President of the Senior Management Committee of the Innovation Foundation for Democracy, it gives me great pleasure to say karibu to all of you. And it gives me great pleasure to share a few introductory remarks on the force of societies, the white paper that the Foundation, in collaboration with the Paris Peace Forum and the Kenyan chapter of the International Commission of Jurists, have put together for us to discuss. There is no doubt that this work, which will be presented during the Africa Forward Summit to the heads of states and government gathered here in Nairobi, is a document that will prove to be a milestone in the discussion of the future of the continent. It takes the full measure of the challenges Africa is facing, but also of the resources upon which the responses to those challenges and the opening of path towards a prosperous future could be established. It therefore perfectly fits with the general theme of the summit, Africa Forward. We live in a time when international relations are being reduced to a game in which nationalist self-interest dominates and seeks to maximize its hand at any cost. That game is cynical, it is brutal, and it can be deadly. This is a time when a book has been written with the title such as Against Empathy. And when such a phrase is popular among those who advocate for a word of ethno-nationalisms and who consider that in such a word, empathy is a weakness. Africa has a crucial role to play in the struggle for a different word and for a reinvention of cosmopolitanism, that is, a politics of humanity as such, of humanity as one, particularly in response to today's global crises that are about environment, health, or migrations. But in the meantime, even in today's context where power dynamics appear to prevail, Africa has a case to make. It has its natural resources to put on the table if they are used to promote its internal autonomous development and self-reliance, and with respect for the environment. That case for Africa's use of its resources toward building a self-centered green economy is presented in Chapter 1 of the White Paper under the title African Minerals and the Natural Economy in Support of Community Autonomy and Security. But above all, this work is about the main resources that Africa has to offer. First and foremost to herself, which is the life force at work in the African civil societies that could give shape to the futures not only of our continent, but of the world. This élan vital thus represents a powerful force for the development of a substantive democracy, even as at the institutional level, a crisis of democracy has taken hold, just as it has everywhere else in the world. What this means is that deep within the fabric of Africa's future, an ongoing process of democratization is at work, driven in particular by women and young people, that challenges conservatism, patriarchy, and gerontocracy. It is crucial that this process, this force of innovation and constant invention of new possibilities, is not confined by narrow-minded nationalisms. Chapter 4 of The Force of Societies, titled Women, Democracy, and the Transformation of Power Relations, as well as Chapter 6, which focuses on maternal and child health, shed valuable light on the topic. The Innovation Foundation for Democracy has done and will continue to do tremendous work under the leadership of Achille Mbembe, identifying and accompanying the movements that translate what I have called an élan vital for substantive democracy. But of course, it is crucial that these movements also find an institutional expression to counter the forces that are now challenging democracy, reviving the rhetoric which we thought belonged to a bygone era that claims democracy is not for us or that we have other priorities. Chapter 2 of the white paper addresses that demand and raises the question, which is its title, how to reform the institutions and build endogenous democratic models. Needless to say, the word endogenous is to be underlined here. A reflection on African futures cannot ignore the radical transformative power that the development of artificial intelligence represents today. It is a power whose full consequences, we must admit, even its creators cannot fully foresee. We have started to see both its positive and negative effects, and we clearly sense the need for human societies to move away from a certain technocratic fatalism and take the political and ethical initiative to ensure that this new tool is used to serve the common good. It occurs to me at this point that I could have listed AI among the crises I have enumerated that demand a global human response. Anyway, it is against this backdrop that Chapter 3 of the white paper invites a reflection on one aspect of that question, namely the way in which the new technologies can serve material security and the rule of law on the African continent. I will conclude these introductory remarks considering 2 points. First, that of autonomy, that the white paper seems to have preferred to the buzzword today of sovereignty. One message emerging from the force of societies is that we must invent a plural, but also one African society. Autonomy must be conceived and built at the continental level. The United States of Africa, stretching from Cape Town to Cairo, is the only true framework for developing an African agenda that invites and benefits from win-win partnerships, to use the language of business. One of the 60 recommendations contained in this text, and one that in a sense sums them all up, is that we must work to make the continent a single space without internal borders, which will then be open to the creativity of African civil societies. My second and last point brings me back to the role Africa must play in the reinvention of solidarity. What is called in the white paper a re-solidarization. In today's world, which is fragmented by ethno-nationalism, indeed a word of widespread, generalized apartheid, it is of the utmost importance that Africa and the world put into practice the lessons of the humanism embodied in the word Ubuntu, which Mandela's South Africa transformed into a philosophical, ethical, and political concept. As a continent whose influence will increasingly shape the future of the world, it is important that Africa, where humankind first emerged, continues to be a driving force for the humanization of the earth. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Professor Suleiman. Thank you for drawing our attention to the 60 recommendations that are in the white paper and which we will be interrogating in the course of the day, but also for reminding us of the work that brings us here, which is working to make the continent a single space. And I like your ending where you say that the role that Africa must play, the conversation we must have today is about the role that Africa must play in the reinvention of solidarity, especially in light of what has been happening in countries such as South Africa. Thank you so much for your remarks this morning. Next is Purity Makori, who is chairperson of the Kenyan branch of the International Commission of Jurists. She is a committed advocate, and her work centers on strengthening the rule of law, constitutional justice, and judicial independence in Kenya. ICJ is a crucial partner to this pavilion, and we are pleased that Purity is here to represent ICJ. You're very welcome to the stage.
Good morning, everyone. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, allow me to ride on the protocols that have already been established. My name is Purity Makori. I stand here in place of our chairperson, Christina Lai, who has sent me to represent her and to read for her the speech for today. So allow me to read the chairperson's speech from ICJ Kenya. I stand before you not only as a chairperson of ICJ Kenya, but also as a proud African who has witnessed Kenya's determined pursuit of dignity, democracy, and the rule of law. Since 1959, ICJ Kenya has been a steadfast advocate for human rights, guiding Kenya from the challenges of a single-party regime to the promise of the 2010 Constitution and our ongoing fight against systematic discrimination. Our guiding principle remains clear: justice for all. Today, as we gather ahead of the African Forward Summit, we are called to shape new futures where Africa owns its destiny and prioritizes the well-being and dignity of its people. ICJ Kenya's strategy, justice and democracy, equality, rights and inclusion, economic and digital transformational, embodies the summit's core themes. Let me show you how. On African minerals and community autonomy, 1/3 of Africa's wealth lies beneath us, but that wealth must serve justice or it becomes exploitation. ICJ Kenya drives accountability by advocating for information access, open contracting, public inclusion in resource decisions, and robust oversight. On reforming institutions and building democratic models, ICJ Kenya has shaped Kenya's democracy through election dispute resolution, police and media reforms, and empowering communities. On equality, rights, and inclusion program ensures justice is community-led, women and youth co-create policy, and minority rights are upheld. We bring justice closer to the people. On digital technologies and the rule of law, our program challenges technology to promote, not to threaten, democracy. We defend an open internet for free expression and association, advocate for digital sovereignty and regulation, and prioritize legal protections against tech abuse. Technology must empower, not entrap Africans. On gender, democracy, and power, ICJ Kenya champions gender justice by advocating for survivors and confronting threats to women's rights through advocacy, partnerships, and litigation. We aim for an Africa where no woman is violated and every right is protected and enforced. On the future of international solidarity, as the post-1948 rules-based system of sovereignty, universal human rights, and cooperation is challenged, Africa must build horizontal solidarities through Africa to African, community-to-community approach. ICJ Kenya has always believed in partnerships that respect our agency. We should create networks and frameworks that encourage more intra-African trade, cooperation, and access, mutually benefiting our states and communities. Furthermore, we must take our rightful seat in the international arena and choose partners that value and respect us. So I urge you, let us examine these issues with courage, clarity, and hope. Our fight is lived, not theoretical. Together, let us make the dignity of every African non-negotiable. Today, joined by over 50 civil society organizations from across the continent and France, ICJ Kenya.
The benefit of Africans, but also how we build solidarity moving forward. The question of how we balance international solidarity.
We could clearly see that the UN system, however important, legitimate, and important it is, needed to be complemented by other forces. And the other forces, we see them clearly, they're in civil society. And we decided to embark on an adventure when we would assemble, and that's why it's called polylateralism, not just governments and international organizations, but also the private sector, NGOs, citizens, philanthropic foundations, development banks, development agencies, and others. And so we set out on a journey to do mostly by two modalities. One was to assemble these forces and work on specific issues. So for example, 2 days from now we'll have a roundtable during the summit on Atlas, which is our initiative on African agriculture, trying to encourage private and public investment in African agriculture, trying to foster convergence of views between North and South on African agriculture. This afternoon we'll have a roundtable here at the pavilion on the childhood priority framework, which is how we prioritize expenses now that ODA and concessional resources are getting smaller and smaller. How do we prioritize expenses directed toward children so as to preserve the future potential of development of societies, etc., etc. So we do these multi-actor initiatives, and we also do very, very concrete encouragement to projects, and that's another initiative of the forum that you can see here in one of the stands. Each year we have a call for project, and we ask people from the ground, du terrain, as we say in French, to apply to a call for projects, and we select 50 of them, and they come to Paris in November, and they benefit from not just visibility, exposure, etc., but also networking, mentoring program, etc., etc. And so this all explains why we are so happy today to be a partner to the pavilion. Thank you, Achille. Thank you, Suleiman, for allowing us to work with you on the White Book, on creating this day today, and on trying to push, alongside the summit, alongside the intergovernmental aspect of the summit, the polylateral part of the summit, that is how civil society can bring energy but also solutions to the global challenges we face. There are many friends in the room here, so thank you again, and I hope we are off to a good day and 2 good days of summit after that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vaiz. You have echoed why everyone's presence in the room is important today, that nobody has all of the solutions to the challenges that we face as a globe, and therefore everyone's contribution to this conversation will be very important. Thank you for your support towards this pavilion. And now it is my distinct pleasure to invite Dr. Korir Sing'oei, who is the Principal Secretary for Foreign Affairs at the Kenyan Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Dr. Sing'oei is a lawyer and a specialist in international relations. His work spans regional democracy, international cooperation, and global governance. Kenya is not just a host of this pavilion. The governance story of Kenya is part of the evidence for part of the evidence base that we're building today. Dr. Singoe, we are very pleased to have you, and we now invite you to make your remarks.
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator, Professor Suleiman Baki, Chairperson of the Innovation Foundation for Democracy Board, Professor Ashil Mbembe, my friend, Director General, Innovation Foundation for Democracy, my friend, the Director General of Paris Peace Forum, Justine, Madam Akori, but most of all, I want to really recognize the former Prime Minister of Benin as well, who's in our midst today. Let's give him a round of applause. In the short span of time that I've been here, I've already learned a great deal. And I sense so much energy in the room, even though it's a Sunday morning. And so I think it speaks to the commitment of this group to advance very serious discourses. It's a great honor to join you today at this important Social Innovation Pavilion convened ahead of the Africa Forward Summit here in Nairobi. Let me begin by commending the Innovation Foundation for Democracy, ICJ, Kenya Chapter, Strathmore University, and all partners for convening such a diverse coalition of voices committed to shaping Africa's future. Now, the theme of this forum, bringing society back in, is a bit, I would say, thought-provoking, at least for me. What is society? Is it coterminous with citizens? Does it include children, diasporic groups, other minorities? Bringing society back suggests that society is out. Out of what? Out of where? Who has done this to society? When did this happen? What must we do to bring society back? Must we? All these questions around solidarity, rebuilding solidarity or reimagining solidarity, vivifying partnerships, particularly the horizontality of it, I think is extremely fascinating. And the idea of is it polycentricity or polylateralism is indeed quite fascinating as well. And so I think this theme is indeed apropos and aligns very well with, I believe, the theme of the summit itself, which is about Africa Forward. A summit that seeks to bring France and Africa on partnerships for innovation and growth. Because this summit argues essentially against the idea of binaries, against the idea that there is a Francophone Africa and Anglophone Africa, and a Lusophone Africa and an Arabic Africa. There is really one Africa. Because for Africa to make sense, for this market of 1.4 billion people to truly cohere into a market, we must break these binaries. And part of the conversation we will be having is how to do that much more exactly. But it also disrupts hierarchies to my mind, because it says that there is an appreciation that we can no longer build a world based on these hierarchies. Rather, we need to find ways in which we can forge mutually beneficial partnerships. And that partnership doesn't just happen at the state level, it happens also at the business level. It happens at the civil society level, and across the entire rank of society. And so your meeting today is truly timely and urgent, because across the world, societies are confronting deep anxieties, economic uncertainty, geopolitical tensions, climate pressures, technological disruptions, and widening inequalities. Citizens everywhere at the same time are demanding for more, greater dignity, justice, inclusion, and opportunity. What makes this pavilion especially important is that it's not just speaking from the margins of society or the margins of the summit, but it is creating a civic space in which academicians, practitioners, researchers, artists, jurists, women, and young people can surface ideas, experiences, and innovations that should inform the wider Africa forward conversation. That's why civil society organizations, community actors, innovators, researchers, women, and young people remain indispensable to democratic governance, social cohesion, and sustainable development, and to my mind, to the entire idea of social innovation. And we must really grapple with this idea. What is the social innovation project on the continent? You know, is it a discrete sort of numbers? Is it an eclectic number of projects? Or is it one big project? You know, how do we develop an organizing principle that can bring these disparate numbers of projects into one big project that can have a bigger impact? Like my friend, the director of ICJ mentioned, civil society in Kenya has played an important role in advancing democratic values, promoting accountability, amplifying vulnerable voices, and strengthening citizen participation. And these contributions are important. We value them. We may not always agree with respect to the methodology, but we are completely in agreement with respect to the need and the criticality of being able to pursue these efforts. Africa today, and it has been mentioned, stands at an important historical juncture. Our continent possesses immense natural wealth, entrepreneurial energy, youth demographic, and extraordinary cultural vitality. But the central question is whether these assets will translate into dignity, resilience, and shared prosperity for African citizens. That is why the broader thrust of Africa Forward Summit matters. Summit is seeking to move partnerships from rhetoric to delivery, and from old hierarchies to more equal, practical, and implementation-oriented cooperation. Its focus on green industrialization, financial reform, agriculture, health, digital transformation, blue economy, and peace and security is ultimately about building the capabilities that underpin sovereignty, growth, and resilience. This pavilion, where we stand today, strengthens that agenda by reminding us that no partnership is durable, no investment is legitimate, and no reform is sustainable unless it is anchored in trust, in justice, in social inclusion, and the strength of society writ large. As my president, William Ruto, says, this requires stronger regional coordination and cooperation, deeper African value chains, digital transformation and innovation, and strategic investment in our people's productive capacities. In other words, it requires more agency. Distinguished colleagues, to conclude, the question before us is, how do we build societies that expand dignity, opportunity, resilience, and shared prosperity? And so we must target our deliberation on ensuring that we support the proposition that Africa's greatest strength lies not only in its resources, markets, or strategic geography. It lies in its people, in their imaginations, resilience, creativity, and determination. Africa's future will not be built elsewhere. It will be built by Africans themselves through stronger institutions, fairer partnerships, and societies that are confident in their own power to shape the future. I wish you fruitful deliberations and a very successful forum, and I look forward to welcoming you tomorrow at the University of Nairobi when you'll be presenting a summation of your deliberations. I thank you very, very much. Asante.
Thank you, Dr. Singoe. I want to echo what you ended with, which is a question of how do we build societies that promote dignity and shared prosperity. And you have invited us to consider the need to ensure that we support the proposition that Africa's greatest asset lies in its people, in their imagination, in their resilience, in their creativity, and in their determination. People must always believe in their power to shape the future. Thank you for that reminder, sir. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we come to the close of the welcome remarks portion of our program. For this portion of the program, we will now have a brief photo session with our guest on stage. Allow me to invite our guest to remain here and then to be joined by Prof. Ashil. Kindly join us on stage for this photo. Dimas Kiprono from ICJ, please join us. And the team from Strathmore as well, Dr. Antoinette and Alan Mukuki, kindly also join us on stage for a brief photo session, after which we will go to the first panel. If we could kindly have the team join us on stage briefly for that. Thank you so much to the Strathmore team who have allowed us to partner with them for this event. You're very welcome. If we could kindly just balance out on the photo. Thank you. All right, you'll take your cue from the photographers in front of you. All right, thank you. Please have your seats. Thank you so much for your time. I am advised that there will be a brief media session outside to my right. Dr. Singoe, I know they would like to have you record a statement, so please see our media team outside. Our ushers will usher you. Cheptum will assist us in that regard. Thank you very much. All right. Allow me to take you through a few housekeeping issues before we start with a panel session for today. You will notice from your program that our program is rather tight this morning, and therefore we will need your cooperation to make sure that we're able to manage the time that we have today. So I will start with a few housekeeping announcements. First, and very importantly, on the exit to my right, there is an ambulance on standby. If you exit on these doors to my left, there is an ambulance on standby. Should you at any time require emergency medical assistance, please feel free to visit the ambulance. Secondly, the washrooms are at the back of this auditorium. If you exit either on my right or my left and walk to the back, there is a series of steps that will lead you to the washrooms. Please feel free to use them at your convenience. Thirdly, throughout the day, there will be photography and video. Now it is my distinct pleasure to go to the panel discussions today. Our first panel is literally hitting the ground, and I will invite Loic, who is chairing the session, as well as the participants who will join him for this session, to join him on stage, kindly. I will introduce them as they come. So this panel is going to look into the question of Africa's minerals in the service of community autonomy and security. And it is based on the understanding that Africa holds approximately 1/3 of its total wealth in natural capital: oil, copper, cobalt, manganese, lithium, and vanadium. And these are minerals that the rest of the world needs very urgently, particularly in this era of low carbon transition. And yet, the historic pattern has been one of extraction without community benefit. The communities living closest to extraction sites carry the environmental cost and social disruption, while the economic return goes elsewhere. The white paper's first chapter says this is not inevitable. It is a governance design problem, and Loic and his team will help us interrogate why this design problem exists and how we can address it going forward. So I will now hand over to Loic, who will chair this session. Loic, the floor is yours. There are microphones on the tables next to you. Feel free to use them. Thank you.
Bonjour à toutes et à tous. Je vais faire la session en français, je crois que c'est ce qui a été demandé. Avant de commencer, je voudrais remercier la Fondation de l'innovation pour la démocratie pour cette invitation et pour tout le travail qu'on a. Et c'est là le cœur du chapitre. Une politique de ressources naturelles ne devrait plus être jugée seulement à partir des volumes extraits, des investissements annoncés, ou des recettes fiscales attendues. Elle devrait être jugée à partir de ce qu'elle change concrètement. Est-ce qu'elle transforme l'économie? Est-ce qu'elle renforce les territoires? Est-ce qu'elle protège les communautés? Est-ce qu'elle crée de vraies capacités productives? Pour répondre à cela, le chapitre propose 3 tests. Le premier, c'est la valeur captée et retenue. Autrement dit, est-ce que la ressource construit quelque chose dans le pays ou est-ce qu'elle sort du territoire presque aussi vite qu'elle a été extraite? Le deuxième test, c'est la soutenabilité territoriale. Une ressource ne transforme pas seulement une économie, elle transforme d'abord un territoire. Elle affecte l'eau, les sols, les forêts, la biodiversité, les moyens de subsistance et parfois même la sécurité alimentaire. Un projet peut être rentable, et pourtant, il peut fragiliser profondément les conditions de vie locales. Le troisième test, c'est le pouvoir réel des communautés. Les communautés locales ne doivent pas seulement être informées ou consultées à la fin du processus. Elles doivent pouvoir comprendre, discuter, influencer, suivre, contester et obtenir réparation. Sinon, on parle de participation, mais en réalité, on reste dans une logique de dépossession. Et à partir de là, le chapitre défend une idée assez simple. Il ne suffit pas d'extraire davantage, il faut gouverner mieux. Gouverner mieux, cela veut dire d'abord mieux évaluer les projets. Un projet ne devrait plus être autorisé seulement parce qu'il promet des tonnes, des emplois ou des recettes, Ils devraient démontrer ce qu'ils transforment réellement, dans l'économie, dans le territoire et dans la vie des communautés. Gouverner mieux, ça veut dire aussi négocier à la bonne échelle. Trop souvent, les États négocient au niveau du permis ou de la filiale locale, alors qu'une partie du pouvoir réel se situe ailleurs. Si l'on discute au mauvais niveau, on peut obtenir des engagements formels, mais sans vraie prise de décision. Gouverner mieux, c'est aussi être plus sérieux sur la création de valeurs locales. Transformer localement ne peut pas être seulement un slogan. Il faut de l'énergie fiable, des infrastructures, des compétences, du financement, des fournisseurs locaux. La création de valeur, ce n'est pas seulement construire une usine, c'est construire une trajectoire de capacité. Enfin, gouverner mieux, c'est replacer les communautés et le capital naturel au centre. L'eau, les sols, les forêts, la biodiversité ne sont pas des variables d'ajustement, ce sont les conditions matérielles de la vie territoriale. De la même manière, les communautés ne sont pas des obstacles au projet, elles sont les premières concernées par ces effets, elles doivent donc être reconnues comme des acteurs légitimes de la gouvernance des ressources. Ainsi, la thèse du chapitre peut se résumer en une phrase. L'Afrique ne transformera pas sa centralité minérale en autonomie, en extrayant davantage, mais en gouvernant mieux. Et gouverner mieux, c'est tenir ensemble ce que l'on sépare trop souvent. C'est dans cet esprit que je souhaite ouvrir notre discussion aujourd'hui. Nous avons autour de la table des regards complémentaires, tant sur la gouvernance et l'économie politique, un regard éthique et philosophique sur notre rapport à la nature, un regard juridique, contentieux, et le point de vue de la société civile. L'objectif, c'est donc d'avoir une discussion vivante, utile et orientée vers des recommandations concrètes. Pour commencer, je vais me tourner vers Dr Ketaka Jinarason. Alors, à partir de votre lecture de l'économie politique des ressources naturelles, à quelles conditions cette demande mondiale en ressources peut-elle devenir un levier de souveraineté pour les États africains ?
Merci Loïc et bonjour à tous, c'est un plaisir de vous voir. Je représente Resource Justice Network qui est un mouvement global militant pour la justice des ressources naturelles justement. Et félicitations pour ce chapitre du livre blanc qui est opportun maintenant plus qu'à tout autre moment parce que la transformation pour l'Afrique, elle doit se faire aujourd'hui. On ne peut plus se permettre d'attendre avant d'atteindre ces objectifs. Alors, en parlant des leviers, comment est-ce qu'on peut transformer ce moment ? Il faut d'abord se dire que extraire ne suffit pas, les revenus ne suffisent pas, tel que Loïc l'a dit tout à l'heure. Il faut transformer le système et le transformer en le recentrant sur les communautés, leurs besoins, mais aussi sur la transformation locale des ressources elles-mêmes, retenir la valeur, bien entendu, mais avoir aussi une vision sur le long terme. Ça, je dirais que c'est la condition essentielle, parce qu'aujourd'hui, les projets miniers, pour la plupart, surtout dans le rush pour les minerais de transition, afin de tacler les effets du changement climatique, les projets recherchent des gains immédiats. On veut tout aujourd'hui, produire plus de volume, plus de minerais, produire plus de recettes pour les États, mais pour quoi faire ? Souvent, on n'y pense pas. Et il ne faut pas oublier que les effets des exploitations et de l'extraction minière se manifestent 10, 15 ans, 20 ans après le début de l'extraction. Ce n'est pas tout de suite. Donc vous pouvez avoir des années roses où le développement peut se faire sentir, mais après il y a le contre-coup, la fragilisation des sols, l'érosion de l'environnement également, les conflits sociaux ensuite entraînés par cette déperdition des valeurs au niveau des communautés locales. Donc, tant qu'on ne centrera pas les projets minerais critiques autour des communautés, sur une longue durée, on perd au change. Donc, moi, je pense qu'il y a 4 grandes conditions qu'il faut considérer si on veut utiliser ce moment comme levier. La première condition essentielle, c'est d'aller au-delà des accords d'approvisionnement. Nous ne sommes pas simplement des exportateurs de minéraux bruts. Il faut qu'on transforme aujourd'hui sur le continent. Et les pays africains doivent activement participer à la gouvernance de ces ressources-là et élaborer les standards africains aussi, parce qu'aujourd'hui, les standards, ils sont importés d'ailleurs, alors qu'on a la capacité sur le continent de mettre en œuvre des standards, mais aussi d'imposer nos propres conditions. Mais pour ce faire, il faut également, et ça c'est l'autre condition, bâtir les capacités institutionnelles sur le continent pour ce faire, parce qu'il ne faut pas oublier que les gouvernements ne disposent pas tous sur le
do not all have the same capacities for negotiation, and this one, whether it's in terms of audit, regulation, we must think about this capacity so that we can put in place conditions that are going to be useful for all of us. The third condition is to develop also the abilities of the communities. It was said just it is beyond decorum. We must have free consent, and it is important that we do not consult the communities at the last minute, because this is going to affect their territory, their lives. Communities must not be left out when you're even carrying out the mathematical calculations. Otherwise, you'll have a disaster. You're going to have negative effect when we are talking of just transition. And finally, we must preserve the place for African choice on the geopolitical framework for the transition minerals, and we should not use it. We should not have an agenda that is imposed. Africa has its own vision. 63, for example, we have all the policies that are developed within the African Union with the SADC. It is to increase our capacities for negotiations once again and put the communities at the center of all the decisions that we are making. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dr. Anushka, so in your opinion, so to that transition continues in the forest as well, and what is out in a way that the society inside that is important. Thank you very much, Luis, for I think this point. I think I need to talk about the philosophy, and I've noted a lot of things that are happening in the community and the policies that happen, but I think this interest, we've seen it in a way, a great way, and so what is interesting in more is actually about the project that we are having to do, the projectivity that we have, and the usage of all things. So this is a thinking and reflection that actually we're trying to think about today, and this is about the possible consideration on it. That is harmonious, and this is of course productivity of the others, and what concerns our subject. So minerals in Africa and economy, nature. I think it's actually a nature economy that is, because I see economy, I look at it in terms of profitability. I look at it in terms of I think really it's about a paradox, and because it must make sense, it must be logical economically. So this is so I ask myself, how do you deal with this paradox, and the etymology and more philosophy. So saying that we are supposed to it's about the patrimony, it's about the house, it's about the management. Everything has to be administered, everything has to be well managed, and it is in this regard that economy has found something that is interesting. So how do you organize resources? Organization in two so of course about the life is about prosperity, and because it's about it makes more sense because you're talking about, and that is about that we know everyone, and this is about knowing the mechanism of production in a method. And the second thing that makes more, and which is more historical, it is the management, wise management of resources, and we have these terms of course we come to another term, and I come to the interesting subject that we have today, and this is about what we are going. Is it these three concepts that we're going to do, that we explain precisely, and that is the way. And the first concept which I've just talked, it's about this prosperity. Not just to see to know everything about. When I come to the meaning of the word, it means something that is significant. It's about happiness. It's about the poor. It's about the beauty of the organism, the happiness of the citizen. The citizen, there must be democratic space that they're supposed to have. When they talk. So when you're talking about prosperity, it's about more about happiness. It's actually in this. It's good to look at them at this level. The second is about the perenniety, and and what you're talking about, there must be how do you sustain this? How do we think about empowerment and sustainability? So this issue of having to do because of dealing with resources that might end at the same time. So this that concept of sustainability, I think it can be very used, and it's about being taking care of prudence. So we are talking about of prudent usage of resources. So there's when you're talking about prudence, I think we have an impression that today, in a way, we are support. We are talking about things. We are talking about. Prudence is lack of courage, but it's not really. And here, in the society in general, people talking about maybe an entrepreneur, who would be have this courage, who will not have this time of prudence. But I think about my profession, and I'm thinking about so it's really it's something that we can think about in level of democracy, and we're talking about the private sector. So I'm talking about things that leave the attitude of prudence. So the philosophy, I think, when it comes to is Aristotle who said that prudence is wisdom that you use. So it's. Actually, it's never about avoiding risks, but it's about making good judgment, how to deliberate correctly. So so I would say that maybe we need to integrate this, which prosperity and sustainability. Thank you very much. Also, Monsieur. So a very simple question to you. So when we're talking about the levels, what you're telling us about structural ways that we're doing it. So thank you very much. So I think what we need to retain really is about it must be the jurisdiction that we need to have, and also trying to have this without actually accepting the contract actually, and this contractual governance is what we're supposed to do. And fast, I think they are fast. We also need to the immobility, contractual immobility that we have, and in most cases, so you find states that account for minerals for 20, 30 years have been burning, but you realize that maybe there's a lot of instability, and they're not able to absorb the shock that comes with this investment years later. So what is happening between the countries, the local communities, and the multinationals, and then also there's this factor before legitimacy and illegality. So in terms of the legitimacy, in the sense that when you're trying to look, so we have seen contracts which have been signed between the country and the companies and all that. But on the other side, you try to forget the rights of the local community. And when talking about the local community, it's one of the things, of course, that will cause conflicts. And several examples that we have seen in these cases. Many several countries, African countries, we have seen this. When we forget the rights of the community, I think we are creating explosions. We are creating between these people and the local community. So when you're trying to see, we also realize that the governance, the current governance is because the more we stay, we talk about the legitimacy and the formality and the legality as well. So we forget about the legality of the local community because you find a contract which has been signed somewhere in a capital but ignored, the settlement of the local community. So it is to say that. So I think it's my session. I need to exploit everything. I need to explain everything without respecting the border. So the society is not involved at all to come. So they come sometimes to destroy something that is used as resources. We have seen that happening. So, and the last part is also this issue of the governance of the symmetric governance. And at this level, you're going to realize that generally the contracts are signed between these companies and the ministers of mining. These ministers sometimes want to benefit from these contracts. So you'll find that the environment and but it's during when they are used, it's there where that the country discovers the weakness, the structure of the wisdom of legal structures, and it's at this level where you need so the governance, the contractual administration that so the multinationals want to profit from that. And you see, you find that maybe the country didn't negotiate, how to do. So I thank you very much for this contribution. So Madam Alakai Guzo, excuse me, pardon me. How do you, the role of civil society, when we talk about the civil society in the communities, what is their role?
And on the submissions of my previous panelists, I would like to say something, just as a background. Africa holds 30% of the minerals of the world, and Africa is underexplored and underexploited. So the cell phones that you're currently holding and you're taking pictures of contain 100 different minerals that come from Africa, the critical ones. Tantalum, coltan, cobalt, copper, gold, diamond, manganese. And yet, at the end of the day, you find the very communities in which these minerals are found, there's lack of accountability, there's lack of transparency, there's lack of communication even in the communities. So how well are we in a position to serve these communities? I'll talk about 2 points, which is community security, what I term as intergenerational equity when you're managing some of these minerals, which is under public trust, because these resources must be treated as inheritance rather than revenue, because at the end of the day, we never use these resources for our benefit. We mine, they're exported, and we buy back the goods at such a high value. So the first thing around intergenerational equity is looking at minerals for future generations. The state must be a trustee of these minerals rather than an owner. So we look at it as asset substitution. If we are exporting these minerals, then it means at the end of the day, we need to figure out how these minerals can be able to be stocked for capital for future generations. Things like those end up as sovereign wealth funds, but they have to be managed. Regulations have to be put in place to manage said sovereign wealth funds. Countries like Botswana have been able to do it. Botswana is actually a very rich country from the diamonds that they've managed to exploit, and the people of Botswana are able to access, proper infrastructure, health, and roads. So these royalties then become capital, and the capital then is able to get into certain projects such as energy. I'll give you an example. 600 million Africans currently do not have access to energy, and not just energy, proper energy. So 98% of those Africans live in sub-Saharan Africa. It means you and I do not have access to proper energy capacity. We are not the exception, we are the rule. So how does energy infrastructure look like? If we are able to set energy infrastructure, that means industrialization. It means it pushes for manufacturing. It means it pushes for jobs. It means productivity and overall GDP. But also, what does that look like? Once you set up an energy baseload, it means you can do value addition. And you can do value addition in continent. I know Kay mentioned about it. We have to consider doing value addition in continent. What does that look like? Last mile connectivity. It means water. It means electricity. It means jobs. It means also we are able to harness our technical capacity locally. It means we're able to employ Africans. It means we're able to innovate on the continent. But on to my last point, it means we need to go back to issues around community security and social licenses and how it ultimately benefits the community. So this wealth is supposed to serve as local security, I said that. But the communities cannot be passive bystanders. Governments cannot be signing contracts in boardrooms and not consulting the community. And I mean consulting, I mean active engagement with the community, bringing them onto the table at the beginning of contract negotiation, not at the end of contract negotiations when they are up in arms that a contract was signed without their knowledge. These stakeholders need to be consulted and their views need to be taken into consideration. Do not consult and make it a tick box exercise. Consult because it's an intangible dynamic and it is a continuous engagement, not only at the beginning when you're signing contracts. As the project proceeds, if you do change this project, it means you have to consult with the community on if the project has changed. Also, social impact management. We know the issues, environmental health and safety issues that happen.
Sorry to cut you off.
Okay, my last point. When mining is happening. Therefore, we need to be accountable and create mitigation opportunities for the community to be able to be part of these conversations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Eh bien, du coup, Maître Christian Mitambo, dans la suite de ce que Madame nous a déjà présenté, est-ce que vous pouvez nous dire, depuis le terrain, comment...
How can these communities see this big contract? As they sometimes do all the time. So I think maybe on the ground, I think these people from the mining community, I think they feel that they are part of this. It's like maybe sovereignty. They feel that maybe it's a kind of neo-colonialism. So I think there's some articulation that happening in the governance of natural resources. So the community, between that and that. So that's their feelings. I mean, total exclusion of what is happening. So public policy that passes through the dignity of the people. So it's through this way that maybe natural resources and maybe the mineral resources in particular. So the investments that we call the revenue. So I think they need to change the way they look at things. So they need to look at the actions, without when changing the thinking paradigm. We need to have a paradigm shift. Because the question of mining, the energetic transition, that is happening. It's sustainability. So continues to marginalize these communities, which are historically protected by their place. So thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you for this information. I think they would want to, if maybe I want to summarize in a single sentence. I think we need to know that Africa does not only own these resources. So thank you very much, everyone. Yeah, thank you very much, everyone. Merci beaucoup les panélistes. Je crois qu'il y aura une photo pour les panélistes. Après, et puis nous, on va avancer à rendre table 2. Table ronde.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you very much. You may have your seats. Thank you so much for such an engaging discussion. I think what I took away from this conversation, even as you have your seat, is that community security when it comes to extraction is going to be dependent on the very same foundations that democratic governance is dependent on: legitimacy, intergenerational equity, consultation, transparency, accountability, and the rule of law. And that is going to feed into the next panel, which is on reforming institutions and endogenous democratic models. And for this, allow me to invite Jeanette, who is chairing this session, to come onto the podium, along with the panelists, Bado, Kessie, Dimas, and Bjorn. Kindly take your seat at the podium. Allow me to also just remind participants that we will not have a tea break, and so if you desire to get refreshment, we do have refreshment at Burudani Cafe. If you exit this way to my left, there is a set of stairs that will take you there, and also at the tent behind the auditorium. Please feel free to visit those places to get refreshment even as we go on with the program. I will now hand over the program to Jeanette, who is going to run panel 2 for us. Please feel at home. Continue.
Bonjour à tous et bienvenue à cette table ronde sur les réformes institutionnelles.
The second panelist. So I would like before once we start, I want to say that we have some slides. Do you have the PowerPoints? So, nous avons des diapositives.
Unless you can bring the pointer now. OK. Donc, attendons une seconde pour avoir la première diapositive, s'il vous plaît, sinon ça va se compliquer.
Okay, so generally, so this panel is going to respond to a key issue, how to reform institutions and how to construct endogenic societies in Africa, and during the clinic that we are going to have. So it's so let me start by saying that it's about to answer to an emergency, actually, to respond, and also to respond about the timing, the duration. So the urgent is actually about it. So actually, the emergency that we need to respond to is the fatigue that is happening. So we see people continue to vote each and every day, but we don't see the front. So we don't continue. So they talk about democracy. So we are having these narratives, to reclaim the authority that the powers be, and this is not happening. So we know that we are passing from dictators to dictators. That we expect to reform the democracy. So one dictator is actually succeeded by another dictator, and so I think the response is simple. The response is easy. I think we need really to talk about democracy, and this is to say that we need to find how we can remove and do the reform actually. In at least 50 years, and in these conditions, of course, we can see this panel took something that related to this, and we are actually proposing some foundation that is passing through a new wave of reform, democratic reforms in Africa, and these reforms which can have which can have some equivalent. So in 30 years to 60 years from now, and which can we can form a new democratic spaces actually found within, which can be entitled of this which can also be in this white paper, and these that we need to form are actually the dimensions, dimensions that we got, and I'm trying to look at them, the four of them, and I'm going to present so very briefly, and I'm going to give the speech to something to mention, to contribute to each one of the issue. So it's about four pillars that we're going to have, and this is about reforms in the development. So the government is used as actually as a conduit or something that we used as a channel, and these reforms. So reform of these of institutions and the power, and three is about electoral reforms, number 3, and lastly it's economic and societal reforms, because in free economy, I think we want not just in Africa but the whole world. So we have heard of people talking about social freedom, political freedom that is happening all over Africa and beyond, and that is about capitalism, economic capitalism. So concerning the first phase, the first part, so this is about government reforms. This is very simple. So we need, so you need now to pass to the external, to pass from exterior the models, to change them from the exterior to internal models that we need. So it means actually having the restore, that is about the development, the capacity that we need to have, creating capacity to do and to manage that resources. So we need to know how to resolve our problems, our own problems, because the government says when we have a problem to resolve, so how do we solve this problem? So we need to have in the foundation, it's actually done. So we need to make a 90-degree turning, so that we can have the development, the community development, which was retaught by the capacity development, and also endogenous. So if it is construction, though the question of the issue of methods, the issue which we can have actually in endogenous manner, so that we can resolve the problems, we can resolve our problems efficiently. So that is it's about changing the methods, the methodology, and the other acts that we also need to look. It's actually reforming the powers and the procedures that we have. And here, the endogenous that we have concerns, if you want, maybe it's about the democracy space that we want to build. So it's about majority elections, looking to the 30 years ago, gone. It is the literature of political science. We have seen clearly that we have seen the model that a winner, will have everything, and that is always some inefficacy. For example, if you have that we have. Maybe, for example, multinational or African, maybe we have maybe a fit like in Swiss, maybe, or ethnic group. Maybe you can have in this group, ethnic group, or maybe you can find this election, the presidential elections. Maybe the person who can govern alone kind of have fun and so that is all the other.
They'll be excluded as waiting to win those elections one day. Of course, this leads to conflict and inefficacy. So that is not democracy. We need models that allow the permanent construction of alliances, bring all segments of the population together. This model is like, for example, called associative democracy. There's also a more radical model, which is called difficult democracy, based on family and lineages, coming from the ground. Each has its own democracy, selects a member to higher organs like the clan, and then it then sends another member to a higher level like the tribe or the village, and then the region, and then maybe the federal state, and then just until we get to the Pan-African level. So here we are talking about having structures that start from the top to the bottom, but we need endogenous models that bring up power from the grassroots to a higher level with democratic practices at each level. This is overall the regime of democratic institutions that we are proposing. And the models that we propose to go with this are such as elections that would be very different from the majority democracy, which is winner take all and loser loses everything, or where one group wins and the other loses. The electoral models that are win-win. For example, we thought of a model like universal suffrage, where everybody is asked to vote, including children, all the dependents, using family structured voting. So I'm going to try not lose a lot of time. Let's use the next slide. So, institutions like preferable votes or witness votes. I talked about universal suffrage. There's another structure which could be the preferential voting, which instead of having debate between candidates where one party wins and the other loses in an exclusive manner, electors could have different scores: first winner, second winner, third winner, and then at that point they will make the candidates and the parties to come together so that the second ranked party could join the third or the first, so that we avoid violence of a crisis and have alliances, even during the campaign, to speak to everybody, address everything, so that when this sharing of power, which is permanent, everybody is represented, and that the co-responsibility is not just belonging to the government in power. We should also reform the economy so that we democratize the economy itself. So we need indigenous economic models which are more geared towards prosperity for the grassroots level. We could talk about a village. If poor people have the capability to decide on the creation of wealth at their level, at that point in time, we could, have universal dignity. I'm going to stop there so that I allow my colleagues to give us more. They'll have 5 minutes each. We'll start with a talk on reform on the principle of governance based on not on luck, but more about indigenous sharing. Thank you very much. You just said in your introductory remarks that there's the alternative to democracy is more democracy. So if we want to reform our democratic institutions, we need to try and think about this and not reject those matters. When you talk about a crisis in our democratic institutions, we need to think about what comes to mind, the expressions of this crisis, which is the weakness of counterparties, authoritarianism, and corruption. So there's a question which is very important and which has been neglected to date, which is the question of discussion. I think the crisis we face is based on a crisis on lack of political speech, because we do not come up with a conception on this, but we have agonistic models, and we are talking about convincing, winning, despite the fact that African traditional societies had discussion models that were based on using political speech as a sort of therapy, which made it such that the adversary was not mistreated. It was a system in which we integrated all views in the group so that conflicts that were being brought out were owned by the people. Discussions in what we talked about with what we call palabre in West Africa was an institution that could be used as a model. It's an extremely important institution because it brought out some ethics in discussions that was based on rationality of dialogue, which is nothing that we see today in our parliaments, because it developed a mode of mutual respect and explained the fact that when one wanted to go to debate against another person, we used verbal mediation and used things like proverbs and figurative language, so that we don't hurt the other party. Because if we brutally contradict someone in public, it could hurt the person's dignity. So there were technical aspects in dialogue which are very important. I don't want to idealize these traditional African societies, but we need to use their practices to rethink about our own practices and come up with some dynamism. I think that at this level there are 3 things that we should revisit. The first principle is thinking that with these alliances that make democracy as it has become today a set of institutions linked to neoliberalism, and that's why societies are being run like startups. The time of dialogue has become very short. We need to take time to have longer dialogues, but it may look like a waste of time, but it's very important because society has to resolve problems, and they need to produce models that preserve individuals' self-esteem. Another thing that is important is that we need to understand that this logic of the majority being the winner is not enough to bring out theoretical legitimacy. 51% who impose their views on 49% is not equitable. We need to have models of public understanding which would have their objective as giving power back to the people, and this is what we need to think about constructing. Bien, qu'est-ce que vous pensez sur comment approfondir ces réformes par rapport au niveau institutionnel, le pouvoir et des élections aussi? Est-ce que le micro est... Merci beaucoup pour cette opportunité.
Everyone here. Let me first state that I am deeply honored to have been invited to this roundtable. It is truly a pleasure to share the stage with my distinguished colleagues here. I also want to point out that I am immensely grateful to the Foundation for all the work that it's doing. This gratitude goes, of course, beyond this amazingly rich one-day event and the Africa Forward Summit as such. It's also about the consultation process, information gathering work, and the fact-finding about Africa leading up to this that has taken place across the continent for years. I underline the work that has been done here and the time it has taken, as both this process undertaken by the Foundation and also the document penned by Jean-Aude Bien underlines my main point, namely that high speed is very often the enemy of democracy. Conversely, what the Foundation has done is to steadily build conceptual frameworks for rethinking what endogenous democracy on the continent may look like, using time and thereby allowing potential in its many forms to emerge. In line with the work of the Foundation and in the spirit of this pavilion of creation, of solidarity, inclusion, and generativity. Put differently, if we create conditions for democratic patience, democratic polyarchal models may emerge. Polyarchy, that is, that no one should decide alone on matters concerning the common good, should be a fundamental aspect of building endogenous democracy. This is beautifully argued in the document underlining this roundtable, and the fuel of such a process is time. Second, I would like to underline that the richness of experimental models and recognition of African resources here is essentially also an argument against the erosion of time by fast capitalism, fast business, and real-time algorithms. For there is a sense that the future has already been predefined by capitalism, fast business, or algorithms preempting or anticipating your every move. It's imperative to pause these calls for urgency, high speed, and pushes for fast decisions if democratic patience is to be learned, experimented with, and implemented. For we have to remember, urgency is sometimes a very effective cover-up for non-democratic processes, including populist politics of alarmism, exclusion, xenophobia, and also power grabbing. Urgency may then very often be the opposite of polyarchy and allowing for experiments with endogenous democracy. Third, reconquering time as democratic patience is also to allow for a flourishing of different forms of beings and becomings of both humans and non-humans. Such flourishing reflects what climate change demands of us. However, flourishing also reflects two other important dimensions of building endogenous democracy from below. That is both traditional and innovative forms of engagement with the natural environment and wider society. For memory, traditional knowledge, and intergenerational creativity to be relevant, there needs to be time to allow it to emerge. So in sum, we need to have the importance of time as integral to democratic patience in mind if we are to work towards the goal of polyarchy, defined, again, as the traditional African principle that no one ever decides alone for the common good. Further, sharing processes over time is also a mechanism harnessing the enormous solidaristic potential and practices existing at especially the local level in African contexts. Now, I was asked by Jean to also reflect on Scandinavian models, but I don't know if there is
For
time.
a minute.
Exactly
A minute, if possible.
And I'm hesitant to bring in these. I would just like to underline that there is a particular slowness to democratic processes at the local level in Scandinavian systems that might be good to think with, as we anthropologists like to say. For in these contexts, local municipal councils move slowly, as do bureaucratic and political processes relating to land, to individual property, to natural commons, to public space. Sometimes, of course, slowness is a source of frustration, but it also works to build trust and ultimately democratic patience. I cannot go into further details here about my work in Mozambique, but I do hope I've been able to underline my main point, namely that one needs to allow time, generate time, rethink time for polyarchic and endogenous democratic experimentation to be able to unfold at all. For the institutional, cultural, linguistic, and political potentials are truly there, as also pointed out by Professor Bashir Diagne in his opening statement today.
Thank you very much, Ben. We are going to proceed with Madame Kisi Ekomo. The lady should not come last. Our host, who is Damas, who is here at home, will close the session.
Merci infiniment, bonjour à tous. Donc je suis Kessie Eko de la République centrafricaine. C'est un plaisir pour moi d'être ici et je pense que...
I'm very happy to be here, and these elements that have been presented by my different colleagues, I will not repeat what they've said, but I'll just move straight to the point that economic reform is what we are talking about today. So I had the luck of being the vice president of an organization in Central Africa, and I've always been impressed by the dialogues on governance and economic questions, but our voices do not connect with the private sector. So this public private dialogue does not exist, you know. So we need to reformulate these questions and think about the national economy. So what impressed us in our governance structure is that we think about reforms, and you know, we are always thinking about how to challenge big institutions like World Bank so that they reflect what we are thinking at the national level. And it's important to think to change their conception of actions that are going on in the countries. And these are I'm talking about Central African Republic, and these are things that are happening, but these are discussions that we've had with colleagues in the sub-region from Cameroon and Chad and DRC, and we always say that the way we talk about our own economies, we don't align with the world economy. So we tend to define our ideas, but we don't take into account the fact that we exist in a larger ecosystem, and we need to think about things in that context. So, you know, in the big meetings at the world level, the African voice is not really heard, and that is when we talk about reforms. And so when I talk about institutional challenges, we need to be more audible. We need to come with proposals that are based at challenges at our local level and work in a way that we can resonate and have echoes in these ecosystems. Second point that I would like to highlight is the question on perception. When I was talking about challenging the ecosystem and international institutions, we realized together with colleagues from the private sector that when we talk about rethinking about our economy and thinking about being more indigenous, how do we define our actors? I'm thinking about small, medium enterprises. It's not the same way they are defined by the World Bank. We don't understand each other. That's a problem. You know, even when we talk about tools, if we use their definitions, they'll bring us tools and approaches that will not benefit our own SMEs. So I think that it is a question of influence, and it's also a question of through influence through our own definition of we need to bring out our own definitions and talk about our actors. If we're talking about SME CAR, how do we define them? It's different from one country to the other, and this global universal definition does not serve us well. We need to reform this. So I'm also thinking about our populations, our people. I'm going to give us a more complex illustration. In my country, you know, think tank is something that we try to do because we are a country in reconstruction. We've had several years of conflict. There are several international actors, and each one comes with their own model to change things. And you know, we thought it was very important for us to test models. And I think even if before we talk about reforms, we need to test our own models at the national level so that we have enough elements to convince others that we can do things otherwise. I'm going to stop there and pass the microphone to my colleagues. Premièrement, on va entendre Damas par rapport à la réforme du système électoral. Merci beaucoup. D'abord, je suis en train de lire le livre blanc, c'était bien, et les idées sont très réfléchissantes. Et ils donnent un bon diagnostic de questions de démocratie en Afrique, surtout quand on soulève le fait que les élections sont que des événements. Et c'est là où ceux qui veulent être élus se représentent. Le public ne connaît rien de ces jeunes-là, à part de leur identité et les ressources qu'ils ont. Et cela traduit une procédure qui est malsaine, où on élit des gens, on a des élections qui se passent, mais il n'y a pas de changement pour la population. Donc, ce qu'on a proposé de mettre en place ou inclure des enfants est très important, puisqu'on comprend bien que les décisions que nous prenne comme des adultes vont impacter à des ressources qui sont limitées, qui ont des impacts sur l'environnement et sur les crédits dans le futur. Donc on doit chercher des modèles dans lesquels les modèles auront leur voix exprimée. Donc cette question de élections.
And I think Australia has this model where everyone is required to vote, because really the decisions that are made in elections affect everything, affect how your life is going, your trajectory of your life for the next 5 or 7 years. It also proposes that for any constitutional amendment, there is that requirement of a referendum. And it got me thinking, because sometimes there are constitutional amendments that are not that far-reaching, and so perhaps we can consider ring-fencing certain things. So, for example, if you want to change term limits, if you want to change judicial independence or human rights issues, maybe that is when we need to go back to the plebiscite. But indeed, elections in Africa are becoming quite disillusional, because the data is out there that some people are even losing hope on democracy as a model. And so perhaps, I can see the timekeeper is on me.
Time's up.
Yeah.
Do take a minute.
Yeah, and so Yeah, and so how do we harness our identity as Africans, our systems, to enrich democracy that ensures that our dignity and that our societies thrive, and not forgetting that even as we harness our African systems, perhaps we should also be careful not to bring in things such as patriarchy, so that we ensure that we have gender parity in our systems. Thank you.
And thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Team Janot and team. We apologize for having to rush you through your presentation. It's not because your presentations were not weighty, it's just because of the structure of the program, which requires that we do compressed time. And we thank you so much for your collaboration. We will kindly ask that you step forward and the team will take a photo of the panel, after which we will usher you to your seats. A round of applause to panel 2. All right, thank you very much. We will invite you to take your seats again, and we thank you again for joining us for this crucial discussion on reforming institutions. Just a couple of reminders. One, tea is still being served. Should you require to take your refreshment, please feel free to go out either to the tent or to Burudani Lounge behind the auditorium, and you can have your tea. Secondly, for the panels that will come after, please remember that we have live translation happening. So make sure that you pace yourself to allow the translators to follow the conversation and to translate it accurately. Now I will invite Raphael, who is going to give us our musical interlude, after which we will go into our carte blanche session that will be led by Dr. Macon. Raphael, the floor is yours.
De l'expression la plus sombre de mes pensées surgit la douleur d'une plaie que je ne saurais penser. Seule la mort pourra me guérir si tu me laisses. Je donnerai ma vie pour que tu restes, fils. Fuir ta terre pour l'ailleurs ne t'offrira pas un avenir prospère. Inévitable sera ta mort si tu choisis de suivre cette chimère. Le froid de la mer te consumera au-delà du supportable. S'il te plaît, ne sois pas un énième festin offert aux requins. Ne t'en va pas servir de repas à la mer qui achève. Ensemble, on bâtira un avenir prospère, digne de tes rêves. Tu t'imagines à tort que ton pays c'est l'enfer et que tu n'as d'autre choix que celui de prendre la mer. Naïf tu es, si tu crois que là-bas tout est vert. Valeureux fils, bats-toi pour avoir de quoi remplir ta panse. Sois de ceux qui impactent et non de ceux qui partent. Pour une récolte abondante, travaille ta terre tous les jours, arrose-la, cultive-la et sache qu'aucune bonne richesse ne s'obtient en un jour. La neige, le métro, c'est beau, mais moins beau que d'avoir un toit. Là-bas, Là-bas, tu n'auras ni abri ni abri, tu succomberas à cause du froid. Alors là, on te demande de rester. Parce que je sais que c'est dur ici. Tu n'as pas de boulot ici. Tu voulais juste étudier ici. On ne t'a pas offert d'avenir ici. Mais valeureux fils, n'oublie pas que l'avenir, c'est chez toi. Alors la neige, le métro, c'est beau, mais moins beau que d'avoir un toit. Là-bas, tu n'auras ni habit ni abri. Tu succomberas à cause du froid. S'il te plaît, reste. Valeureux fils, reste. S'il te plaît, reste. Valeureux fils, reste. Je sais que tu avais juste besoin de travailler, qu'ici on ne t'a pas ouvert les portes, mais sache que l'avenir se construit ici. Impacté, ça se construit aujourd'hui. Alors la neige, le métro, c'est beau, mais moins beau que d'avoir un toit. Là-bas, tu n'auras ni habit ni abri, tu succomberas à cause du froid. Tu t'imagines à tort que ton pays, c'est l'enfer et que tu n'as d'autre choix que celui de prendre la mer. La mer tue, la mer engloutit. Alors, valeureux fils, bats-toi pour avoir de quoi remplir ta panse. Sois de ceux qui impactent et non de ceux qui partent. Pour une récolte abondante, travaille ta terre tous les jours, arrose-la, cultive-la et sache qu'aucune bonne richesse ne s'obtient en un jour. S'il te plaît, reste, valeureux fils, reste. S'il te plaît, reste, valeureux fils, reste. S'il te plaît, reste, s'il te plaît. Reste, s'il te plaît, reste.
We'll invite them to come on this stage to present some of their key activities. So I will call of them the Paris Peace Forum, please. France Volontaire, the Gorée Institute, l'Institut français, Global Africa et l'Institut français de recherche en Afrique. Please come on this stage for this carte blanche. Carte blanche is the moment where our key partners will present some of their key activities. So take you as a seat. Please, you will have 7 minutes each to present your key activities. So we will start, of course, by Paris Peace Forum. Just take the mic and, yeah, you can proceed. Thank you. Paris Peace Forum. Oh, yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So the Paris Peace Forum will now present one of its activities. This morning, for those of you who were here at the introduction, I mentioned that we had a belief, we believed in civil society. We believe in the power of civil society to make policy, to make alliances with governments, but also with many other actors. And that one of the ways we believed in civil society was to associate projects coming from the ground, projects coming directly from civil society, most generally from NGOs, but also sometimes from regional organizations, sometimes from the private sector when it's non-profit, etc., and present them during the forum. So very often at the Paris Peace Forum every fall on November 11, we talk about large global issues. We talk about critical minerals, we talk about immunization campaigns, we talk about refugees, we talk about AI, etc. And sometimes that work of global governance tends to be a bit abstract, right? It's not really related, it's not grounded. And so sometimes we lose touch with the ground. And so in order to counterbalance that, we issue this call for project every year, and we invite about 50 projects to come and present. So that's the very short introduction I wanted to do before my colleague Dominique takes over and presents one of the projects that we are welcoming. But it's an integral part of what we do and of who we are.
Thank you, Justin. As mentioned, the Solutions Hub at the Paris Peace Forum is home to our Call for Solutions, our Scale-Up program, and our project community of nearly 600 projects. Our Call for Solutions is launched every year in order to identify and showcase innovative projects that are tackling shared global challenges. We launched our 2026 call on the 3rd of April, and it's currently open until the 25th of May. All organizations proposing a concrete project or initiative are encouraged to apply. We're specifically looking for projects that have already demonstrated a level of implementation and impact and have a multi-stakeholder approach. Applications will be reviewed and evaluated by a selection committee that is comprised of independent experts, and selected projects will benefit from international visibility with a stand in our Space for Solutions, a speaking slot in the official program of the 2026 forum, networking opportunities, and the exclusive opportunity to apply to our Scale Up program, or SCUP. The SCUP is very special because it offers 10 projects from the Call for Solutions cohort with a year of tailored mentorship and capacity building support. And we are very privileged to be joined on stage today by Mary, who was a recipient of the Scale Up program in 2025. She'll talk a bit more about her project and her experience.
Good morning. My name is Mary Gitao, Programs Director at Green String Network, which is a Kenyan NGO with over 8 years of experience in social healing and trauma-informed peace building at the community level, and this includes Somalia, Sudan, and here in Kenya. In 2025, we participated in the SCAP program with the Ustawi project. Ustawi project is a mobile platform. This mobile platform integrates virtual peer support circles in 12 weeks well-being and resilience program. We provide accessible mental health support and economic empowerment to the African youth in conflict-affected areas. This project has been running here in Kenya, specifically in Mombasa and Kwale, Lamu, and also in Somalia and South Sudan. Ustawi links mental health improvement with economic empowerment and opportunity so that we are able to disrupt the cycles of poverty, violence, and trauma by, of course, what we do is we want to foster resilience and community bonds. We realize that even when we talk about conflict-affected areas, we have to think about poverty, we have to think about violence. And so what we do, even as we try to work on peace building and trauma, we also ensure that we foster resilience and community bonds, and that we can be able to provide wellness. Our SCAP year started with significant challenges last year. We lost a major funding and had to focus on strategic repositioning. And it's at that particular time that we got into the SCAP program, and we had wonderful, awesome mentors that really helped us to pivot by encouraging us to deepen our local partnership and even develop more resilient funding strategies, as just opposed to relying on the West and outside our own country, just to realize that we also have philanthropies here in Kenya that came through for us. And in our monthly mentorship course, we were able to further clarify our mission and better adapt the Ustawi platform to the real world constraints. Even with the little resources that we had, how were we able to still continue doing what we love doing and what we were doing to support these young people especially? So with that mentorship, with the course that are happening every month, every last Tuesday of the month, we were able to narrow it down and still develop more resilient funding strategies. The SCAP program helped us broaden our perspective. while, of course, refining and articulating our work, not only here, but even looking at the global challenges and perspective and even opportunities for us to be able to integrate mental health in the day-to-day work, as opposed to just calling it a separate work. So what has been happening since last year, we've been able to continue with the work that we're doing. Remember, this is a platform that we have 12 weeks where we engage young people, and what we do is empower people in the informal settlement. We've worked with people from Kiambui, for example, Madare, and even Kibra and Lamu, and what we do is these people, we come, we train them, we equip them, and we give them resources, because we are truly believers that our communities know what is ailing them, and they also have what it takes to get into a place of well-being and resilience. So even as you do this, and this is what has been happening in the last 1 year, in the last couple of months since our last mentorship, and we've seen this progress day in, day out. We're so grateful to our mentors, because even after the end, they still keep in touch with us, they check on us, they're still finding out how are we doing, what is happening, encouraging us, and even helping us to even scale the programs that we're doing. So this mobile app that we call Ustawi is available to all the young people where mental health is concerned. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Maintenant, j'ai le plaisir d'inviter nos amis de France Volontaire.
Hello everyone. We're going to switch from English to French for this presentation. If you need headphones, it's now. Donc bonjour à tout le monde, je suis Clarisse Bourgeon, je suis responsable des relations institutionnelles au sein de France Volontaire, qui est la plateforme française pour le volontariat international d'échange et de solidarité, le VIES. Nous sommes un opérateur du ministère de l'Europe et des Affaires étrangères, composé de plusieurs des associations de solidarité internationale, de jeunesse et d'éducation populaire. Nous avons une implantation géographique large, puisque nous sommes présents en France métropolitaine, également dans les outre-mer, notamment à La Réunion, et également avec nos espaces volontariats, nous sommes présents dans 23 pays, dont 14 sur le continent africain. On a pour coutume de dire à chacun son volontariat, puisqu'il existe un dispositif pour toute personne, peu importe son profil, sa disponibilité. Par an, et plus de la moitié ont une mission en lien avec le continent africain. Donc moi je suis ravie d'être là aujourd'hui aux côtés du directeur général de France Volontaire Yann Delaunay, et on accompagne une délégation de 7 volontaires qui viennent de France, du Bénin, du Sénégal, du Ghana et j'ai oublié un pays. Excusez-moi, et du Kenya. Et nous avons un stand, donc vous pouvez venir échanger avec nous avec plaisir. Je remercie la Fondation de l'innovation pour la démocratie pour l'organisation de ce temps et de nous laisser la parole sur scène aujourd'hui. Je vais laisser 2 volontaires témoigner de leur expérience, ce qui va permettre d'illustrer vraiment ce qu'est le volontariat international d'échange et de solidarité. Donc je les laisse tout de suite vous raconter leur expérience de volontariat.
Alors, merci beaucoup Clarisse. Bonjour à toutes et à tous. Donc, mon nom c'est Déthié Diakham. Je viens du Sénégal et je suis ancien volontaire. Donc, j'étais envoyé par la Fédération sénégalaise de badminton et j'étais volontaire au sein de la Fédération française de badminton. où j'avais comme mission dans 3 axes. Le premier secteur où j'intervenais au sein de la fédération, donc c'était la vie sportive de la fédération. Donc ça regroupait tout ce qui est compétition, tout ce qui est compétition et tout ce qui est règlement des tournois de compétition tout au long de l'année pour le championnat français. L'autre aspect, j'étais aussi responsable adjoint des relations internationales au sein de la fédération française, où j'étais responsable de 73 pays francophones du monde, où on partageait les expériences, les activités que la France pouvait mener au sein de ces 73 pays membres. Et l'autre point, l'autre secteur, c'était pour l'organisation des Jeux olympiques de Paris 2024, où j'étais membre, où j'étais au cœur aussi de l'organisation de cette compétition-là. Et au-delà de ça, donc, quand je suis arrivé à la fédération, j'avais trouvé une équipe très dynamique au sein de la fédération, qui m'ont aidé à s'intégrer au sein de la fédération, arriver à travailler avec eux. Mais aussi, l'idée aussi, ce n'était pas seulement d'aller pour apprendre, mais aussi apporter aussi notre pièce à l'édifice. Donc ça m'a permis de pouvoir travailler avec les membres de la fédération, échanger avec eux, partager, mais aussi beaucoup apprendre d'eux. Au-delà de ça, j'avais eu à mener quelques actions où je vais donner juste un exemple, comme j'ai l'habitude toujours de le dire. Au début, ce n'était pas du tout facile. Avec le changement, je suis sorti de ma zone de confort, rencontrer d'autres nationalités, d'autres peuples, mais aussi d'autres cultures. Mais ça m'a permis aussi de savoir exactement c'est quoi l'interculturalité. Et ça m'a beaucoup servi et ça m'a beaucoup appris tout au long de ma mission en France. L'autre aspect important, c'est grâce à ces volontariats-là que j'ai été recruté au sein du comité d'organisation des Jeux Olympiques Dakar 2026 comme manager sportif du badminton pour les JOJ Dakar 2026. Donc, pour terminer, juste pour dire, ces actions doivent être renforcées, permettre aux gens, permettre aux jeunes d'échanger, d'aller partager leur expérience, mais aussi beaucoup d'apprendre. Merci beaucoup.
Merci beaucoup, Détier. Bonjour à tous et à toutes. Je m'appelle Marion Cassino, je suis ancienne volontaire de Solidarité Internationale en Guinée. J'ai été envoyée par l'association Climate Change basée à Paris et accueillie à Conakry par les structures Biotop Guinée et Guinée Écologie. Donc, pendant 1 an et demi, de 2024 à 2026, j'ai été chargée de projet Corridor de biodiversité. Ce projet prévoit la création d'un corridor écologique entre 2 parcs nationaux de Guinée, afin de permettre la circulation de la faune sauvage tout en favorisant une meilleure cohabitation entre biodiversité et communautés locales. Avant cette expérience, je travaillais déjà dans la coopération internationale et sur des projets liés à la Guinée, mais j'avais envie d'aller plus loin, vivre dans le pays, comprendre le quotidien, les réalités locales, apprendre à travailler dans un environnement totalement différent du mien et sortir de ma zone de confort. Et je peux vous dire qu'au début, ça a été un vrai bouleversement. Quand on arrive dans un pays qu'on ne connaît pas encore vraiment, on doit tout réapprendre. Comment se déplacer, comment travailler, comment créer du lien, comment comprendre les codes sociaux et professionnels. Je suis arrivée seule comme unique représentante de mon association en Guinée et sans équipe sur place. Très vite, j'ai compris que pour travailler efficacement, il fallait d'abord apprendre à écouter, à observer et créer son propre réseau. En Guinée, on dit souvent que c'est un pays de réseau. Et c'est vrai. Ma meilleure ressource est vite devenue mon téléphone portable avec tous les contacts que j'ai construits au fil du temps. Les chauffeurs, les partenaires, mes collègues, les piroguiers, les hébergements en brousse, les cambistes, les responsables locaux. Derrière chaque mission de terrain, il y avait toute une chaîne de solidarité. Le terrain, justement, a été l'aspect le plus marquant de mon volontariat. Ma première grande mission a duré 10 jours dans le Fouta Djallon avec mon président et ma directrice venue de France. Je devais organiser toute la logistique seule. Les rendez-vous institutionnels, les véhicules, les déplacements, les hébergements, parfois dans des zones très isolées. À l'époque, ça me semblait énorme. Aujourd'hui, je réalise à quel point cette expérience m'a rendue autonome et confiante. La deuxième mission m'a marquée d'une manière différente. Avec Guinée 44, une ONG partenaire du projet que je coordonnais, nous sommes partis pendant 5 jours à Lébékéré, dans le Fouta Djallon, l'un des villages sur le passage du corridor, un village sans électricité en pleine brousse. Pourtant, je crois que je ne me suis rarement sentie aussi bien accueillie par la famille Peul chez qui nous étions. C'est comme si nous faisions partie de cette famille. Ce sont des moments comme cela qui changent profondément notre regard sur les autres et sur nos propres habitudes de vie. Et puis, il y a eu la 3e mission, probablement la plus exigeante en termes opérationnels. Nous dormions en tente, nous changions de village chaque jour, nous marchions en brousse pendant des heures à travers le corridor. Nous traversions des pistes boueuses alors que la saison des pluies avait déjà commencé. Certains trajets prenaient des heures. Mais malgré la fatigue et les imprévus, c'est aussi dans ces moments-là que naissent les souvenirs les plus forts et les liens les plus sincères. Ces expériences m'ont rappelé une chose essentielle. Aucun projet environnemental ne peut fonctionner sans les populations locales, sans leur confiance et sans leur participation active. Ce volontariat m'a énormément apporté, bien sûr sur le plan professionnel, mais surtout il m'a transformée humainement. J'ai appris à m'adapter, à lâcher prise, à travailler autrement. J'ai découvert une richesse culturelle incroyable en Guinée et plus largement en Afrique de l'Ouest. Et surtout, j'ai compris à quel point les rencontres humaines peuvent transformer notre manière de voir le monde. Aujourd'hui, je suis rentrée en France depuis quelques mois seulement, mais cette expérience a confirmé ce que je veux faire pour la suite. Continuer à travailler dans la coopération internationale, la protection de l'environnement et de la biodiversité, tout en gardant cette dimension interculturelle qui est devenue essentielle pour moi. Et s'il y a un message que je voudrais transmettre aujourd'hui, c'est que le volontariat est une expérience de transformation réciproque. On part souvent avec l'idée d'apporter quelque chose, mais on reçoit énormément aussi. Dans le contexte actuel, marqué par les guerres, les divisions et un climat parfois très anxiogène, le volontariat international apporte une autre vision du monde, une vision fondée sur la solidarité, l'ouverture, l'échange et la compréhension mutuelle. Il nous rappelle qu'il est encore possible de construire ensemble, de partager et d'apprendre les uns des autres. Et je pense aussi qu'il est essentiel que ces opportunités de mobilité et d'engagement deviennent de plus en plus accessibles aux jeunes venant des pays du Sud, afin de construire des échanges plus équilibrés, plus réciproques et plus inclusifs. Enfin, dans un contexte où les financements de la solidarité internationale diminuent fortement, je souhaite rappeler à quel point ces engagements sont précieux, utiles et profondément enrichissants, autant pour les personnes que pour les sociétés. Parce qu'au fond, le volontariat, c'est surtout créer des ponts entre les cultures et contribuer, à notre échelle, à un monde plus solidaire et plus durable. Merci beaucoup. À santé.
Thank you so much. The Gore Institute is one of our key partners, so it is with a real pleasure that I invite his team here.
Bonjour à tout le monde. Mon nom c'est La Tirtine. Je suis programme manager à l'Institut Gore. Voilà, donc je m'en vais vous présenter un programme que nous déroulons à l'Institut Gore qui s'appelle le programme Power of Dialogue. Mais avant tout, je voudrais parler un peu de Gore Institute, qui est une organisation panafricaine de la société civile qui est basée au Sénégal et qui travaille dans beaucoup de pays, notamment des pays ouest-africains. Donc nous travaillons pratiquement dans tous les pays d'Afrique de l'Ouest, notamment les pays francophones et aussi des pays anglophones. Et nous couvrons une dizaine de pays par rapport à nos différentes activités. Et nous travaillons sur un triptyque, renforcement de capacités et formation, dialogue politique et recherche et production de savoir. Donc c'est les 3 domaines dans lesquels principalement le Gore Institute travaille. Et à travers ces différentes activités aussi, nous déroulons vraiment des programmes. Nous avons, dans les années précédentes, déroulé pas mal de programmes en rapport avec la démocratie, la paix et la sécurité. Et il y a eu un projet qui s'appelle Charter Project Africa, qui innove un peu en utilisant les outils technologiques pour promouvoir la démocratie et la bonne gouvernance. Nous avons un projet de recherche qui s'appelle RESDEC, Recherche au service de la démocratie et la bonne gouvernance, qui utilise la recherche comme outil de promotion de la bonne gouvernance et de la démocratie dans plusieurs pays. Et nous avons entre autres un programme Femmes, Paix et Sécurité et un programme spécifiquement qui s'appelle Power of Dialogue, qui est un programme qui a été déroulé sur 5 ans. Donc Power of Dialogue, le pouvoir du dialogue. Et le slogan, c'est « Democracy start with dialogue ». Ça veut dire que la démocratie commence avec le dialogue. Et c'est un programme donc, sur 5 ans qui a été déroulé en Afrique par un consortium formé de 3 organisations, le NAMD, l'ACMI et Akinamao Africa, qui est basé ici en Ouganda, à côté. Et le programme cible principalement les femmes et les jeunes. Donc les femmes et les jeunes parce que on a déroulé ce que nous appelons un PA. Et d'après le PA, le résultat qu'on a eu, c'est que les femmes et les jeunes ne sont pas assez impliqués dans les politiques publiques donc des 3 pays au Sahel. Donc c'est la raison pour laquelle le focus s'est porté sur eux. Et on a essayé de voir pendant la mise en œuvre de ce programme, comment est-ce qu'on peut renforcer la contribution des femmes et des jeunes dans les politiques publiques dans ces pays-là. Le programme visait 4 pays, 3 pays du Sahel, Sénégal, Mali, 3 pays donc, de l'AIS, Burkina, Mali, Sénégal, Burkina, Mali, Niger et le Sénégal. Quand on commençait le programme en 2021, il n'y avait pas encore de coup d'État. Tous ces pays étaient dirigés par des gouvernements élus. 2 ans plus tard, on s'est retrouvé dans une situation où 3 des 4 pays cibles du projet étaient dirigés par des transitions. Donc, pour un projet qui traite des questions démocratiques, c'était un véritable défi pour nous, mais on a pu s'adapter et on a pu mettre en œuvre aussi des programmes qui ont pu renforcer l'implication des jeunes et des femmes. Parce que ce que je pense, c'est que c'est un coup d'État qui se passe dans ces pays-là, mais les jeunes ont largement contribué aussi à amener aussi ces militaires au pouvoir, mais le contrat social qui a été signé entre les militaires et les jeunes n'a pas été assez respecté et on a travaillé dans le sens donc, de pouvoir vraiment renforcer cette participation des jeunes là. Donc on s'est retrouvé avec un espace civique rétréci, on s'est retrouvé avec des partis politiques dissolus dans un contexte un peu tendu avec l'insécurité, donc c'était un peu difficile. Donc on a pu, tant bien que mal, essayer de voir comment est-ce qu'on pouvait renforcer cette collaboration-là avec les autorités de transition. Donc je pense que même s'ils ne sont pas dans la démocratie, ils utilisent parfois des outils de la démocratie. Donc quand on parle de référendum, quand on parle de dialogue, c'est des outils de la démocratie qu'il faut falloir exploiter un peu pour renforcer maintenant cette collaboration-là. Parce qu'on ne pouvait pas mettre en œuvre un projet aussi important que le Power Dialogue sans pouvoir collaborer avec eux. Donc on a pu dérouler des programmes dont les plus importants, nous appelons les forums des jeunes. Avec la collaboration des gouvernements de transition, on a pu organiser des forums des jeunes en impliquant les partis politiques dans ces forums-là. Des forums ont rassemblé 200 à 300 jeunes au Mali, au Burkina et au Niger, avec la contribution même donc, des gouvernements de transition. Donc pour dire que ce slogan selon donc, lequel la démocratie commence par le dialogue, on a pu établir un dialogue entre les autorités de transition, les jeunes et les femmes. Maintenant, cela se poursuit et on essaiera de voir aussi ce que ça pourra donner. Dans le cadre de ce programme, on a eu un programme jeune qui s'appelle le Gorey Youth Leadership Academy. C'est un programme de jeunes qui vise des jeunes âgés de 18 à 35 ans dans ces 4 pays-là. Et le programme est un accompagnement. Ça veut dire que nous appelons à ces jeunes-là à produire des documents de plaidoyer. Qu'est-ce que vous pensez que vous pouvez faire comme plaidoyer pour un peu amener vos États à aller dans le sens donc, de pouvoir renforcer la participation des jeunes et des femmes. Et ils ont écrit des documents de plaidoyer avec l'accompagnement de professeurs d'universitaires que nous appelons des coachs qui les ont accompagnés dans la rédaction de ces documents-là, des documents qu'ils ont appelés à publier. Et dans ces documents-là, les jeunes ont porté un plaidoyer très fort sur des domaines transversaux comme la participation des femmes en politique, la contribution des jeunes, la paix, la sécurité, la gouvernance démocratique, l'espace civique, etc. Plusieurs thématiques ont été touchées par ces jeunes-là durant ces productions de savoir. Ces jeunes aussi ont pu, de leur manière, à travers donc, ces différents documents de plaidoyer, contribuer aussi parce que lors du forum, ces jeunes aussi étaient appelés à un peu présenter ce qu'ils ont fait comme travail devant les autorités de transition et les autorités ont pris l'engagement, parfois donc, à travers le représentant, à pouvoir accompagner ces jeunes-là pour la mise en œuvre donc, des recommandations assorties des documents de plaidoyer. Donc pour dire que c'est une stratégie que nous avons mis en place en passant par les jeunes, en produisant des documents qui ne les exposent pas aussi trop, parce que les coachs aussi, c'est des nationaux, et on essaie de leur dire, ne produisez pas des documents qu'il faut vous exposer aussi à des sanctions vis-à-vis de vos États. Donc on a essayé donc, de voir à travers ces jeunes comment est-ce qu'on pourrait vraiment donc, contribuer à faire cela. Donc durant ces formations-là, durant ce programme-là, on a eu 2 défis. Le deuxième défi, c'était le défi sécuritaire, parce que c'est un programme qui couvre un pays, il nous fallait toucher toutes les régions du pays et les défis sécuritaires ont été vraiment un obstacle pour nous. La stratégie qu'on a mis en place, c'est de créer ce qu'on appelle une formation des formateurs. On a essayé de cibler nos partenaires qui sont dans les domaines, dans les zones qui sont lointaines, et on les a amenés à Dakar, on les a formés. Et eux, ils sont appelés aussi à former d'autres personnes donc dans ces localités-là. Ça nous a permis de faire le maillage du territoire national et de toucher pratiquement toutes les cibles possibles, donc au Mali, au Burkina, au Niger et même au Sénégal. À travers ces différentes formations, on a touché 1500 cibles. Donc, 495 organisations de la société civile dans ces 4 pays-là, à travers 33 activités régionales plutôt, qu'on a pu dérouler pendant ces 5 ans dans ces différents pays-là. Donc, en résumé, voilà ce que je voulais dire donc, du projet Power of Dialogue, qui est un projet phare de Gorin Institute qu'on a mis en œuvre et qui vraiment essaie de promouvoir la participation politique, notamment des jeunes et des femmes au Sahel dans le contexte politique et sécuritaire vraiment tendu. Je vous remercie.
Merci infiniment à l'Institut Gorée. Nous vous prions de transmettre toutes nos amitiés à Doudou Dia, qui est le directeur exécutif du Gorée Institute. L'Institut français constitue un partenaire clé pour la Fondation de l'innovation pour la démocratie et ses représentations régionales travaillent avec l'ensemble de nos laboratoires territoriaux. Et c'est donc avec beaucoup de plaisir que je voudrais inviter ici Madame Sophie Renaud, qui est l'une des voix les plus autorisées de l'Institut français. Sous vos ovations, s'il vous plaît. Sophie.
Merci, cher Richard, et bonjour à toutes et tous. Donc, je suis donc Sophie Renaud et je travaille à l'Institut français où je suis directrice des coopérations et des dialogues des sociétés. Je suis avec Godline Hakim, qui est avec moi et à qui je passerai la parole tout à l'heure, qui est l'une de nos partenaires au Bénin et qui témoignera de l'un des projets dont je vais vous parler brièvement. L'Institut français, donc, qui est l'agence en charge des échanges culturels internationaux, financée par le ministère de l'Europe et des Affaires étrangères et le ministère de la Culture en France. Nous sommes un trait d'union entre des acteurs sur différents secteurs et nous agissons au travers de nos actions pour relier les cultures, pour relier les sociétés civiles, mais aussi pour favoriser la mobilité des individus, des idées et des œuvres. Nous travaillons en lien étroit et en complémentarité avec le réseau diplomatique, les ambassades, les instituts français et les alliances françaises, avec une conviction forte, celle que les relations internationales ne se construisent pas uniquement entre États, mais aussi et avant tout entre artistes, chercheurs, étudiants, entrepreneurs, militants, collectivités locales, créateurs et citoyens. Engagé depuis plus de 30 ans dans le dialogue rapproché entre les acteurs de la société civile dans le secteur culturel sur le continent africain, dans la continuité de l'activité d'une association Afrique en création, nous avons contribué à accompagner des artistes, les acteurs de la culture en général, dans de nombreux champs de la création. De la danse à la photographie notamment, avec l'initiative et la coproduction au fil des années de la Biennale Photo de Bamako ou de la Biennale de la danse en Afrique, mais aussi dans le soutien aux écosystèmes du théâtre, de la mode, de la musique, du cirque, des arts visuels, mais aussi des arts numériques et de l'e-sport. Plus largement, nous appuyons des entrepreneurs de la culture pour concrétiser leurs aspirations et rendre viables leurs initiatives. Dans le prolongement du nouveau sommet Afrique-France de Montpellier, au-delà de l'accompagnement des secteurs de la culture, nous nous sommes engagés autour des grands enjeux contemporains, sur le débat d'idées et le dialogue avec les sociétés civiles pour favoriser les connexions entre des acteurs de l'engagement d'Afrique, d'Europe, de France, mais également d'autres géographies. C'est ce que nous avons porté dans le cycle de forum Notre Futur, Dialogue avec l'Afrique, qui s'est déployé dans 6 pays sur le continent, en Afrique du Sud, au Cameroun, en Algérie, à Maurice, au Bénin et en Côte d'Ivoire, mais également au Brésil, à Salvador de Bahia. Ces forums de rencontres, d'échanges, donnent la parole à des personnalités très diverses, représentant toutes les sphères des sociétés autour d'une thématique, et ils ont abordé au fil de l'eau des sujets comme l'avenir de la démocratie, les frontières, les mobilités, l'utilité de la langue française, les questions de mémoire et d'héritage, l'engagement des jeunesses ou encore l'enjeu de construire des villes inclusives. Autrement dit, des sujets sensibles de la relation entre l'Afrique et l'Europe. Ils ont surtout été de...
Between France and Africa. So this is a real platform and concrete platform that with the partners who are involved, and of course for the editorial and Godline is going to talk about later, and everywhere I think we're talking about the project and the young audience, for example, and we're trying to imply and include the universities as well. They have it has allowed many actors from Africa and Europe to meet. They have taken advantage of movement. They have taken advantage to initiate the project. For example, with Salvador, the Brazil, for example, in Porto, before thousands of people. So the young people coming from every region and represented from about 20 countries from Africa. So they actually tried to further this relationship between Africa, Brazil, and Europe, and we put that everything that to the operator, all the participations, of Dong, and talking about the decisions that we were supposed to be saying. So I think they have trust to Emmanuel Macron, the Minister of Culture in Brazil, and Minister of Court, and to the MENA, to these young Senegalese mother. This was an unique opportunity to tell an equal opportunity to talk and discuss issues. In 2002, I think Mayor of Port, they called in Dakar. The 4 ans, he talked about the port in Senegal, who brought the inspiration for the youth. And Salvador, they also met other local leaders and other people from Africa, and to talk about their ideas, to talk about their experiences. And during that week, they had a rich exchange about exchanges of town to town, but also to give the government on the TAL and try to see the visibility, political visibility. So what we are doing at the institute, the French institute, is to try to promote the meetings, through the port, through the pig, which we can transform the things. So I'm going to narrate to you a story which happened here in Nairobi. So we initiated and organized and co-organized the edition, the first, the Swahili Sports Champion. There is an East Champion in the regional where we identified the young players, young participants, whoever. So the Tola that in the Guinea, who comes from Madagascar. So he won the French champion and has never won his country because the person we never see as a champion. So if they want to play a video game, so it was supposed to convince, to reassure. And here in Nairobi, because it's beautiful for hell. Because of the needs and the tools, the intensity of new things, but also being in an ecosystem and seeing that this is possible. So very quickly. And so she goes there and wins. So from at the airport, the family, the community waits for her at the airport to celebrate. And so this is a trajectory that is changing. So she's benefiting for this to be known, but also, but very concretely trying to break 3 eyes of years of management at the school, and thereafter, so try in 20,000 and 2024 went to the program that is about leadership and the creative industry, and to 2025 he comes back to his country to become so the most important is Ezoa. So Swahili Sport Champion is not just about tour. It is showing possibilities. It's there to show possibilities. It is there to. It has become inspirational to all generational of players and beyond. And its journey has already tried to show that video games are not just a pastime activity, but it can also offer up opportunities. So this is happening. So it is showing one simple thing to show that if talent is accompanied by so I will talk briefly also because of the Kondoro from Dar es Salaam, who had the music in his music, and music marginalized in other places has also gotten international reputation, and some program that we initiated with a person that we initiated. So this is a good way. So this one accepted for 6 months. To be very trained in the development of his product in a few months. So he connects himself with the main actors and becomes himself an actor in the music in the continent and beyond. So he didn't change, but he changed the level. So this is what you have contributed and to move to these levels. So this journey tells us something that the accompaniment that we're talking about is good. It's an investment in the trajectory of talent in the ecosystem. It is a confidence that we build with the actors which are already and in the creation sector. Creative center there. So we are looking to come up with the sustainable relationships with these people, and the narratives, cultural economics of between France and the continent of Africa. I'll stop there and give pass the floor to Godliner. Okay. Who is going to share a few words, and she's going to. Okay, good. I'm Cordonnier. I come from Benin. I am an activist. I was the culture producer in Benin, which organized with the French embassy in Benin, with the front to the tip of the forum that was which included many countries, African countries. So this forum, had make several impacts. So it was about talking the principal impact, local impact of this forum. And I would want maybe to talk about that forum which created to create spaces, expresses the expressions, among the youth, and talking about what concern them, and talking about their future and what will be gone. And the second thing, this forum also made was a connection of in relation to in connection with the stereotype. So the young people between themselves and other young people from European continent. So they were able to avoid the stigmatization and the stereotype, and they learned that. So what is the difference? Is not really strange. The difference between them is not really strange. So this is the impact that this forum had. It really contributed to construct, a future that we see with the couple. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Madam. So we are trying the Global Africa to the presentation of the project. Global Africa is not ready. So Global Africa. So the current project who is going to contribute to the white paper. So I want to, with pleasure, invite the plenty of the Institute Regional of IFRA, in the Institute for Research, French Research in Africa. Mes chers
as we said in French, in very good French, c'est comment. So I had planned.
How are you?
But no, I'm joking. I'll be very brief. And maybe I'm going to make it in French. I don't know, just like my colleague. So it's un grand plaisir d'être ici.
It's a great pleasure to be here. I really want to thank you for the Pavilion for Innovation of Berkeley. Thank you for this involvement. I'm the director of IFRA, the Institute for Research.
Artistique et qu'il y a des artistes dans la salle. Je suis aussi le batteur d'un groupe qui s'appelle Céline Dion. Pas celle qui fait un comeback, mais celle qui s'est jamais arrêtée. Bon, ceci étant dit, l'Institut français de recherche en Afrique. Bon, j'avais prévu quelques diapos. I had planned some slideshows, but anyway, it's fine. L'Institut français de recherche en Afrique soutient la recherche en sciences humaines et sociales dans des thèmes très variés et dans des disciplines très variées, en histoire, en géographie, en sciences politiques, et aussi sur la manière dont le savoir est produit, dans les contextes de production des savoirs. Dans nos travaux portent sous la sous-région, on va dire l'ère swahiliphone ou la région des Grands Lacs. Et ce qu'on fait au quotidien, on organise...
Used in the Great Lakes region. So we have young studio, we have students in masters, doctoral students, university lecturers as well in this region of the Great Lakes. And we also have the editorial, so Africa, and we have a stand, and there you can visit to see what is happening, and we have some books there that you can pass by and see, and most of them are also available online, and they are free. So I'd like to talk to you about two examples, so that we can the research methodology that we're trying to see. And I'm very happy the two young colleagues have participated on minerals during the panel, and I think that will be happening next week. And I think we're going to have the qualitative approach that we're going to have, not statistics actually, but I was talking about the qualitative and the geography, but the beauty is to bring actually the elements, methodological elements that can be used and which you can use also to participate, so that we can document, talking about the things about justice and other project also that was financed by the French government. We worked with colleagues with the university, with institutions which allowed us to talk about the peer. We also talked about the artists with researchers. Also, what is the Gen Z? So we tried, and to traumatize our section. We are trying to see what measure this category, which has been posed, and the coherence that we're trying to see, so that we are going to see there are three components. There's also the training on research. There's also the seminars, the seminars in the universities in Kenya and Uganda, and also they are also trying to seek the we are also trying to submit the work that we're doing on of course exchanges, talks with the academic world. They also that component, and that's to create that is accessible online. So and that is actually hosted by component of the research Fred, and of course we are trying to promote that as well. I thank you for that. So I've already invited you to see our stands, and maybe I'm a supporter, Arsenal supporter as well. Thank you. Donc c'était vraiment.
Finally, our friend of Global Africa is here. I invite you, please.
Good morning, everyone. Bonjour. Mambo. That's the first word I learned here. So I'm Dr. Sokhna Rosalie Ndiaye from Global Africa, LASPAD. And it is with great pleasure that I attend this pavilion. Thank you to Professor Achille Membe for inviting us to attend this very stimulating gathering. If you don't know this, Global Africa is a scientific journal published in Africa and about Africa and its diasporas. More than just that, Global Africa is an act of resilience. For a long time, the world has spoken about Africa, for Africans, and sometimes by Africans, but rarely has that knowledge been produced and disseminated from Africa itself. We are here to change the narrative by amplifying the voices of the continent and its diasporas. The journal itself was established in 2022, although the discussions around its birth started before that with Professor Mampenda Ba, who had this frustration about the knowledge that is not being produced on our continent. Although we have great, brilliant minds, as we have seen and we continue to see throughout as this day goes by. So it went from a simple realization, a simple reality. The reality we face is what I call the 13/3 paradox. Africa makes up about 13% of the world's population, yet the continent contributes less than 3% of the world's scientific publications. While we have brilliant thinkers, as I have said, most are forced to publish in international journals because local publishing contexts are often seen as less attractive or lack global reach. We are researched on, but we are rarely the ones publishing on our own soils. So why does this gap exist? We have talked about this again. This is not a lack of initiative or a lack of great ideas. It's a structural crisis of governance, of democracy that trickles down to the higher education sphere and by extension to the publication, to the scientific production field. Our academic communities have often lacked viable, credible, and efficient means to promote local research at an international level. Global Africa was born to respond to these challenges simultaneously. Our mission is simple but profound. We are a Pan-African international journal dedicated to the expression and promotion of excellent research in the humanities and social sciences from a multidisciplinary, interdisciplinary approach. We want to show how the major transformations of the world, whether they are digital, ecological, economic, or cultural, are being played out right here on the continent. This isn't a solo project. As you have seen, we share a stand with the IRD, the Institute of Research and Development, and it's also supported by a consortium of 13 Pan-African and European institutions. This is what one of the great scholars here have said. It's less about sovereignty, more about being more autonomous. And now let's talk about how we actually break these barriers. We believe that knowledge should be a genuine public good, as our friend has reminded us. To achieve this, we have the Diamond Open Access model. What does this mean in practice? All articles are available online for free in full text immediately upon publication. For authors, there are 0 fees. No article processing charges for the authors or their institutions. And in one of the publications that we have in our bags, we talk about language as being a site of power. This is why we refuse to only publish in our colonial languages, which are English and French, although we do because we need to be heard. But we also publish, for now, in Swahili and in Arabic. We are also indexed by AGOL, DOJ, and since 2025 by Scopus. Beyond that, we don't just publish, we also capacitate because A journal is only as strong as its researchers are, especially its young researchers. And we need new ideas emerging from Africa. And so we have the Junior Researchers Institute that is managed by the LASDEL, an independent laboratory based in Niamey. And it's our engine for capacity building because we have observed a decline in the quality of scientific writing and a lack of methodological training on the continent. Apart from that, we have MOOCs, we have a master for editorial fields and scientific writing and epistemology. We also train in qualitative and quantitative methods. We also embrace the fourth industrial revolution because we should not be left behind. So we also work and explore AI, big data, data sovereignty. Ultimately, and to conclude, our vision is Africa in the world and the world through Africa. We are committed to sustainability science and to citizen science because we believe these publications shouldn't just be for academics. This means that our research serves civil society activists and decision makers who need data to shape the continent's future. By removing the financial barriers and supporting young scholars, we hope to end epistemic injustice that has silenced our researchers for too long. We invite you to visit our stand and to scan the QR code to access our data and our articles. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I would like to invite our friend of Paris Peace Forum and Gore Institute for the photo session of the group, please. It will be a smooth transition for the next roundtable. The photo session, please. Yeah, thank you. Very pleased to give back the floor to my colleague, Luciana. Luciana? Thank you so much.
Thank you so much to all of the participants in the carte blanche session. We will now transition quickly into the final session before lunch, which is table 3. This is the roundtable that will deal with digital technologies in support of material security and the rule of law. And so for this, I will invite Georges, who is chairing this session, to come on the stage. And he will be joined by Cecilia Pasanti, Kaone Disepo, Grace Bomu, and Francois Sabo. Kindly take your seats on the stage. So this session will run until 12:30, so I will kindly ask the participants to be stringent with time. Okay. And I will ask George and the team at the media desk to also project the PowerPoint that George will be using for this presentation. So we will be breaking for lunch after this session, so we will kindly ask for your indulgence for a few more minutes, and then we will go into our lunch break. Do you want to sit here, George? Where's the remote? Oh, the clicker. I think it went back. It's okay. I'll ask them to move for you.
Merci beaucoup. Mesdames et messieurs, depuis plusieurs années, nos inventions transforment le monde et le monde inventé nous transforme en retour. La vie humaine sur le continent est aujourd'hui radicalement différente de ce qu'elle était il y a à peine un siècle, en grande partie grâce aux technologies développées.
Technology that has been developed since then. Achille Mbembe always says that technology is now one of the fundamental forces in our world. This is the reason why technology is at the heart of this round table that brings together researchers and professionals who are interested in how to improve conditions of life in our populations and develop our judicial systems. While the world is following this and becoming more digitalized, there are major problems on the conscience of those who take care of us. The first is the material security, concrete conditions that allow women and men to have proper nutrition, proper health care, and to protection, and to carry out their business. In summary, to work independently and become actors in life. The second problem is that of related to laws. In other words, lack of a society where all actions, including the government, are under a law, a system where powers are effectively separated, legislature, judiciary, and executive, and where the fundamental human rights of citizens are guaranteed. We thus think or believe firmly, without going into technical terms, in the idea that all social problems could be resolved by technology. And we think that digital technology opens the plethora of opportunities whereby we can have material security and have a way of transforming lives. Over several weeks, we had some diagnosis and discussed gaps and came up with urgent recommendations that governments and society need to consider so that technology would become centralized in these concerns that we have raised. I'm going to cite a few which are the most urgent. First of all, we think it is important to write into our constitution the rights of digitalization of citizens so that we guarantee a judicial framework that will protect people against the rapid transformation of society through technology. So we need to establish an ethical framework, a digital ethical framework, and cybersecurity so that we secure development and the use of technologies, which would be done by the general adoption of a national law on artificial intelligence, which will bring out strict obligations on the developers and the users so that there is transparency in the use of algorithm and limit algorithm biases and work on the rights of users. It's also important to invest in secure sovereign connectivity. This involves the development of a mastering of both physical structures like submarine, undersea cables, and software like cloud systems, so that we develop resilient systems that could support essential services like healthcare, education, and public security systems, all the while limiting those cybersecurity threats. Other recommendations, we need to rethink Africa's digital material supply chains by reconfiguring production, recycling, and reuse of ICT materials, which is against the current model that is based on conflicts. For example, the conflict in East Congo is due to control of rich territories that are rich in strategic resources like cobalt, whereby their mining benefits the electronic productional sector, like mobile phones. So, number 5, every major digital institutional project should include, from the outset, a democratic participation mechanism. In this vein, we think of discussions that would allow grassroots participation, identifying risk, and improving continuously. That would guarantee that technology responds to social needs. In this process, social sciences is quite central. It allows us to identify concerned actors, including those who are left out of the innovation process, and have a dialogue between the population, the administration, and the technical experts. Thereby, we would have digitalization that is more progressive, more thought out, and more reactive to social needs, rather than guided by the markets or technical know-how. In this chart, we have Dr. Cecilia Passanti, who is a researcher at the University of Copenhagen. We have Kaine Disepo, who is Director of Science Africa in Botswana. We have Francois Sabot, the Head of Research on ICRD, Montpellier, France. We also have Grace Bomu, who is a lawyer specialized in technology law. And we also have Ousseynou Gueye, Executive Director of Polaris Asso in Senegal. So each of these participants will take some time to give their point of view on the subject of this roundtable. So I'm passing the floor to Cecilia.
Us here around this chapter. So my name is Cecilia Passanti, I'm Italian, and I'm a doctor in science and technology studies, that is the social studies of science and technology. And I've been specializing in the last 10 years on the anthropologies of public administration, especially when they do turn digital. And all public administration in the world are today, at some extent, digital administration, but especially in the African continent. This is true for the African continent, where the public administration develop and use digital technology at a really, really high intensity and speed. So I'm really pleased to be here in Nairobi because I own a lot to Kenya. I was here in 2017 during the presidential election that was opposing Uhuru Kenyatta to Raila Odinga. And I've been following from the fieldwork the development of the digital infrastructure for voting. That was a huge network of 40,000 digital tablets that, for those who were around, were called KIEMST, on which the election were managed. And this digital infrastructure have been at the heart of a huge controversy that have led to a famous Supreme Court process that have ended with the annulation of the election of 2017. So today I work more on statistics and the effect of the digitization of statistics in Senegal on the capacity of producing knowledge about populations. What I want to promote here and what I've been proposing in the on our chapter on digital technologies is the idea of surrounding state technology project with social science, especially anthropology, because anthropology is the tool to sit with people developing the technology and spend time and open this space of thickness that could make digital technology a social thing. And so I call this idea the agora of the digital, using some of the vocabulary of the foundation. And more practically, it would imply to invest in the link between the state and the university, so between the public administration and African social science research laboratory on philosophy, anthropology, and history around the technology project made within the public administration. That can be the introduction of a new voting technology, or the preparing and signing of a new contract with a new connectivity vendor, and so on and so forth. So doing, building this agora of the digital could allow to make technology project, thick social object, and a moment of democracy itself.
Thank you so much. So my name is Kaine Disepo from Botswana. And I think just a few reflections, particularly the first one, is based on the theme itself. And I shared the same sentiments with the peers this morning with the question around society. So what do we actually mean when we're saying we're bringing society back in? And I think for me, though, the one thing that I had really wanted to possibly stress is that at what stage are we where society, if it was to bring it back in, society will find us. But then also, who's the us? You know, is it the policymakers? Is it the decision makers? But in a room full of civil society, is the us, the civil society? And that on its own, I think, carries a huge message on the power of civil society in really, I think, reinventing what we mean by inclusive development agenda setting, implementation, and accountability. And I wanted to use my experience and I think my initiative at Change Africa on what we actually mean by that, particularly around digital technologies and inclusive systems. So the first thing that I wanted to address is, often at times, and I think this is something that we can all agree, is that Africa is not short of talent, is not short of innovation. One thing that always baffles me is that the first thing we like saying about Africans is that we're people of passion. You know, when we speak, oh, there's such a passionate continent. But I think what we often lack is the access to inclusive systems that carry innovations to the last mile. And I think for me, in particular, the society that we speak about are often the marginalized key populations. Civil society, to me, represent the young mothers who are at the rural, remote areas, who unfortunately don't find themselves in such rooms. Civil society, to me, represents the young or even, impressive farmers who, for them, they've chosen a life in the rural, remote farmlands as opposed to the city life, but often at times contribute to a lot to the economy, but it goes unrecognized. And what we do is that we have an initiative called C-Suite, which is an executive networking platform that brings together ministers, your heads of embassies, your private sector, corporates, leaders, for them to discuss one singular topic, an important one, which is in 200 years, what is the legacy that you would have left behind? How would you like your name to be remembered? And what we have done is that in partnership with the French embassy, French ambassador, is that we have tried to come up with a sovereign AI as a solution to improving access to services for rural and remote areas. So we call this the Smart Village Initiative. And essentially, what that is we deploy AI-powered, solar-powered kiosks to the remotest of villages where they can have access to health services, financial inclusion, quality education, agricultural expertise. And how does this look like? For example, a computer will be able to scan, let's say if you have a scar that's not healing, it will be able to scan, and then through a series of questions in your language, in your indigenous language, it will be able to tell you possibly the diagnostics and then link it to their nearest primary health care. I think similarly for the farmers that will be having issues with a possible discolorization of their produce, they don't know what's going on, they're able to ask, in the computers of the smart kiosk, what could be the problem, and then we ascertain the solutions. But around inclusive decision making, the most important aspect of the Smart Village initiative is that it actually collects the data and then sends it to the policymakers. So the policymakers, through the Ministry of Local Government and Traditional Affairs, they can actually now understand what the localities are going through. They can have some sort of synopsis of the challenges, lived experiences based on the data that has been inputted by the local communities. And that to us, I think is what we mean by ensuring that we're improving inclusivity of innovation in the last mile. So, for me, quite quickly, I would like to reiterate, so what would it mean for every rural community on this continent to be connected before 2030? And I want to sync with that because I think I was in Montpellier at the New Africa France Summit, and I saw civil society ask the president a bunch of questions. And we talked about digital inclusion even then, but now I think the onus is on us to really ensure that whatever we have at our disposal, we are intentional in replicating, also intentional in reinventing solidarity, but from the community-driven initiatives. And I want us to look into the bigger picture, to take the reflections that we'll be having tomorrow, today, and ensure that the communities that we have left behind are also benefiting. So I think with those, I wanted to conclude. Thank you so much.
Bonjour à tous et à toutes, merci de l'invitation. Je suis désolé, je vais le faire en français. Je suis François Sabot, je suis directeur de recherche à l'Institut de recherche pour le développement en France et je suis coordinateur IA et numérique. Nous avons participé avec deux de mes collègues, le docteur Michael Lucas et le docteur Pierre Larmande, à la rédaction du chapitre sur l'apport des technologies.
On the chapter on novel technologies, I would like you to read it. I would like to think about what technology brings to the judicial knowledge. We were told a long time ago that we are just 9 steps from barbarism. So this is the first pillar that we have in the commentary. So to food security, we need to talk about security for all, and now we are talking about DNA, and how IA allows us to respond to several needs. For example, day to day we can decide to identify a variety of wheat, maize, yams that are adapted to a certain farm, a neighborhood, or to a farmer. Identify bacteria that affected a farm so that the yield is affected, and see how it's related to food security. And this brings us to TROP. Technology can help us. There's a farm that we work with in West Africa that based on this. This work has been democratized. We now have these tools in our pockets, and they're very affordable. If I talk about plants, you know about this, but if I talk about bacteria and human viruses, we can talk about COVID-19, which is the most sequenced organization in the world. It was obtained on a Friday, shared, and by the Monday following, there was a first prototype of a vaccine. That was very fast. And this is what we have with Ebola. We can develop different types of Ebola in Africa. So here we move to food security. We talk about health, and we also have a healthy environment. So with technology, we can find risks very fast and environmental threats using technology. These examples that we use most often about mangroves in West Africa, whereby in certain countries there are problems. We can know the organisms that are found in various places like the soil, water. We can verify what impact they have on human beings and biodiversity. We can look at the microorganisms, how it's moved, how migratory birds are transmitting it, etc., etc. All this data could be used in our work because recently we've deployed internet. Everybody can use that. We also have DNA, which gives us a lot of data, whether scientists are based in Europe, Africa, or elsewhere. So, which will be complemented by AI. You know, this has happened since 40 years, over 40 years, because don't think AI just started existing the other day. It has been there. So we can have a sequence on illustrations and biological data. For example, we have using AI advances on X-rays. So as George was telling us, data from the south is very important. We had a discussion where we said there's only 5% of research done by Africans. So when we talk about biodiversity, our objective is that this data becomes more present and more open so that we respond to the needs of our African partners and all the partners in the global south to fill this gap and bring out these services that are coming out from the territory for the well-being of the people. This digital technology allows citizens to respond to all the large changes. And if democracy is related to power to the people, these technologies will help us better to understand our society. Thank you.
I'm Grace Bomu, and I'm sorry to be a party pooper because I am a digitized citizen because I'm Kenyan. I'm a Kenyan national, and we are one of the countries in Africa where a lot of the citizens' experience is now mandatorily has to be through digital technologies, and this is both in public and private encounters, which while I totally agree, and I'm happy to hear about your projects and how you have digitalized. I also find that digitalization can be very subjugating to the citizen and to us as a collective, to our collective ways of thinking, to how we think of knowledge, and to how we preserve knowledge, especially our local knowledge. And so there are two things that struck me from the paper. First of all, I work on digital IDs or digital identities, and so I could not help but be very excited that the paper approaches digital identities and digitalization more broadly, not only as a technical thing, but also as a political enterprise, which means that we have to think about the power of digitalization and how to constitutionalize that power so that it can be checked. And two things that I quickly want to mention. The first one is about universalization, or having a universal digital identity, which is what a lot of countries are rushing to do. I think we need to think about, we are universalizing this identity so that people can be included into what? Is it to be included into subjugation, where it is more important to have that identity? For example, the case in Kenya is that even if you're physically present at the service point and we can see yourself, your body is present, if it's not machine readable, you're not able to get the service, which, as Cecilia was mentioning, was the experience for a lot of people in the 2017 elections, where they were physically present, but if they were not machine readable, they could not access their political right to vote. So that is something we have to think about when we talk about universalization and that subjugation. The second thing that I quickly wanted to mention, which is happening a lot in the artificial intelligence policies that are coming from African governments, is that we are talking about sovereignty, and governments are insisting that we have to keep the data locally and ensure that it's locally governed, which is, of course, a really good thing, and I'm sure you can agree with me as somebody working in artificial intelligence. And I also agree, but I would want us to think further and reflect on how we can constitutionalize this sovereignty by ensuring that sovereignty is not equals to government control, but sovereignty of the people, such that we do not have sovereignty in the sense of we have data locally, but then citizens are still subjugated. Citizens are still unable to access services unless they are digitalized, and therefore sovereignty becomes some kind of punishment because everything is now localized. So I think we have to accept digitalization, but also think about it as any other technology, and revert back to the constitution, because that has been the experience in Kenya. Every time digitalization has been too hard on the citizens, it is the courts that have put the brakes and helped the citizens to conserve their rights. So in constitutionalizing digitalization, we also have to constitutionalize non-digital means of accessing services, because at the end of the day, the state and its partners, who might be the private sector, exist to make the life of the citizen better, not to control the citizen. Thank you very much.
Bonjour à toutes et à tous. Je m'appelle Ousseynou Gueye, je travaille pour Polaris Asso, qui est une organisation qui travaille à développer le pouvoir d'agir des jeunes. On est basé à Dakar.
Develop the public sphere. We work in Abidjan and Dakar, and we are working with most countries in West Africa. I would like to bring out 3 reflections. First, we want to talk about the disconnection between our institutions and our youth. In my country, Senegal, in 2027, we'll have municipal elections, but before the elections, myself and colleagues from Polariso want to have a state-of-the-art service on what is going on. So we studied 50 or 60 municipalities in our country, these territorial collectivities, to see how much youth are represented in those collectivities. We found ourselves with a percentage that is less than 50%. In Senegal, perhaps, I don't know whether it happens in other West African councils, we have only 5 people who are less than 35 years old. So there's a real disconnection between youth and institutions less like municipalities. That's not normal. A democracy needs to be in tandem with its population. So there's this rupture in dialogue. The youth are not speaking to other parts of society. So, you know, what are we talking about? These political parties, organizations, civil society organizations, they don't have dialogues with youth. So in this is what we are talking about as Gen Z culture, which is marked by digital life in consumption and lifestyle. So these Gen Z are normally referred to as the native digital generation. Second thing I want to bring out is that as my co-presenters have just said, digitalization and AI can help us resolve several problems. For example, we can mobilize and train and give a voice to our youth. So there are three things. First, we need to train our citizens on civil aspects so that they can start working on democratizing our countries. We can bring out solutions, practical and technological solutions that works with AI, in the syllabus, in the curriculum, in the teaching, so that it is translated to the daily tools that are used by our youth, and allow them to train them and get certification, and also, have offline sessions that train them. We've put this in place in some of our local associations in Senegal. So that is the first step. And the second one that I would like to talk about is the use in dialogue between the youth and institutions. In Senegal, we are working with a certain number of local collectivities that give us a lot of data. This data could be the contacts of schools, hospitals, local development plans. This can be downloaded, and we make them interactive so that we can interact with local communities 24 hours a day and 7 days a week using AI and numeric digital technology. We've seen that there's a lot of movement because youth have started working with these community projects on the ground, and this allows them to address big problems that we have with AI, which is getting data from the ground. So we are bringing out data that is specific to Africa. The third thing I would like to talk about is listening. Today, this digital environment is a place where all youth give their points of view. So we've come up with AI that can bring out several articles and address the concerns brought out by the youth. So that was my third observation. Just to close, I would like to say that if we have done it, it's a solution that could, bring out work to connect youth with democracy and move towards the future of democracy and liberate the potential of the youth to work with innovators to come up with civic tech, which would allow us to develop, to have youth training themselves, get access to tools, get knowledge, and to break the glass ceiling that will allow them to innovate and come up with solutions and get access to finance. Thank you very much for listening to me.
All right, roundtable 3, which was looking into digital technologies in support of material security and the rule of law. Thank you so much, George and the team, for a vibrant discussion. Allow me to invite you for a photo session with the panel. We are now coming to the lunch break session of our program. Thank you all for your collaboration that has made it possible for us to manage and catch up with time. As per your program, we have an hour for lunch, so we will be starting promptly at 1:30, so you should be seated by 1:30. Lunch is served behind me. Thank you so much, panelists. Lunch is served behind me at the tent. Please proceed to the tent for lunch. Please be seated at 1:30 for the next session. Enjoy your lunch break.
qui semble avoir une difficulté, en tout cas, à mettre en œuvre, à garantir l'égalité entre tous les citoyens. Et on a comme l'impression que la démocratie formelle que ces États-là incarnent de donner une démocratie substantielle qui serait beaucoup plus inclusive et beaucoup plus durable. Et qu'est-ce que ça implique? C'est une démocratie qui va impliquer une transformation des structures sociales, des structures politiques, mais également des structures économiques qui sont en train de produire ou du moins de reproduire les inégalités qui sont fondées sur le genre et même d'autres inégalités. Ces transformations que nous envisageons, il faudra aussi la poser dans le sens d'une interconnexion dynamique avec les idéaux féministes. Quand on parle d'idéaux féministes, c'est vraiment en rapport avec tout ce qui est renforcement, protection des droits des femmes, concrétisation de réformes juridiques, en tout cas être plus conscient par rapport à des choses qui sont très spécifiques aux femmes. Et ces transformations-là, qu'est-ce que ça pose en termes d'enjeux? Il y a l'enjeu en termes de renforcement de la responsabilité politique, notamment en matière de protection des droits des femmes, d'application des lois et de mise à disposition de ressources financières publiques sur les préoccupations féminines. Il y a aussi un enjeu en termes de travail et d'influence globale, ou ce qu'on pourrait appeler en tout cas un travail qui va amener les femmes à plus peser sur les rapports de force. Parce que le truc, c'est qu'on se rend compte que les femmes accèdent à des espaces politiques, économiques, sociaux, mais qu'elles ont du mal, en tout cas, à se retrouver ou en tout cas à peser sur les rapports de pouvoir qui existent. Il y a aussi un enjeu qui est lié au fait de renforcer les dynamiques, les mécanismes de lutte contre la censure, l'intimidation. De discours de haine qui peuvent viser les femmes ou encore des thématiques spécifiques comme le féminisme ou la justice de genre. Il y a aussi un enjeu en termes de transformation de tout ce qui est fabrique des imaginaires sur les femmes et la place que celles-ci peuvent occuper dans toutes les sphères de la vie publique, parce que c'est une façon aussi de rendre plus dynamique, plus sensible en tout cas les communautés aux enjeux d'égalité et de montrer finalement à ces communautés que les causes défendues quand on parle de féminisme, de justice de genre, c'est des causes en fait qui engagent finalement les intérêts collectifs. Et pour finir, en termes de recommandations, je pense qu'on va juste en lister quelques-unes. La première recommandation, c'est vraiment de dire mettre en place des mesures coercitives à l'encontre des États. Et spécifiquement, ça veut dire quoi? Ça veut dire, par exemple, mettre en place des mécanismes de redevabilité des politiques publiques pour pouvoir suivre, mais également pouvoir faire l'évaluation de tout ce qui est initiative étatique en matière de lutte contre les violences sexuelles, contre les violences sexistes, mais également tout ce qui concerne les réformes institutionnelles et juridiques. Il y a aussi le fait d'agir sur les chaînes de responsabilité à l'échelle locale, en sanctionnant par exemple les institutions publiques qui manquent leur responsabilité dans la lutte contre les violences sexuelles, sexistes ou en tout cas l'application de mesures prises. Il y a aussi le fait de mettre en place des ressources juridiques qui permettent aux organisations défenseurs des droits des femmes de dénoncer, mais également de contester l'action publique lorsqu'elle marginalise les priorités des femmes. Il y a aussi le fait de créer des lignes budgétaires dédiées spécifiquement à la priorité égalité hommes-femmes. Et comme deuxième recommandation, je pense que c'est assez phare, c'est de vraiment soutenir tout ce qui est réforme juridique, réforme institutionnelle qui va mieux protéger les femmes. Par exemple, veiller à l'application des engagements pris par nos États, que ce soit au niveau régional, que ce soit aussi au niveau international. Engager aussi des réformes sur, par exemple, le code de la famille. Je pense que c'est un aspect qui est revenu très souvent dans les contextes africains, dans les pays notamment où celui-ci comporte encore des... prévoir en cas de non-respect. Il nous semble aussi important de pouvoir créer un observatoire féministe au niveau des assemblées nationales qui va être chargé d'évaluer les lois, de faire des propositions législatives et de réaliser des audits genre des institutions publiques. Et comme troisième recommandation, il nous semble aussi important de refonder les politiques publiques à l'aune des préoccupations sexo-spécifiques. Et comme de façon plus spécifique, ça va s'agir en fait de traiter la violence fondée sur le genre comme un enjeu de gouvernance publique et non pas comme uniquement un problème social. Mettre aussi... tout en interrogeant les effets de l'insécurité, de la stigmatisation et des attentes sociales sur leur santé physique, mentale et sociale. Comme cinquième recommandation, il nous semble aussi important d'établir des alliances qui vont être des alliances intentionnelles, intersectionnelles et aussi conscientes du pouvoir, notamment par exemple en s'alliant avec les organisations féministes afin qu'elles puissent vraiment peser sur tout ce qui est pouvoir public, décision prise, qui va en tout cas faire rendre plus visibles les préoccupations des femmes. Il y a aussi le fait de garantir les espaces publics, qu'ils soient des espaces publics sûrs et participatifs. Première chose, c'est vraiment la condamnation de tout, avec fermeté, de tout ce qui est mouvement anti-genre, sur par exemple la tenue de propos haineux, sexistes et misogynes. Il sera mis en place des organes chargés de signaler ces formes de violence discursives, y compris celles qui se déroulent dans les espaces numériques. Il y a aussi cette nécessité à protéger l'espace civique et les personnes qui participent au débat public, en particulier quand cela concerne des thématiques stigmatisées. Dernière chose qui nous semble aussi capitale, c'est le fait de renouveler le discours sur le genre et de renforcer le travail sur les changements de narratif en introduisant par exemple les enseignements de cours d'éducation civique féministe à l'école, intégrer aussi la question du matrimoine dans les programmes scolaires. Merci beaucoup. Je pense que je n'ai pas trop empiété sur le temps, mais on va essayer d'être assez efficace. Maïmouna, j'avais envie de t'interpeller sur une question, parce que dans toute cette transformation que nous sommes en train de viser, c'est sûr que nous sommes dans une logique où on parle beaucoup de démocratie féministe. J'aimerais, si possible, que tu reviennes un peu sur cette notion de démocratie féministe, à quoi ça fait référence, en tout cas. Merci.
Okay. Merci beaucoup, Awa. Bonjour tout le monde. Approche féministe. Alors, qu'est-ce que la démocratie féministe? Il me semble essentiel de partir d'abord d'un questionnement qui nous conduit à réfléchir à ce qu'elle n'est pas. Nous n'avons pas beaucoup de temps, mais commençons par nous poser la question de savoir ce que n'est pas une démocratie féministe. Une démocratie féministe se démarque d'une approche et d'une attitude qui réduirait la démocratie à son versant descriptif, donc une représentativité uniquement statistique. Et une telle approche arithmétique ne fait que reproduire une illusion d'égalité. Alors, l'approche féministe dénonce ce biais. La parité numérique des corps élus ne garantit ni la redistribution du pouvoir, ni la prise en compte des rapports de domination qui structurent l'expérience des femmes et des groupes minorisés. Alors, dans une perspective féministe, la question de l'égalité des sexes doit être ancrée dans le même élan et dans la même dynamique de transformation des institutions. Cela veut dire qu'une approche féministe nous conduit à articuler la transformation des institutions et la transformation des rapports sociaux de sexe. Donc c'est un seul et même processus. Et qu'est-ce que cela implique concrètement? Je crois que cela commence par le fait d'acter la consubstantialité entre la démocratie et les droits des femmes. Ils se nourrissent mutuellement. D'où la conscience nécessaire du fait que autant la démocratie est le seul régime capable de protéger les droits des femmes et des groupes minorisés, autant la reconnaissance concrète de ces droits, donc des droits des femmes, est le préalable au bon fonctionnement de la démocratie. Donc, ils sont vraiment interdépendants. Donc, on ne peut pas affirmer être dans une démocratie si les droits fondamentaux de la moitié de l'humanité ne sont pas garantis, respectés et protégés. Et ça, c'est une responsabilité essentielle des États. D'où la centralité de viser des politiques publiques sensibles au genre. Et cela veut dire que les politiques publiques doivent accorder une importance d'abord aux expériences des femmes. Cela nous renvoie à tout ce questionnement autour des tâches, la division sexuelle des tâches, le fait que les tâches des femmes sont axées et valorisées uniquement dans la sphère reproductive, toutes ces problématiques autour des violences sexistes et sexuelles, autour des droits et de la santé sexuelle et reproductive des femmes. Dans une analyse féministe, le privé est politique. Ce qui se passe dans la vie privée n'est pas indépendant de ce qui se passe dans la sphère publique. Et donc, c'est dans ce paradigme-là que nous devons fonctionner. Et dans une analyse féministe, on doit pouvoir rompre avec l'idée d'une catégorie de femmes homogènes. Les femmes ne sont pas un groupe homogène. En fait, ces catégories sont plurielles. On est une femme qui est traversée par justement d'autres catégories de genre. C'est l'âge, c'est la situation socio-économique, c'est beaucoup d'autres éléments essentiels. Et ces éléments s'imbriquent et ça nous ramène à ce concept essentiel d'intersectionnalité qui nous conduit à une analyse complexe qui traduit vraiment la façon dont les différents facteurs d'inégalité interagissent et créent justement des réalités d'inégalité sociale. Alors cela implique enfin de rompre avec l'égalité formelle afin de se rapprocher d'une égalité réelle. Et cela veut dire qu'il est essentiel de renforcer et de protéger les droits des femmes et notamment de concrétiser les réformes juridiques. Nous savons toutes et tous que c'est une chose de mettre en place des textes de loi qui protègent les femmes, c'est une autre de les appliquer. Et c'est un élément essentiel à prendre en considération. Je vais m'arrêter là. Merci.
Okay. Merci beaucoup, Maïmouna. Peut-être je vais passer la parole à Delors avec une question qui va concerner plus spécifiquement la dynamique du matrimoine. Justement, comment le matrimoine aujourd'hui peut éclairer cette transformation vers une démocratie féministe. Delors.
Merci. Alors, je suis Delors Nesmopi, je viens de la Côte d'Ivoire. Je suis journaliste, spécialiste de l'inclusion et aussi militante féministe. C'est important d'insister là-dessus. Et donc, notre proposition, en tant que journaliste et présidente de l'ONG Opinion Éclairée, c'est de travailler sur le narratif. C'est vrai, on a beaucoup de lois et c'est ce que nous avons proposé pour le livre blanc. La question du matrimoine comme réponse justement aux préjugés sexistes, au discours sexiste dans l'espace public et même privé. Pour nous, le narratif, à travers le matrimoine, c'était un élément de langage pour changer les mentalités. Mais qu'est-ce qu'il faut entendre par matrimoine ? De notre point de vue, le matrimoine, c'est non seulement la valorisation des savoirs féminins ancestraux et actuels, mais aussi c'est la restitution de la contribution historique des femmes africaines en termes d'occupation de l'espace public et politique. C'est un outil de déconstruction de ces narratifs sexistes et ces narratifs, disons-le, néo-panafricanistes, défavorables, qui présentent la femme africaine qui s'émancipe comme une copie de l'Occident. Pour nous, c'est une injure, c'est une insulte à notre intelligence en tant que femme africaine. Et c'est important donc d'inclure la valorisation du matrimoine dans les politiques publiques en Afrique. Et donc cela émane de volonté politique. C'est pour cela que dans le livre blanc à remettre au chef d'État, nous insistons en tout cas sur cette question. Inclure le matrimoine dans les politiques publiques, de sorte que dans l'éducation, dans les livres d'école, à l'université et même dans des organismes de préservation de la mémoire, dans le tourisme, dans les politiques de tourisme, la question du matrimoine soit mise en avant. Pour nous, dans la dynamique aussi de parachever, on est là aussi pour cela, nous sommes au forum Africa Forward, donc pour parachever aussi la décolonisation, il est important, et ça, si je ne le dis pas, mes sœurs vont se fâcher, parce qu'elles ont insisté quand je venais ici pour prendre la parole, de régler le passif du mémoricide en intégrant justement la dimension genre dans la restitution du patrimoine. Aujourd'hui, l'actualité au niveau des relations Afrique-France, c'est la restitution du patrimoine africain. Nous insistons pour que la dimension genre soit intégrée, de sorte que ces artefacts, les traces de nos mères soient restituées et l'histoire, ce mémoricide que nos mères ont vécu, soit corrigée pour une justice mémorielle envers les femmes et changer le narratif pour que ceux qui disent que les femmes africaines ne contribuent pas voient à travers cette mémoire restituer justement la contribution de nos mamans d'avant, comme on le dit chez nous. Alors, cette prise en compte devra s'accompagner également d'excuses publiques pour les viols commis pendant la colonisation et qu'on vu parfois la naissance des enfants métis dont les survivants sont toujours en quête identitaire. Et en le disant, ce n'est pas dans une démarche de revanche ou encore de guerre, mais dans le partenariat aujourd'hui qui se veut franc, il est important de mettre ces passifs sur la table. Pour nous, c'est important de médiatiser les voix féministes pour vulgariser le ministère de la Femme aux membres du gouvernement, justement ce document, pour que l'État de Côte d'Ivoire et même les États africains puissent prendre des politiques, des décisions responsables. Par exemple, introduire la journée du matrimoine, pourquoi pas, pour rappeler l'histoire des femmes, parce qu'on n'a aucune trace laissée par nos mères. Pourtant, elles ont fait beaucoup de choses, mais l'histoire phagocyte les femmes. À l'école primaire, on nous a dit que les femmes ont marché sur le pont de Bassam pour libérer leurs maris de prison. Et plus tard, dans le mouvement féministe, nous allons apprendre qu'elles étaient plus de 4000 femmes en train de résister pour la décolonisation et pour l'indépendance de la Côte d'Ivoire. Donc, leur participation politique dans l'histoire ne nous a pas été restituée. Pour nous, cette justice mémorielle va permettre de changer les narratifs et de permettre la pleine participation des femmes. Merci.
Merci beaucoup, Delors. Je vais passer à ma sœur Quinter. Quinter, est-ce que tu penses que les médias ont justement un rôle à jouer dans cette dynamique de démocratie féministe? Et si oui, quel serait ce rôle?
Thank you very much. My name is Quinta Mbori. I work at the Association of Media Women in Kenya, which is the national association that caters for women across the country. What we basically do is pool resources. We are a membership organization. We pool resources and networks to give visibility to issues that affect women, youth, and children. So back to your question, before I even get to respond, allow me to wish everybody a happy Mother's Day. Perhaps that is the reason why there are 5 women on the panel. So I don't know whether that is a problem or a step in the right direction, but this is some of the things that we are trying to work against when it comes to, because when you talk about gender, automatically people start thinking about women, and that is not the case. So to your answer, yes, the media have a big role to play, because media not only controls narratives, but it also shapes and sets the agenda. It mirrors society, but other than just doing the role of holding society accountable, then we also have to take it a notch higher to ensure that we are able to exemplify exactly how we want society to look. And how would we want society to look? We want a society that is balanced. So when it comes to feminist democracy, the media play a very critical role. And one of it is to try and rewrite and reshape narratives around women in leadership, to promote them as role models. I'll tell you why I even wanted to wish us a happy Mother's Day and why we are shouting about it. Because when you look at the coverage of women in leadership, or women in general, in the media, in Kenya we are talking about, globally we talk about 24% of women being seen, talked about, or heard in the news. When it comes to expert sources, we are talking about around 10%. So that already tells you that women are invisible in the media. And whenever we get an opportunity to be visible, the narratives tend to focus on how vulnerable we are or our weaknesses. Rarely does it focus on the strengths. So media has a role to play in terms of shaping narratives, treating women as equal partners in this discussion. How do we do this? One is by sustaining the agenda of feminist democracy in our newsrooms and in our news agenda. That doesn't mean that we push aside everything that we are doing. Somebody once asked that, what do women want? My short answer is, women want everything. We want politics, we want economy, we want business, we also want lifestyle, but we will not be put at a corner so that people set the agenda for us, that we only want very light content, because that is what people believe that women will focus on. Women also want to be recognized, because what media does is media tends to associate women in leadership with their primary roles, with their marital status, with the number of children that they have, with the people they are married to. Yet, before they are women, they're actually people, they are leaders, qualified leaders. So we must rewrite and reshape this narrative to promote women as positive role models. We must engage, use data, which is very critical, because data is able to highlight issues as they are. When you have numbers, you're listened to. So we also have to generate data, which we do at the Association of Media in Kenya. We work a lot on data and information that actually informs positive outcomes, but also informs adequate intervention mechanisms. We must also sustain gender transformative reporting. And gender transformative reporting encompasses a lot, including observing ethics, gender sensitivity, coming up with solutions, and so on and so forth. When you're able to reshape these narratives, then we're able to realize that when you look at data, the participation of women in politics and governance actually has positive effect in society. So we are the ones who are losing out by misrepresenting or underrepresenting women in politics. Now, the other thing that we can do is, of course, engage in capacity building at different levels. Capacity building for journalists, because it is not automatic that when we have media professionals and journalists graduate from media training institutes, they will know how to cover feminist democracies and cover women and gender-sensitive content adequately. They have to be trained. So we also need to engage in capacity building of media professionals. We need to engage in capacity building of gatekeepers, because when you look at the makeup of editorial leadership, majority of them are men. Sadly, this is the reflection of society. It is what we are experiencing on the outside world. And unconsciously, these biases trickle into our newsrooms, and therefore, editorial content tends to sideline the gender agenda. And so we must constantly also capacity build our gatekeepers. Now, and finally, the other thing that media can do is actually leverage technology. Technology, in my opinion, is an enabler. It is that platform that can be used by women to advance their causes, to build their brands, and to reshape narratives, to give stories on their own account. Now, when we are not able to circumvent the patriarchy in the newsrooms and the very rigid structures in the newsrooms, then digital platforms becomes our leverage, and we can use it to advance it. But it comes with a lot of responsibility, and we must engage in mass digital literacy for people to understand matters around ethics and so on. Thank you.
Okay. Merci beaucoup, Sister Cointer. Maintenant, passer la parole à Jackie. Jackie, on aimerait avoir ton avis sur la situation des inégalités fondées sur le genre, notamment dans des contextes de conflits comme l'Éthiopie, le Soudan, l'Ouganda du Nord. Voilà.
Thank you very much. I am speaking as a young girl who has experienced war, grew up in war, and working with women and girls who have experienced war. When we speak about gender and democracy, it doesn't really exist in situations of conflict and crisis. If that is the way I should go, then allow me dive in this. Imagine a room where you're seated. Imagine yourself seated in a room right now,
and the state, the army comes in and detains you, how would you feel? Would you call it democracy? That is the situation of women and girls in Sudan and other conflict-affected areas. A week ago, I was in a meeting, and we had Sudan participants in the room as well. We were just sharing our experience, but we had army come in and detain the women. Do we call that democracy? That is the life women and girls in Sudan and other conflict-affected areas face. I feel bad. I feel annoyed when I hear the word sovereignty in countries like Uganda are using it to play power against women and girls. The lives of women and girls right now are at a risk. They will not get services they deserve because the word sovereignty has been misused. When we look at gender and democracy, but also transformation of power across the greater Horn of Africa, what are we looking at? We are looking at reshaping political authority, governance, social relations, but also economic participation across the greater Horn of Africa. But trust me, this is not the case for women and girls in the conflict-affected areas. Patriarchal systems and cultural systems in countries like Sudan, where patriarchy is highly embedded in these societies. Women do not have a voice up to now. When you rise up against the state, when you rise up to advocate for an issue, you will be detained. Until now, we have documented over 300 women human rights defenders who have been abducted, and out of this, only not more than 20 have been recovered. The above 200 are still missing up until now. So that is the kind of life that we have facing. We are facing as human rights defenders, but also women and girls in conflict-affected areas. Militarized politics in conflict-affected areas jeopardizes democracy for women and girls. How are we able to, or how do we enjoy gender equality in areas or in countries where everything has been militarized? You cannot get access. You need to go and get permission before you sit as women just to discuss yourselves. If you want to have a safe space conversation, I need to go and get permission from the state. How is it, again, a safe space when I am giving out details about the things that as women and girls we need to discuss inside the safe space conversation? So the militarization of everything in conflict-affected areas makes democracy hard for areas like Sudan and Ethiopia, but also still places like even northern Uganda or Uganda as a whole. From the African feminist perspective, what do we want? We usually argue as African feminists, we argue that democracy cannot succeed without transforming gender relations. My colleagues here spoke about gender relations, and that is not the reality right now. For us, patriarchal systems are still really embedded. You find that we do not have yet the voices. Very few have voices, but even as you speak, you're looking at, who is looking at me? What should I say? What should I not say? So you have to be very conscious about the transfer or power relations, what happens in the societies. So what we are advocating for as women and girls in conflict-affected areas of the greater Horn of Africa, I must say as a whole, intersectionality when it comes to democracy, transformation, gender. We need intersectionality in conflict-affected areas. If you're speaking about decision-making, can you please include gender, ethnicity, class? The women's lived experiences in conflict and displacement cannot be ignored. We were speaking about African solidarity. How about women in conflict-affected areas. But also, I love the fact that we were speaking about indigenous knowledge, but also Africanicity of everything in the morning. And then, like my colleagues mentioned, the feminist approaches to governance and justice. I must appreciate you for bringing that. It really works out, or it is something that will bring out the genderedness or the gender approach when you are tackling or working with women and girls in conflict-affected areas. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup, Jackie, pour ces réactions. Merci beaucoup à toutes. Je pense que nous avons gagné 1 minute et quelques secondes. Donc, ça a été un plaisir, en tout cas, de partager avec vous ces quelques réflexions. Et on espère avoir le moment, l'occasion d'approfondir, en tout cas, ces quelques idées que nous avons mises sur la table. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you, Awa and team. There will be a photo for you, so if you just kindly stand, the team will take a group photo. All right. Thank you. We're progressing very well. Thank you, Awa and team, for managing your time so well. So we're going into the next session, which is Roundtable 5. This is our second last roundtable. It's on the future of international solidarity, and this one is chaired by Nadine. I will invite Nadine and Cecilia. I believe they are co-chairs of this session. I will also invite the panelists, Jean-Michel, Aram, Ilias, Kako, to kindly also take the podium. As they come up, just one housekeeping announcement. One of the guests left their hotel key card at the lunch area for the Dusit Hotel. If you're missing your hotel key card and you're staying at the Dusit Hotel, please see me. I have your key card with me. For now, we will yield the floor to our co-chairs, Cecilia and Nadine. Okay, you should be okay now? Yeah. For your comfort, Nadine, there will be a timer on your right. Please pay attention to it. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Our lives are a battlefield on which is fought a continuous war between the forces that are pledged to confirm our humanity and those determined to dismantle it. Those who strive to build a protective wall around it, and those who wish to pull it down. Those who seek to mold it, and those committed to breaking it up. Those aim is to open our eyes, to make us see the light and to look to tomorrow, and those who wish to lure us into closing our eyes. And this is from the immense Ngugi wa Thiong'o. I'm so honored here in Kenya to open this panel with these words, which I consider being from this language warrior and this decolonial hero who fought the good fight of African dignity. So, introducing this panel around the future of solidarity is actually questioning our being, Africanness being, in this sense, humanity. Being African is being human. So this politics of being human, and being human all of us being human together was somehow at the core of his thought. And I want to say that my wonderful friend, my sister, Cecilia Lynch, with whom we were invited to work on thinking the future of solidarity. We choose to consider it around two categories. And I think these two categories are around the politics of humanity. It's about how vital is humanity and how viable is humanity, this politics of humanity. How solidarity, and I mean the future of solidarity, can be taught without these two categories, ladies and gentlemen. Dans le cadre de ce chapitre que nous avons coordonné, qui, au fond, a été intitulé précisément « Resolidariser », il nous apparaissait très fortement nécessaire d'abord...
And what to think and position ourselves, the colonial. I think that's the reason why I started by citing Ngugi wa Thiong'o. So it's good to rethink. It's good to rethink about the words. It's to re-question the terms, the idea of solidarity. We cannot solidarity the world which consists and which start by asking yourself, what is to be human together? What is human together? So what is the condition? A human condition. So human condition is the relationality, existential, and shared relationship. Even when the idea of solidarity, which is it is used, so it is rests on the land in the relationality that is unequal. It can also talk about the destruction of the relation of dominance, the relation of the subordination of the other person, in quotes. So it is actually to resolidarize the people is to accept that we consider to be the key, and especially in this panel. I think we decided to have 2B, and we are trying to see about the vitality of the viability of the work, and just vital. We are looking about the vital, which we share our humanity, and essentially it's a space, it's a part that we actually we partner together, that we found. Because we share this humanity, without which would not be human. I said African is to be human, and my point of view, through the conversation that we had with different actors of the conversation, also the civil societies, the part of the traditions, intellectual tradition, and we have manifested all of us. Because around the colonial, the critic about solidarity, so to learn viable is to have a reliable. Is actually is to say, to respond to this human thing and to conserve what is human in the society. And I would consider in the respect of dignity, or talking about dignity, and also doing that is. It is to say that these can be so in this in a certain number of conditions. So we have in our thought. From which this exercise of returning of the panel. So the first exercise consists of to try and have a problematic. Actually, in a way, to help the other, but not but the act of having a co-humanity. So when you are talking about this combined with which is not really compatible with the other one, and the other one, the actor. To maintain with him in this perspective, the place of Africa, which has been a recipient of international solidarity, must be reevaluate. What was Africa in the world? Donc, Africa is not the recipient of solidarity. Africa is a big donor of this of solidarity. And this is, we have seen through their men. We have also seen the interest must be an interest organized about the critical, which is actually the discussion, which brings the discussion of the debate of solidarity is not possible. Then number two, to think about this thought must be looked at in a perspective and in about reparation, and this is Lord. How am I going to? It's actually to recognize the other one as as a human being, as myself. So that is what I'm saying about the font of the France. So recognized, for example, recognizing the crime as the slavery, and slavery as the worst or among the worst criminal against humanity. So it must be rewritten, reascribed. It must be in the fact that African, having given to the world. I'm talking. It's actually is to repair a long history of the poor, of deposition, of extraction, of violence, and subsidization that the continent has suffered. So we cannot think about solidarity without thinking about the condition of vulnerability that actually, and this, given all these histories, unbelievable history that was happening, for example, paying debt, the debt of slavery, the debt of freedom. I read on New York Times. So what is the amount? What is bonsoir. So my name is Sissio. I'm a socio-economist in Senegal, and I come from Senegal for a long time. So I think for the international solidarity of conditional moral condition, it's about when I did my studies in economics and social development in NGOs, associations, and in entrepreneurship, so it is progress more. A question has been asked. So the interest do not end by justice or by cooperation or solidarity. I think in part of my journey is actually it's about the idea solidarity, and the solidarity of power. Thanks to the help, through the port, we are able to develop initiatives that has touched thousands of youth, and more than 10 years we have actually worked about education in West Africa and West and Central Africa. We have accompanied thousands of youth to make them access to opportunities. Today, during this consortium in general, which I'm leading, it's actually an alliance of that has been performed about employability, where we have created a space for opportunity. So we support entrepreneurship. We all this, and this is all thanks to the international cooperation. And this year, I've also seen a organization like mine, or local organization that of course are facing financial challenges. So So the financing, which is actually precarious, so it is being very far captain, and a system that actually cuts the empowerment, and another level, and our export. So if we need to change, to a less to empowerment, and this is what should be happening in all parts from north to the south. So there is a consultation and mechanism, but we need to look for a sustainable solution. But it's very not simple to think this responsibility to international partners. So I think that is not a very good. So the sovereignty we're talking about, it must be constructed from internal, or rather internally. So they have first, we have to take part. We have to be more responsible in playing a bigger role in doing this. So we need to establish, and we can see maybe also the lack of vision when it comes to this. So a clear budget, a clear commitment, and other illicit work, and that is why we see the work. So it is the reason why we have come together to see the actors on the ground, the intellectuals, the entrepreneurs. So I've been convinced that it is now urgent to act, and we must also defend. So we don't need about brutal. We must organize. So the living of aid, because today we can actually see the money or the amount without the donors, but without the dependence, that has been created. So the real indicator of that. So the 5 priorities that we propose through this manifesto are the following. So if number 1, so the PMO, so the the supply chain, local chain, also having the port that have been strengthened systems on the ground. So it's not about organizing workshops or development workshops all the time. It's something that we love in this space. So we need also to evaluate this budget which has been created by the end. We need to localize the ideas. We need to finance. It must be defined by the local actors and must be aligned to the development. So we need to invest in the long term, education, industrialization, and having stable and study beyond beyond the political scene. So we also need intellectual infrastructure. We need to strengthen the university research. So a continent which cannot contribute its own concept must depend on others. So the question 5. So do we really want this competence to organize the condition of the autonomy when the objective is not to replace the others, and also to book and the objective is to create an establishment that we can have, and empowerment and dignity, and to be able to act. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. My name is Elias Opongo. A professor at Kima University College, Political Science, generally Peace Studies, but also a Jesuit priest. So I've been asked to discuss the role of religious institutions in looking at local and global solidarities. But when I look at the role of these institutions, I identify particularly 3 roles that I find very, very relevant to our context today. I'm sure each and every one of us at some point have interacted with a religious institution, either in your social justice work, in your networking, advocacy, education, healthcare, or humanitarian assistance. And so we know that these religious institutions have a very important role to play when it comes to international and local solidarity. So the first that I'm looking at, as we discuss this whole idea of global solidarity, the whole idea of solidarity itself is more than just a charitable or humanitarian assistance. It's also a recognition that humanity is connected, that we are connected one to the other, which really reflects the Ubuntu idea in the African philosophy. But we do acknowledge also that our religious institutions that are very much connected to the Western ideology of what religion is supposed to be, what humanitarian assistance is supposed to be, ought to be decolonized to look at what are the local realities and how do we actually interpret them. But I'm seeing a lot of global networks of solidarity across the continent, whether we're talking of churches, religious institutions, or different groups. These religious institutions provide between 30 and 40% of humanitarian assistance, healthcare, and education. We are currently located at a Catholic university here called Strathmore, run by the Opus Dei Fathers, or Opus Dei Solidarity. Within a radius of about 5 kilometers from where you are, we have 7 universities. And out of these 7 universities, within just this radius, 1.5 kilometers, there's one. Less than 2 kilometers, we have another one. Then you have Catholic University this side. Out of the 7, 5 are religious institutions. And so and again, I could say the same of the hospitals around the country or the continent. Secondly is the prophetic advocacy against injustices. Those of you who've done advocacy work know that connecting your contextual reality to global solidarity is a very enormous task. You may have a very big organization, but your network may not be as large as this religious institution. I'm going to give you a number of examples. One of the strategies that we have used with some of our Jesuit institutions is to invest in companies, whether in UK, Brussels, or New York, companies that are invested here in the continent. For example, if you're looking at the mining companies, you become a shareholder, and during the annual general meetings, you raise the social justice issues that are being committed in Nigeria, in Congo, Senegal, Sierra Leone, and other countries. This as a strategy not only of solidarity, but of effectively being an agent of change within those particular areas, and I call that prophetic solidarity. The third is peace building and reconciliation, and we know that quite a number of these religious institutions have been very active in pushing in for change, and sometimes really at the backstage. They may not be at the very forefront, but there's a lot of work that goes on in the background. Even I can tell you right now, with the war in Iran, a number of religious institutions, whether in New York or in Brussels or in South Africa, that are really pushing for a positive solution to that particular conflict. My fourth one is about youth and digital solidarity and ethical leadership. Just completed a conference with our colleagues from the Democratic Republic of Congo looking at reflexive digital peace building. The youth are now within the digital space. We become irrelevant if we don't engage them in the kind of discourse we are doing today to seek for change. And even within those religious networks, working with the youth is inevitable. Here in Kenya, we are said to be one of the most digitalized societies where we're almost becoming cashless in the way in which we engage, and also the youth are very much engaged within the digital space. Within June of 2024, there was a massive demonstration organized by the youth without any political affiliation. And everything, all the rallies were beginning online, and then they were going physical. So there's a space there that we need to explore. But then there's a research we've been doing to see the extent to which ethical values have an influence on pro-social behavior online. And I think these religious institutions may have a very critical role to also make that kind of advocacy relevant. Let me complete by highlighting the issue of climate change and shared human responsibility. Major networks moving towards the whole issue of global change. Within the Catholic fraternity, there's Laudato Si document that was produced by Pope Francis, calling us to the consciousness of acting and reacting to that global solidarity that we have no other home other than this one, and that those coordinated efforts towards mitigation of global climate change ought to be networked as much as possible. Thank you very much.
Bonjour, chers amis. Je m'appelle Kato Buko.
My name is Kato Buko. I'm an economist, and I'm the former minister of public policy in Togo. I need to focus on this title because I only have 5 minutes, and I need to give you perspectives on the theme of our session. And I'm starting from my hypothesis and a strong belief that the current crisis on development aid could be an opportunity for African countries at 3 levels. Before I share these 3 levels with you, I would first like to say thank you to Nadine and Cecilia, who did a great job. I agree completely with what Nadine has told us. The 3 elements that I would like to share with you. First of all, we need to have 3 calls for change. First, we need to have a change in paradigm. Just to summarize, I would say that we need to move from dependence experience to chosen interdependencies. This is the title of a paper that I wrote with Sakandra, who is in this room, who is the African director of the AFD, which argues that African governments need to diversify their partnership on the basis of what we could call a win-win level that would allow us to move from this relationship, which is really contested and polluted, that of France-Africa, to one which recognizes the status of average power of France and the importance of diversification of partners. To me, this is a fundamental effort in the renewing of the paradigm of international cooperation. The second appeal to change that I'm making is changing the vision. What I'm calling the struggle against voluntary servitude. I'm an African, and often we have the impression when we are talking to our people that without the rest of the world, we cannot survive. I could give you an example that illustrates this. When we're talking about expanding our fiscal network, if today, as I'm speaking to you, we make an effort to increase by 2% our African GDP, our tax revenue, we will not really need development aid, because the African GDP is $300 billion. So if we increase this by 2%, our tax revenue, that will be $60 billion, which is exactly the figure of international development aid. So we will not need all the money that comes from the United States. So from an accounting point of view, these are things that we can easily sort out. I'm not even talking about the $90 billion of illicit financial trade that Arama was talking about, or the export revenue that is not coming back to Africa. I'm just talking about a change of vision, which is important for African leaders, so that they start piloting driving their society and their economy. The third and last call is a call to change the narrative. we need to move away from the conception of aid as charity and move towards a win-win vision. We need to talk about investments. This is what Professor Barton was talking about, a call for rational solidarity. If we do this, we could increase our negotiating power as Africans. I'm going to give you a last illustration. We are 17% of the world population, but we only have 4% of carbon emissions. So if we had aligned, we would be allowed to have 17%. And if we need to integrate that catch-up principle, if we go about, if we say that we came into industrialization after other countries, they could allow us to have more than 17% of greenhouse gases. So this is not what happens, but it is what should be the basis of our negotiations in the different COP summits. So we have margins of possible negotiations. So we need to move away from emotional and passionate negotiations and move structurally towards the promotion of multilateralism, equitable multilateralism. Thank you. Thank you very much, and good afternoon to all. My name is John Peel Severino, and just Koku. I want to talk about what I've been working on 15 years. You know, I've invested together with my colleagues on some SMEs, and this is what I'm going to talk about. I would like to say that I found this chapter quite extraordinary, as Nadine told about, because this chapter has very important things. I'm not going to repeat other things, but this ethics of the contribution of Africa to the rest of the world, to resources, that is a given. These are things that are very important to state at this hour, because they are orthogonal to what I'm not saying that this is what I approve, but this is what I hear in Brussels, Paris, other European capitals, where international aid is collapsing and we are talking about reformulating it. So what is important is that Africans love what the Chinese are doing. The Americans are aligning themselves to China, so we should do the same things. So, you know, even the Russians are being asked to do the same thing. So the trend currently in Europe on aid is, you know, we need to change that system and align. So if we read in detail the decrees of Trump, who is governing the reforms, you know, for example, the incredible growth of the UFDIC, that agents of USAID, it is important. So if there is no counter discourse or an alternative that is radical on other things, we'll have a discussion and evolution that will be a bit problematic. So having said this, I think I asked myself and asked ourselves, and I said, what can I do on this? So I asked on what I could bring, and maybe I'll address this in two ways. First, there's a subject that intrigues me, the problem of interests, which Kako just talked about in regard to the ethical approaches. At the base, these win-win formula, does it contradict with the problem of the ethical approach? So this is something that is difficult to bring out, because if it would be interesting if we look at it, because it would allow us to talk about two different registers of vocabulary and grammar, which could be convergent. So I take the example of my own professional practice. When we invest, with an African investor who gives us their own money, we take a lot of time because we talk about convergence of interests. What are common interests in this deal that is in front of us? So we discuss a lot. We think of how to align our interests so that at the end of that discussion and negotiation on the investment, each party finds itself linked to a code of conduct which will ensure the success of each party. So this is very important because us as investors, we might lose our money, but we are risking. But if we win, it will be a good situation. So we'll win together. So could we think about this? Is it different from an approach in which, to an ethical approach? Because we have the same vision of common interests, and it develops the quality of the relationship. So it deepens the relationship, which is an honest and just relationship brought about by necessity. Why am I talking about this? Because we could always ask, what are the European interests in Africa or African interests in Europe? Because here we are in an African-France forum. So should we, is the interest of Europe just to bring out their interest in Africa? Or do they want to have a neighbor who is prosperous and who is friendly? So, maybe we make contracts that will affect 40% of the population by the end of this century. So it's just something. We're asking, what is the friendship relationship that will establish prosperity in the 30, 40 years to come? So this interest approach allows us to replace this question of intersectional relationship. So it's just an approach. So I'm asking, I would like to see in the future more discussions on this. So I'm going to finish with my second point, and I believe it is an approach which this chapter talks about. We talk about relationships between France and Africa, Europe and Africa. I don't know why it's, but the world that we have in the future, in front of us, in the 20, 30 years, is very different from that in which we've lived so far. Today, the GDP of China is $40-50 billion, and the PPP is about $30 billion. That of Africa is about $9 billion. This is France is 4 to 5. This is PPP. So the world in which we are describing is where Africa is a partner of very large blocks in which it must structure a relationship which in a way or the other must be based on an identical approach, because they cannot bring one of the partners to the table of shared prosperity without attracting the other block. So we need to develop these relationships. So on the basis, if there's something that is quite sure to bring out today, it is that the structure of the development, the development evolution is that there is no specificity in the relationship between Europe, France, and the African continent. It is not exhaustive, and that is what is that is the universal element that we need from now on to develop. That does not go against what is written in the chapter. I'm sure there are some things that are focused on the Africa-Europe relationship, but I think we need to move away from this in our thinking, so that and this is what I'm asking us to share after this.
California, Irvine. I first want to thank all of our interlocutors for their very generous, really digging into preparations with us, as well as the actual commenting on our chapter. we can see that there's a lot to continue to discuss because these relationships are so long and so fraught. And it is also fitting that the American has the least amount of time right now to say things. But let me just say a few things. One, I want to finish with a couple of things about Ngugi wa Thiong'o because I had the honor of being his colleague at the University of California, Irvine for 20 years. And in 2009, I had a bouleversement d'esprit, if you will, in listening to him. And I invite especially all my European and American friends, but everyone really, to share with me in this experience or see if we can. And that's when I first heard him say, when he was also writing his book, Something Torn and New, I don't know why people keep talking about giving to Africa. In my view, it's Africa that's been giving to the world for centuries of its people, of its resources, of its languages, of its cultures. And of course, now we have Walter Rodney from '72, the Mbeki report, the ActionAid report of 2025, all of which show all of the extraction that continues to occur from this continent par rapport à l'aide qui entre là-dedans. So that really reformed my thinking as a scholar of humanitarianism and aid. And I kept thinking, if we take that seriously, how would we act in terms of aid to the world? So I think that we do need to take this seriously, and it does beg the question of reparative justice. I think it also goes hand in hand with something that our colleague Akosua Mako Mpofo keeps telling us, reminding us as a principle of Akan and beyond Akan thought, that aid, or not aid, but sharing, is something that people do out of reciprocity and responsibility with the knowledge that today I might be the rich one, but tomorrow I might be the poor one. And therefore, that adds a sense of humility, that we're not in this position forever. It adds a sense of transitoriness, and it eliminates what has often been criticized by critics of aid as the performance of humiliation in any kind of aid. Both of these foundational concepts require us explicitly to counter all forms of extractivism, in my view. Both require us to jettison both neoliberal forms of investment as well as brute forms of extraction. And I think we risk right now, we're at a point of between the two. What can we learn from African cosmologies and epistemologies to challenge these things? Both also call into question the way too often cited notion of dependency. Who is dependent really in these relationships? Who has been dependent on African wealth for centuries? In Ngugi's terms, today we know from NGOs lamenting their loss of funding in France, in Germany, in Britain, and especially in the US, that NGOs have been dependent all along in trying to teach self-sufficiency to Africans, yet it's been NGOs and INGOs that have been dependent on their donor states as well as others for funding. So let's question all of these things. I submit that the US and France have a lot to learn from these ontologies, epistemologies, and cosmologies. Declining powers that we are, the US and France, I would say, we need to remember this thing, that wealth is transitory. I think right now we're trying to act as though we are still superior while groveling for the mineral resources. So we need to think about how we're going to think about these things in the longue durée, okay? And we need to take seriously these more accountable relationships, mutually accountable relationships of reparative justice. Finally, reparative justice means nothing if it does not include the communauté de base, some of which we've met with for over 10 years, and some of which we've met with in preparation for this. If it does not include them from the beginning of any idea of investment, of solidarities, that are recreated in the name of equity and justice. I want to thank you again because these are very rich conversations with lots of terminologies, lots of ways of thinking that we really need to take on board. And I need to take on board the economists, the ways of thinking, and really delve into them seriously. And I hope others will take on board the thought of Gugi, the thought of reciprocity and relationships, et cetera. Thank you very much.
All right, allow me to thank Professor Nadine and Cecilia for a very thought-provoking conversation. If you could kindly just come to the front, we will have a group photo with the panelists. Kindly just step forward. Our media team will take a photo of you as a team before we move into the next segment. Thank you again also for your cooperation. We're moving along very well with our program. Prof. Cecilia, if you could kindly just step forward. As they do that, just a gentle reminder for the participant. There's a participant who left their hotel key card at the lunch area. If you are missing your hotel key card and you're staying at the Dusit Princess Hotel, kindly see me. I have it with me. Thank you. Thank you again. You may reclaim your seats. Thank you very much. All right, as per the program.
Est-ce qu'il y aurait des voix féminines depuis? Mesdames et messieurs, à l'orée du futur et avec le cœur pur, fêtons le triomphe et les acquis. Nous, acquis, hier, on a tout imposé. Aujourd'hui, on a des figures desquelles s'inspirer et nos astres peuvent scintiller. Jadis suffragette, je suis architecte, bâtissant les idées et les esprits. Je suis peintre avec passion, je n'ai pas à me plaindre. Mon œuvre est un hymne à l'audace rebelle. Je suis électricienne, entre nous le courant passe ou casse. Je jacasse depuis la cuisine, je suis le chef. C'est moi le chef. C'est moi le chef. Marchand d'ingénieur, ardente parlante, j'enfile ma casquette de parent, à la fois père et mère battante parfois, pêle-mêle j'arpente. J'existe pour faire vivre les arts, femme d'art, à l'instar de Whoopi Goldberg et Nina Simone. I'm a woman king like Viola Davis. Rejoignons Nzinga, Myriam Makeba, contre toute forme de violence, contre toute forme de discrimination. Mes lettres s'envolent à travers le monde. Je suis Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie, résistante et solide. J'encaisse les coups. Je deviens Oprah Winfrey. Je suis une femme au-delà de l'imagination. En fait, je suis la femme au-delà de l'imagination. Je suis la femme qui travaille pour le changement. Je suis marchande d'ingénieur. Ardente parlante. j'enfile toutes les casquettes. Ardente, parlante, femme d'art, architecte, je suis. Viens. Est-ce qu'on peut faire la musique avec lui, s'il vous plaît? En tapant des mains. Est-ce que vous pouvez taper des mains avec lui? C'est trop bien. On est en gros orchestre, là. Marchand d'ingénieur. J'enfile ma casquette de parent. Femme d'art à l'instar de Whoopi Goldberg et Nina Simone. I'm a woman king like Viola Davis. Rejoins-moi. Rejoins-moi. Rejoins-nous. Rejoins-nous. Je suis une femme au-delà de l'imagination.
What a fantastic interlude. Another round of applause for Raphael and Masi. Thank you. Wow. All right. As you can see on your program, we are now at the keynote session of our program, and this is the session around which the pavilion was designed. If you have listened to the 5 panel sessions we've had up until now, the pavilion is designed around the idea that Africa's future will be built by Africans, and it must draw on African knowledge, African experience, and African ambition. All of the panels that we've had this morning and coming to this afternoon have been building on practical or practitioner layers of that argument. The keynote session is meant to be the philosophical layer. I have the honor of introducing for this keynote 3 of the most consequential thinkers and actors currently shaping that conversation. I will invite them one by one and ask them to come to the stage for this. I'll start with Ndidi Okonkwo-Nweli, who is the CEO of One Campaign. She is a graduate of Wharton School of Business and Harvard University and is one of Africa's most influential voices on food systems, entrepreneurship, and sustainable development. She has founded and led initiatives that have transformed how impact-driven businesses operate across the continent, combining innovation, civic engagement, and inclusive economic development in ways that are measurable and replicable. Didi, you are very welcome to this keynote. Second on this panel is Lionel Zinsou, who has served as Prime Minister of Benin and is currently the President of Terra Nova. He brings together investment banking, political leadership, and an intellectual tradition that is rooted in both African and European intellectual cultures. He has spent decades asking what genuine partnership between Africa and the world could look like on terms other than dependence, which is part of what the previous panel spoke about. Lionel, welcome to the keynote. Last but definitely not least is Prof. Achille Mbembe, who is the Executive Director of the Innovation Foundation for Democracy. He is a professor at the University of Witwatersrand in Johannesburg. He is a recipient of the Ernst Bloch Prize, the Holberg Prize, and the Spinoza Lenz Prize, among the most significant honors in philosophy and the humanities globally. His books have been translated into 17 languages. He will now open the conversation with Ndidi and Lionel. Prof. Achille, you're welcome.
Et on va aller droit au but. Now we're going to see with Lionel Zinsou. And we know who is Didi Okonkwo. And so I'm going to let them introduce themselves so that they tell us what they have to share with us. During the day, we had the opportunity to share ideas, to share experiences. We wanted to organize this pavilion to remind the irreplaceable voice of the civil society in the ongoing debate on the future of the continent and the one about international solidarity. We also wanted to reaffirm, and we have to repeat it without any doubts, actually better than before, that there will be a war for social transformation without the civil society, without the community. It's not possible. We also want to demonstrate how the construction of this future has to happen in the lives in which ourselves we are involved. And so, for the session that's starting now, we wish to go higher. Of course, we have been at this level from the beginning, but we wish now to, with Lionel and Didi, to help us maybe to step aside and to shake a bit what we have been taking from the morning. We turn it around and around so that we can see from convictions and facts that have already been established. We want them to make us think in a different way so that we can engage in this collective intellectual exercise without which the summit like the one that's starting tomorrow would not have legitimacy and impact. And hence, I will request Didi to start and to share with us for 15 minutes around, to tell us from her own reflection and from her own experiences what appears to her to be the main challenges that we are confronting, and also other than the challenges, the solutions which appears to be practical to her to help us deal with the present and the future. So did you have 15 minutes, 15 to 20 minutes, to make sure that we have equality. Lionel will also have exactly the same amount of time, 15 to 20 minutes. So you're going to listen to them, the two of them, and then we continue.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. All protocols observed. First, I want to thank Professor Achille Mbembe and the organizers for bringing us here today. Some of you might not know, but Professor Mbembe was my professor at University of Pennsylvania 31 years ago. And he still looks the same, but I haven't seen him in 31 years. And he was very influential in my life in shaping the trajectory of what I've gone on to do. And I'm sure he's done that for millions of students around the world. So thank you for your life of service. Thank you for your impact. And thank you for keeping the fire going. Because it's easy to lose steam the older we get, but he's kept the fire going. I have a presentation, but I don't think they're able to show it. But I'm going to ask that you end with the video I have in the presentation. So if you get ready for that, that would be wonderful. So the theme we've been asked to cover in 10 minutes is bringing society back in. And so my first question was, what does it mean to bring society back in? What is society? What has been the issue with leaving them out? And what critical role do they have to play, and what needs to change? And quite a few of the panels have spoken tangentially to this, but I'll try to answer those questions by just thinking about it. I think, who is society? So I've said everyone who is not elite is society. Our youth, our elderly, our most vulnerable populations, right? And what does it mean to bring them back? Well, first we must define agency and what it means to have agency. To have voice, to have opinions that matter, to have votes that matter, right? Votes that matter. In some of our countries, we say, everyone come out to vote, but the votes are not counted. The votes are stolen. The votes are reconfigured. Who designs who's at the table? Who designs what the table is? And who designs who has a seat? What does leaving behind society mean when critical stakeholders are not involved, who have no political cover, because that's what society provides, who have no agency for interventions that we design. Our interventions are cut short, and change does not happen. Distrust grows, and we see the victim of being insider-outsider. Who is an insider? Who is an outsider? How long are you an insider? In one political administration, are you an insider, and then you lose it when power shifts and power changes? So what do we need to do to change that? Who has to reset the table? Who has the power to do that? And so those are all the questions that are running through my mind. And I'm an entrepreneur, so I've been in the for-profit sector and private sector, in the non-profit sector, and now in civil society at the president and the CEO of the One campaign, which was started over 22 years ago by Bono, Bobby Shriver, Jamie Drummond. And we do have an office in Paris, and I've been to France many times in this role as the CEO of the One campaign, but we have offices across our G7 countries and 3 in Africa. And I want to zero in on an example, because at One, we fight for equity and justice, and we fight for Africa to have a seat at the table and to shape the agenda. And our vision is that Africa is an equal player. And as Professor Achille said, we're so far removed from that reality, even though we want it, and we've been talking about it for a very long time. So I want to zero in on one issue that we have been tackling at the One campaign for the last 3 years, and it's on debt distress. And how does it involve society, and why should it involve society? We often ask ourselves, what are the root causes of debt distress? And in Kenya, we saw some of the outcomes of the root causes of debt distress. When children and youth went to the streets to say enough is enough, government is not paying for education or giving us good health care, or all they're doing is sending our taxes abroad to pay back debt. Debt we did not agree to, debt we did not negotiate, debt nobody asked us whether we should take, and debt that was too expensive. What did their elites do? What did they see about debt distress? How does this translate into hardship for society? So at One, we delved into debt distress. And we realized debt is not a bad thing. Many countries take on debt. It doesn't cripple them. So what's happening on the continent? And we've seen that African countries borrow 5 times more than their counterparts all over the world. 5 times more. And that between 2020 and 2024, the One Data team just released data that showed that the cost of borrowing by African governments went up by 91%. At a time when we're trying to bring it down, it's gone up by 91%. From the World Bank, from China, from even institutions that are supposed to be helping us get better, those prices are going down. Up 91%, unacceptable. And so what did we do? We started off with talking to the elites, the intellectuals, right? the people you heard on the platform. And that's where we often get comfortable because that's our comfort zone. Those are the people we talk to. We said, okay, can South Africa take this on at the G20? We partnered with SAIA, the South African think tank, on coming up with a blueprint for a coalition of the willing, thought leadership. We wrote articles. We got it into the public domain. But that didn't solve the problem because we had left out society, right? So as you dig into the cost of debt, you realize that one of the reasons Africa pays so much more for debt is this cost, which we call negative narratives. It's called a risk premium associated with investing in Africa. This risk premium, everybody says, oh, Africa is too risky. It's a black hole. It gets too much money. The money is wasted. Corruption is too high. Have you heard that narrative? Nobody in the room has heard that narrative. It directly translates into higher cost of borrowing. The risk premium, our friends at Africa No Filter estimate that just from negative reporting about our continent is $4.5 billion, just the press of negative reporting. Something happens in Sudan and the credit ratings of South Africa go up, right? This narrative has led to the challenges we face. And so we believed we had to bring society in. And what did we do? The first thing we did was to say, okay, if there are negative narratives, then we can shape them. We can change the narratives. The first thing we have to do is to take the problem head on. So we started doing something on the misconceptions associated with Africa. What are misconceptions? One misconception is that Africa is a country. If we go to France and ask the average citizen in France, is Africa a country or a continent? What do you think they'll say? Country. I live in America. Most people think Africa is a country. They ask me, do you speak African? Now, have we taken on those misconceptions head on? Have we addressed them? Right? Head on. Even within our own continent, there are misconceptions by our own people about our continent. And many times I see people we call leaders, but from when I was young, after our Shields class, I started calling them rulers. Rulers, not leaders. Now, beyond that, we have to calculate the stakes for the average citizen. We understand the stakes. The stakes are that if governments are spending 70% of their tax revenue repaying debt that is too expensive, it means they're not investing in their countries. More money is leaving the continent that is coming in. ODA, which we celebrate, has been at a decline for the last 50 years. So it's not today that Donald Trump cut USAID spending. It has been on the decline. More money leaves our continent. So what are the stakes? We have to make it clean. What are the proof points? How does it affect the average citizen? And how do they tell us that it affects them, right? And how do we elevate their voices so they know that there's a root cause, but there's also a solution? And then what is the viable pathway forward? And we've done this over time, and we're starting to show results. The first feedback that we have shown people globally is that investing in Africa makes business sense. That in fact, IFC data for 3 decades showed that the return on investment for investing in Africa was 6x the S&P 500, 6 times. That knowledge is not widely spread. How many of you knew that Ghana Stock Exchange had the most profitable year and probably the most successful stock exchange in the whole world last year? How many of you knew that? That's not put in the press. Most people want to talk about disease and war associated with our continent, or that people are rioting. There's good news to share. There's realities on the ground, but there's good news to share. And as we change narratives, we have to talk about our booming creative industry. We have to talk about our young people who are generating impact. We have to talk about the innovation on our continent. We have to talk about the dividends that our continent is generating. We have to talk about the technology that we're introducing to the world. And oftentimes, as we bring society in, we are not the right people to be talking to society. Who are the right people? Oftentimes, the messengers are the faith leaders, and I loved when that was mentioned on the last panel. So we've created a global faith council. We've mapped all the senators in America and where their faith leaders are. We show them data to show the power of their voice. We bring them into the public square. Interestingly, when I told our French team that we need faith leaders from France, they said people in France are not moved by faith leaders. Is that true? Do faith leaders have a voice in France? Nobody's talking. They don't? You'll be amazed at who goes to faith leaders to pray for them when it's time for elections. Even a Buddhist monk has joined our Global Faith Council because I met him at the World Economic Forum. They bring faith leaders to the World Economic Forum because everybody needs to be reset, everybody needs support, and everybody needs spiritual guidance. We also need amplifiers to touch the society. And who are the amplifiers? We've created a Diaspora Creative Council. The artists, the sports stars, right? Sports has a voice. Artists have a voice. They trust them. Moms and pops have a voice in communities. So we need to get them. And through our Diaspora Creative Council, we're amplifying the voices of those who can reach those who are in society. Our poet talked about Viola Davis. She's an amplifier. She is an amplifier. But there are many African amplifiers, and we need them. And then we have youth activists, youth champions. The young people have a voice. And if we give them the data, the support, the messaging, and we include them in the design of the campaigns, their voices matter. We've proven that over and over again at the One campaign. I love this campaign I'm going to share with you now. I used to talk about it all the time. The shape and the size of Africa. And guess what? Africa No Filter took it on, African Union has adopted it, and we are partnering with them to change maps. Do you know why it matters to change maps? Because look at the size of Africa. Please put that slide up. I want you guys to see. The average person in France does not know the size of Africa. You can put in the continent of Africa, China, India, the United States, 7 European countries, and you still have space. Why do you think the maps that we have on our school walls were drawn the way they were? To show us as a small continent. Because it affects the mind of people. We become inconsequential when our size is minimized. So please join this campaign, that Africa No Filter. It says, let's change the maps. The size of Africa matters. Let's change the maps. And I'm so proud that the African Union has taken this on, and we are partnering. I believe that bringing society in means that we're creating new tables. We're bringing people who are most affected by the causes we work on to design. We're ensuring that their voices matter. We're holding governments accountable. We're bringing in faith activists. We're making sure that nonprofits are critical stakeholders. And the private sector is also a critical stakeholder. So this is not a moment to reflect. This is a moment to act together. I would just ask for 1 second that you think about one mindset you have to change yourself about this continent and about the change required. Think about it. What is one thing you'd like to change? And I'd like you to please put that slide up because I'm going to have everybody join me in talking about one thing we want to change. And we're going to say it out loud. Just imagine you're in a church. Okay, so we're going to, please, I want that slide because I want audience participation. So I'm going to say, I'm going to tell you what the old model is, and you're going to shout out the new model. So we're going to be shifting from aid-driven to what? We're going to shift from import dependence to, from external control to, from fragmented markets to, from expensive financing that is not fair to fair financing. From external donor funder-led to what? That's what I'm working on with Wealth for Impact. From external storytellers, and I'm sure the media is in here, to who? African storytelling. Africans must tell their own stories. We must tell our own stories, and we must amplify them. So see yourselves as co-shapers who are going to make us bring society in. New tables that you create, diverse stakeholders you influence, the rebalancing of power dynamics, new types of capital, new partnerships. And I'm going to end with 2 quotes that I love. One is by an African young person talking to an African president. And he said, I'm no longer asking God to grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change. I'm asking the Almighty to grant me wisdom and courage to change the things I cannot accept. I cannot accept that we pay 5 times more than other parts of the world for debt linked to a risk premium. I cannot accept that the narrative of our continent remains one of poverty and disease when we have so many amazing contributions we have made historically and we continue to make to the world. I cannot accept that we will continue to have these type of outcomes in our society. And so I call you to join with me to change those narratives. And we're going to end with this video, which we created as part of our Changing Narrative strategy, which we've shown around the world. And it's a Nigerian poet, similar to our sister here, who is changing narratives. So let's play the video. And it's just 1 minute. I need volume. I need volume. No? If we can't show it, then don't worry.
Stay with me. You mean Lagos, where fintech rises before the sun? Or Joburg, where Charles LeBron didn't walk? Or Dakar, where rhythm breaks the rules? Risk? No. This is return. Return on belief. On the girl in Enugu sketching dreams which are cool. On the boy in Soweto coding futures from a shared laptop. And a Nigerian musician making dreams from a stolen laptop. On the market woman in Kumasi who knows profit without spreadsheets. On justice. For once. We know how to build with bruises. Remix scarcity into rhythm. We stretch coins into companies, our sweat, blood, and bodies. We take what the world throws away and say, not so fast, Abiku. We reinvent. You still don't get it. This is not aid. This is alignment. You don't donate to us. You partner, or you get left behind. Because the continent moves quietly, powerfully, unapologetically. So your hesitation is your loss. Because what we call hustle, we call the innovation 20 years later. We are not waiting for green lights. We are building roads on red. We are not fragile. We are anti-fragile. Our wounds became weapons. Our delays became data. Our waiting made us wise. Africa doesn't need your charity. Africa is your clarity. On where the future breathes. On where the world resets. On where value multiplies like cassava after rain. So if you fear risk, don't come. But if you're looking for a return, on imagination, on resilience, on tomorrow, welcome. Welcome to Africa.
So thank you. This is an example of how you use a campaign around cost of capital and bring society in. We're now starting new initiatives, and one we're launching this week on Africa Forward is on Health Bridge. Diaspora partnering with us to pay for health insurance for citizens of the continent so that they're not dependent on other world regions. We're launching this with the France-Senegal corridor. So if you're interested, please come and see me afterwards. It's an example of African agency, Africans filling the gaps that the cuts have created, but also showing that we can take care of our own people, not just our families, but communities, because we care. And athletes are so excited about this. We just need an enabling environment, remittance providers to remove the bottlenecks, and health insurance providers to get on board. So that's just an example. There are many innovations that we've co-designed with society that are proving to be impactful. So this is not a time to talk about potential. This is a time to act. This is a time to implement. And this is the time to show results. Thank you, and God bless you all.
Si vous m'entendez, je vais plutôt utiliser ce micro. Celui-ci est petit.
Greetings of the participants, to my numerous friends here, and thank you Achille, thank you the whole team who has the team. You have done excellent work to organize this event and also for writing. I do not know whether we have the right to comment on the report because I think it should be given to the heads of state after. Now that you've given it to us, I would like to appreciate it. And as it was said by several people, that you are bringing out so many things that should be much more important to the people in charge of governments. So you're actually changing the way we look at things. As you know, you have an important intellectual capacity, even if the economists, I was actually very happy to see my economist friends. They were very good a few minutes ago. I wanted to congratulate them, whether they are Togolese or French. I think you are moving into in terms of the importance that the 1998 Nobel Prize had given the definition of poverty and all the possible solutions by making them social and popular elements, so that we can see a better way of dealing with the economical issues. And with the colleagues, the Nobel Peace Prize from 2019 on the empirical results on what we can actually put in place so that we can have an efficient a reduction of costs. And empirically we have carried out some social investment that is very good for the people. So we are in an intellectual tradition that is important. Just because you've been working not just on technical aspects of development or of economics and social policies, but you went into sociology and you went even deeper in the tasks that politicians have. So you are a bridge between what can be seen as technical development work, but also with what we are being asked here is a question on the forms of democracy in Africa. So I want to start with this recognition, which is important. I would also like to say that I'm going to share with you something that I find paradoxical in the concerns of those people who govern us, including myself, because in some months I'm going to govern, because you are telling us to introduce ourselves. So I did some politics. I didn't do it very well, but it was within the Prime Minister's office in France, because I'm French. And I observed a Prime Minister who 30 years later, because I'm also from Benin, I became a Prime Minister in Benin with some training, because it's the same job.
Tôt dans l'enfance, notre chef de famille était président de la République du Dahomey, donc le nom antérieur du Bénin. Donc ça fait longtemps que j'observe des politiciens. Et même si vous voulez 10 mois de primature, c'est quand même très court. Mais grâce à la France, en fait, c'est pas ridicule parce que 9 mois, 10 mois, c'est quand même beaucoup plus que les 4 derniers premiers ministres français.
During, if you want, it is actually, it is really 9 months, 9 months, 9 months.
C'est assez pour observer, c'est malheureusement pas assez pour.
So, yeah, so it's I'm actually in a very difficult condition that I would not want to advise you. So in France, so when actually when actually you're having difficulties, it's very hard, to move on. But in Africa, in Africa, so that's the. So for a person who is a mixed race like me is. So I'm black in France and white in Benin. I think it's clear. So are we going really to vote for a white president? So the vote is collective. There's a photo of each person, and we must put a stamp. We must stamp it for the candidate that you are voting for. And because I had taken the enough sun, so there was no white as such, and because I had suffered a lot of heat during the campaigns, so it actually the reason why I'm not the president of Benin. So if you are a former in Benin. So they look at you as a person who is. So my look as say it's perhaps considered like a way to actually where to serve the cause. The cause in the society civil or civil society. So for a person who is not actually dedicated or committed to profit-making organizations, so really this is very important for me. So they gave me actually to head the board of the council of advisors, in terms of the development. So which we actually when we are actually to talk to. About 14 50 African countries. We are thinking about social development and for the development well, frankly 20 years ago it wasn't a priority, so you can see it clearly in the report. So if you want to bring back the civil society in this and make it a priority, and the country make it a priority. For example, the biggest form of important, in terms of investments in the whole world. It's actually housing. It's housing, and it's really so it was useful for me, and in our continent. I think it's a key to consider our continent. So so when we created a foundation in Benin that is education of culture, and then also production of artistic production, and that can be spread to the country. So when talking about 21 years, in fact, everyone say that everyone is blocked, but how and why? So would you take advantage of this culture, the artistic creation, and as social agents, as a social agent? And we did that, telling ourselves that there's something that we are going to do and put the importance of history, the importance of traditions, the importance of values, indigenous values. So these values, so the big majority, so we're looking at it is really something that is not useful. It's a metaphor, towards the create of development and the people. It's something that is important, in a code, that it looks immaterial, the pride the fear and to find your roots, to find your history, your values. It's very important, and also and also the classifying or the classification of the environmental the 80s, in the 80s, everyone. No one knows that, if you plot in Vanyof, so no one would have told you about the dangers, and this showed that something that is important even economically. In Benin we can see it, because today it has become a key element, and we can see the front as the participation with the workers, the cultures, which was in the collection of French that won the Benin. So that was because the first week, and the National Assembly, French Assembly, so they put, unanimously a law to allow other countries, because if not, you need to do a law. So we have a what called that brings together one law that unifies all that. I was found to be faced commission before commission in the National Assembly, and the MPs on the extreme right, they said, so you are in the process of trying to empty the museums, French museums. So we are going to give you maybe 26 to return some of things about it. There are about thousands of objects that have been taken from Benin. So we'll maybe 26 of them, and. But maybe I said before I respond to your question, I thank you because the law, the French law of the institution of man was voted unanimously by the National Assembly, by the group. So and that includes yourself. So you have must at the museum. So it's key. It's immaterial. So that understands, or you can be used as an economic model, and it can be seen that vertical development of accepting the foreign, tourism, for example. So we can see today that on received that the nationality without many complex issues or complications. Of course, the trade, the abolition of the trade, the slave trade. So this actually is a bore. It's really a big success. It's a big success because there's this feeling that you need to come back to your values, your pride, and that is a beer. Because that was commented because it is one of the strongest things. So that is what I wanted to tell you in the few minutes that are remaining. So this paradox, but the difference between what he said actually is that il faut accompagner so that Africa can change. So that Africa can have another look, to the rest of the world. So it is actually, what do we have to do? Maybe some introspection, some introduction, because this continent, it's also moving, quickly in terms of development. So I believe that the fact that the social in the concern in terms of infrastructure, it's something that that is acceptable. Is acceptable, and that and the young generation doesn't accept, and it's for that reason that we have a lot of trouble in this field. So the second point that is equally important, we don't have natural resources. So you have the diamond, for example, because you've talked a lot about this. We don't have natural resources. That's not true. So to have natural resources, and that means that the solution. So it's actually the need. That is not enough. It's not enough to have maybe something that is under the ground, under the ground. So the reserves, the heritage, the heritage. We need to have the work. We need to have knowledge to be able to implement all these issues. So we need what we have, the resources. So it's actually total. It is a heritage. It's something that today, because we don't have the capital, it's actually essentially the property for Chen. So in this the fact that very weak in participation and the creation of value and the peer. So Guinea is going to receive very soon is going to receive the iron. I think one of the biggest, but for many decades, I think the Guinea was a vast country for the bauxite since many decades, but hasn't developed. We can, but that has not developed the economy of Guinea. Okay, when you look at the mining sector, of course, but you can see what is happening. Maybe even the agriculture in Guinea. So we can actually so the contribution of our big neighbors, the first producer of the Angola and in Kabul of oil. So the contribution to is actually the contribution to the GDP is actually half of that. So why? Because one we have little capital to mobilize, to explore, to extract, and also to transform. Yeah. So in good that so the pathology to have raw materials is a factor. Raw materials is a factor is a weakness of a factor of weakness actually. So we are having so we can have this the reserves, very many resources that are not active, and when you talk the capital and putting in place the working for the skills to do this, we need the skills to do this, and it is at this moment that it's the transformation, value creation. For now they are just reserves which are essential, but we the comments that we can beast. So we don't believe so because we haven't invested. So it's not the same thing, in the park. It is the same shows when you look. It's the same thing that when you look, it's a thing the person doesn't always see. It's that agriculture, for example, with the energy, with water management and infrastructure, roads, infrastructure. These are key for the capital development, the highest, and that is what we need. And everyone So all the speeches that we have, all the speeches, all the talks that we are going to look at all our youth to the agriculture. So they have lost the taste of agriculture. That is not true. So I think what will happen is that today in sub-Saharan Africa, agriculture is actually contribute to about 28 of the GDP. I think in 2050 it will be more. Maybe it's going to be more than that. So obviously, so we're talking about productivity. Of course, is not what it is today. What is not good. Maybe the people who are going to and evidence in Yuga, there will be a good the weight in the contribution of the GDP, of course, and it's good to imagine a big. Well, there is no hope to create employment, in the agricultural world. Luckily, because there's still something that the leaders need to think about, maybe, and this is, in fact. We have in terms of resource budgets, resource very, very inferior, very small today. So I think we are doing about 14%, which doesn't allow you to engage, sufficiently. And what you seek, maybe 2%, an increase of 2%, maybe that will be an equal flow. So that it means so the public development in the account, maybe, but luckily what will happen is that industrial transformation, more, which is going to be more, which is be accelerated, and so the agricultural products and then the minerals. Because these ones, for a very simple reason, if you take the case of my country, but because I gave you, so let's take some images from Benin. Why? You see, when you have a ton of raw cotton, you put in a ship to go and getting transformed in China, for example, in China. So the same, it's $1,000 maybe, $1,000 maybe of revenue. Maybe agricultural revenue or something, transport or something like that. But if you do maybe something not very luxurious, maybe you are shill. Maybe now I'm wearing cotton, Benin cotton, cotton, if you want. If you do only the t-shirts, maybe, and maybe $6,000, and there's about $6,000 in revenue. So what you can see, what is happening actually is not to have a lot of things that are going, to be being exported abroad. So they want to, because we want to live in town. So it has no future. I think what the future is to create value, and the value that you create is without selling of these dollars. So it means you move it to 3,000, and that is the value creation that is important. So this Gloria, they must perhaps from the government, maybe they must really be concerned. How do we add value to this? Maybe the government, but because it asks So it has maybe a double investment of capital. So it means maybe to increase maybe a little bit more, but also have more capital maybe, and the capital maybe, and then and invest in transformation. But we don't have the problem with the conceptual, because we always have in our talks that is in the theme that we're talking, that remains there. Go to the village and go to the village. There are people who are doing that every day. So the China has done that for the many people have lost their lives. You know what they were trying to look for, this democracy where it doesn't make sense at all. And this. It is not in the look of the other, looking at the other, or comparing with yourself with the other person. It's not because we believe it is actually looking at our own image. So we need, for now, we don't have the natural resources. For now we have understood, the importance of value creation, but we will have to do something more important if we want to develop, financial wealth. And this is what a colleague said before. We are in front before a new infrastructure, financial, and in fact, we are in front of something, and it's actually not the issue of something that is psychological. We have today a transformation of our ecosystem, financial ecosystem, which is not very fast, but it's committed. So the good surprise, like everyone, we are going to finance ourselves, our growth. And not by not by external funds, because I'm sure that when you're looking at the control of the economy today, we are still in a situation where we are financing the exterior, and so net. So we are receiving less from the exterior, but we are exporting all the profit. We are exporting a lot to the exterior, and the net, all that exported, and this is what you can see what happening to, like most of the country that are emerging or developing. We have all this that is positive things. So needed to pay attention to that, because we really need to do something. So this is a posture that is not sustainable. That is not. We cannot continue to explain that we are under debt. We cannot continue to do that. So the Africa is about 55% of the public debt, of the GDP. Maybe we could look at. So we already have achieved this level, very inferior public debt. So we are not capable of repaying this debt. Because you are not at the same level with the advanced countries. So it's the same thing. Maybe 20% from this country, or from with this and country, advanced. But that is not true, because what we are missing, and it is the reason why the countries have been forced, is to have internal credit. I remind you, all of you, that. So the credit of the private sector, so in European, it's actually 100% of GDP, and Sub-Saharan Africa is 40% of the GDP. So by 100, like for example, the Netherlands, for example. more than 2 dozen. Or Japan, maybe in Japan, for example, it's 40%. So if you do a mass of this debt, public debt, for example, we have actually a we have a huge advantage over countries. So this is a situation, if you want, that we cannot accept. And before we are in vast situation where we are in a permanent that declared as economies that dependent economies because of the debt. So these are these are numbers, because we have to own. They are because they are as they are. So we need to advance a bit quickly in the financial ecosystem to be able to finance the transformation, the energy, the climate change, the the production, so that or maybe to the modernization, of which you are very proud. There is a technology that is going to change the production of the productivity on the condition that we finance that ourselves, and what we need to reform. I think we'll have to do it in a certain way. It is in the process of being produced. So we are going to leave it for agriculture. Maybe we are also going to do it for the SMEs, the startups, maybe that we're talking about. Maybe if you talk, so it is actually still very hard to finance that. So the industry, the finance industry is it's an industry like the others, and needs of innovators. It needs innovators. I can see the people in this room who have been housing finance, and they've made an impact in each economy in the West, for example, and obviously, and that is going to happen very quickly, maybe, and maybe in the commentary public. And I am conscious that you're going to give me a few minutes.
Que cet écosystème a commencé à bouger, que les banques centrales ont commencé à bouger, que la microfinance a été déterminante, notamment dans la période du Covid, et va être utile avec le choc lié à la guerre de l'Iran pour nos populations. Et donc, voilà quelques commentaires, si tu veux, sur des clichés. Nous ne sommes pas surendettés, nous sommes sous-endettés. Nous n'avons pas de ressources naturelles tant qu'on n'aura pas de capital et de compétences. On appelle ça des patrimoines, des...
Capital resources, we can talk about this as idle assets. The shares, lazy, inactive shares. So if we don't use this, we'll find, thanks to you, and I want to congratulate you, because what you talked about, the mother and the child, in our studies on extreme poverty, 5% of the population in most sub-Saharan African countries between 5 and 10 years old. So meaning even in the second, third generation will not come out of poverty. And there's always lack, this food insufficiency, so nutritional insufficiency. So if these big questions are accepted, you put this very well in, you highlight this. So this is my conclusion. This is my conclusive statement. I would just like to say that it does not change anything, this observation, that there are several things to do. And I would like to encourage all the young people in front of me. You're all younger than I am. I am quite optimistic because there's a population that now, in the future, even politicians, now taking these policies to heart, and they are aware that these things are there. And this was not there 20 years ago, our memory of underdevelopment is going to change. There's a phrase from Michelangelo, who was a good creator and businessman, who said that, you know, God gave us memories, but he gave a small sister of this who he called hope. So I'm hopeful. I know that most of what you describe as the work is something that goes back to 2025. Thank you very much. I've just come to the end of my presentation. As you've seen, it's very difficult. Once you give the floor to Lionel, you can see how it's difficult to stop him. Partly because, as you've observed, I've less hair than he has, even if he's older than I am. So it's very difficult to tell him, please stop talking. On the other hand, as we know, Ndidi and Lionel, we like listening to them. We can listen to them endlessly. Yesterday I was listening to Lionel over 2.5 hours, and I was still asking when he left to continue. So we would like to organize a follow-up in this manner. Two styles. Ndidi has talked about less than Lionel. But if she would like to, I would like to give her the opportunity to comment on what she heard. And we'd also like that in this, exercise of connective intelligence, that we try and talk about examination and projection of capacities, from what our presenters have given us, that it feeds our comments. In the white paper that we'll present to the heads of government tomorrow, we are presenting an open book. It is open in the sense that we started, interrogating some milestones in what we'll have after the summit. The summit, therefore, is a step. What are we going to do in the post-Africa forward period, if you like me to bring out this paradox? So, Lionel, if you allow, I will give Ndidi the floor to give us 1 or 2 words on what has been shared so far.
Very difficult to come after my elders. And I'll just pick on 2 things, and I'll just illustrate with stories. Because the question of bringing society in continues to trouble me. And one of the things I'd like to put on the table is that with all the great minds in this room and the great work that you've done in the paper, that we actually start putting some matrix together on what we're going to track, right? And I'll put some examples. I've been reflecting on why I got so involved in this work. And I wrote a book on social innovation and scaling in Africa in 2014, 2015. And I start the book with a story of something called the Play Pump. I don't know how many of you ever heard about the Play Pump, but this organization got millions of dollars, it won awards, and it was basically to solve the water challenges on the continent. And each play pump cost $10,000, and the idea for the design was that you basically put in a merry-go-round in a village, children play on the merry-go-round, water is pumped up, the village has water, women don't have to walk for miles. You know, the narrative that I was trying to change, right? They tried to scale it, and they found out that children have to play for 25 hours around the merry-go-round before they have enough water to fill up the tank. They found out that if the play pump breaks down, it costs so much money to fix. Meanwhile, a borehole costs $3,000. Why am I telling this story? Because when we look at the history of development projects that have been designed without the communities, we find that there's very little evidence that they ever succeeded. Not only do we need to track what we're innovating, who is designing it, but who is on the board of who's designing it, who is funding it. Are African philanthropists part of the funding story? And that's why I've created Wealth for Impact. And we need to look at matrices, because the boards I sit on, and even the development engagements, I'm saying to them, I want to see what percentage is going to the local community of the money. I want to see who is on the governing council. I want to see what percentage of the community is there. And I think that's my first message is let's follow the money. And One Campaign has a great data team. We're happy to partner with you to follow the money for everything. We've talked about critical minerals. We've talked about agriculture. We've talked about job creation. We've talked about, but for all of those things, we will continue to stay at the pilot level, interventions that are too expensive, that don't reach the masses, that don't change lives because we don't have that evidence. The second is the importance of global policy, and I know that Prof is very well connected, and I'm going to use a Benin example. So I sit on the board of the Rockefeller Foundation, and it's an amazing foundation, and I've enjoyed being on that board. And on that board, I hold them accountable for the engagement in development communities and local communities. 5 years earlier, before I joined this board, the World Food Program was doing we were doing a program in Benin. Benin had excess agriculture products, and my company, Sahel, was exporting raw products, gari, pineapple gari, coconut gari, palm oil to Nigeria, because there was abundance. 5 years later, the World Food Program is in Benin Republic. A $150 million loan from the World Bank was being used for their school feeding program. I went to visit the warehouse because I'm very distrustful of programs unless I see where the food is coming from. And in the warehouse, I saw rice from India. I saw beans from Ukraine. I didn't see any food from Benin Republic, the same country that had excess food 5 years earlier. So by the time I went to the school to celebrate the school feeding program, I burst into tears because I've been working on changing the narrative. When I talked to the Minister of Finance in Benin, why did you take a loan for school feeding? Is that investment or is it consumption? They said to me, we don't want it to affect our credit ratings. We don't want it to affect, I was like, wow. So there's an issue with the mindset of our power. There's also an issue of us speaking with one voice about what we can accept in our continent and what we cannot. And the issue of double standard, which is why I focus on changing narratives. Beans from Ukraine can come into Benin Republic, but beans from Nigeria, where we have excess, is not accepted by the World Food Program into Benin Republic. Is there a problem? Absolutely. Do we take responsibility as Africans? Absolutely. Should we hold others accountable for the double standards? Absolutely. And so I think we should tell ourselves some honest truths about what it will take for society to really come in. The irony of it all is that Benin Republic had taken out agriculture from its curriculum. So here we are importing food, and we're not teaching our young people how to make it anymore. So I want to just underscore the message I want us to have today is that if we come back a year from now and we're not looking at where are the funding flows, who controls them, and where are decisions made, we will continue to be a continent that's dependent on other world regions. And the most amazing thing that I've learned in my job at the One Campaign is people have told me, Ndidi, the future you're designing for Africa, I don't see a place for me. And I keep on telling people we have to work ourselves out of our jobs. If we're still talking about these issues, 10 years from now, we have failed. So my commitment and the organization's commitment is that we will partner with you on data. We'll partner with you to follow the money. We will track it, but we also have to fight to speak with one voice, to hold our governments accountable, to also hold governments in other parts of the world accountable so we can deliver for our people. Because ultimately, bringing society in is rooted on trust. People have to trust their governments. They have to trust the development society, and they have to trust civil society. Thank you very much.
Alors, Lionel me dit de vous dire qu'il est parfaitement d'accord avec ce que vient de dire Ndidi, même si effectivement les deux procèdent de démarches apparemment opposées. Je suis sous la férule de Luciana. Je souhaiterais ne pas subir une fessée publique. Nous avons encore 2 minutes. Je crois que nous allons en profiter pour remercier sincèrement Lionel et Ndidi pour la qualité et la densité de cet échange qui était, comme vous l'avez vu, un peu trop bref et qu'il nous faudra sans doute réorganiser, mais à une autre occasion. Donc, si vous le voulez bien, un grand round d'applaudissements pour nos deux intervenants. Et je remets la parole à Luciana.
Thank you, Prof. Okay, Monsieur Kako, would you like to come here for a photo? If you could kindly just step forward for a photo before you leave the stage. Please join for the photo. Please. Okay. Thank you again. Thank you, Didi. Thank you, Sir Monsieur Lionel. Thank you, Prof. Achille, for such a thought-provoking conversation. Because of time, I will not endeavor to summarize the conversation. I believe we have been thoroughly challenged by the conversation that has happened until now. So allow me not to rehash what they have said so we are able to get through the rest of the program. You will see from your program that we're now due for our next musical interlude. And so I will be inviting back on stage the very talented Mwasi Moyindo to take us through the next portion. As she comes up, just a couple of reminders. One, if you left your hotel key card at lunch from the Dusit Princess Hotel, please see me. Number 2, tea is continuously being served at Burudani Lounge and at the tent. If you need to take a break and refresh yourself, please feel free to do that. And then thirdly, please make sure that you still go through the exhibitions to see what is on display. Mwasi, the floor is yours.
Vie à nos pensées. Tes écrits nous délivrent de notre quotidien cadenassé. À travers tes mots, le voyage nous est offert, hein, comme c'est beau de sortir de notre enfer. Le grand homme au pouvoir des mots. Te lire est un plaisir. Plongé dans tes caractères noirs sur blanc, j'écoute les chuchotements de ta voix qui me cante. Ton histoire, ta vie, tes combats. Je suis transportée par les images que je me représente. Écrivain, tu es l'objet de ma transcendance. Le témoin immortel qui m'a parlé de mon ascendance parlera de moi à ma descendance. L'entité qui traverse des générations et survivra à jamais. À jamais tu survivras par tes écrits. Seulement, la vie n'est pas toujours faite de perfection. Dernièrement, le monde bouge et laisse entendre des intonations. On a beau chanter Nzambe Tala Kananga, mais qui offrira la liberté à Vinanga? Écrivain, que fais-tu des mots qui minent notre société? Des tyrans qui oppriment notre réalité? Lève-toi et sois la bouche des opprimés. On a beau chanter Nzambe Tala Kananga, mais qui offrira la liberté à Vinanga? Écrivain, que fais-tu des mots qui minent notre société? Des tyrans qui oppriment notre réalité. Lève-toi et sois la bouche des opprimés. Écris. 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 Écris pour nous raconter la véritable histoire de notre terre. Écris. 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 Écris pour nous ramener à notre source perdue, qu'on s'abreuve de ton nom du savoir pour retrouver notre union disparue. Écris. Écris. Écris-nous pourquoi l'amour des années 60 nous est si cher. Ne laisse pas la beauté de la fiction t'éloigner de ta réelle mission. Lève-toi et par tes écrits, reprends le flambeau. Ramène à la barre tous ces piètres bourreaux. Oh, mon pouvoir des mots. Extirpe-nous de ces mondes imaginaires qui nous font perdre nos repères, 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 qui nous font perdre nos repères. Écrivain, tu es la source d'inspiration pour les jeunes. Tu nous fais oublier nos mots et nous débarrasses de nos peines. Quand ils nous font mal, nous manipulent par leurs incitations. Tu nous calmes et nous apaises avec tes citations. Écrivain, tu es l'objet de ma transcendance. Le témoin immortel qui m'a parlé de mon ascendance parlera de moi, oui, de moi à ma descendance. L'entité qui traverse des générations et survivra à jamais. À jamais tu survivras. Alors extirpe-nous de ces mondes imaginaires qui nous font perdre nos repères, 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 qui nous font perdre nos repères. Merci. Applaudissez pour Raphaël, s'il vous plaît.
A round of applause for Raphael. I love him. Make noise, please. Thank you. La très talenteuse Mwasi Moyendo et Raphaël, merci beaucoup pour cette pause musicale. Le discours liminaire qu'on avait avant cela avait des choses sur lesquelles on puisse réfléchir. Je vais citer quelques-unes.
First is that the question of bringing back society, it is not rhetorical, it's an urgent question that we must grapple with. Number two, the question of resetting the table. What is old versus new? What are we accepting from what has been sold to us? Number three, are we activating the right people? Are we activating the right messengers? And I'm happy that Didi has ended her conversation with that. Who is speaking for us in rooms? And finally, and this is what I want to invite the next session to consider, what are we deciding we cannot accept and therefore are receiving wisdom and courage to change? So to take us into the next session, allow me to invite Dr. Richard Macon, who will take over the carte blanche session, and I will come back to lead us through the roundtable session. Just a couple of reminders: if you need to have tea and refreshments, please feel free to go to Jabulani, to the lounge for refreshments. And secondly, there is a cocktail and concert that is happening after this. Just a reminder that that event is only for the guests who had pre-registered. Transport will be available, so please avail yourself for that, but only if you had pre-registered for that event. Dr. Macon, I will invite you to now run the next session.
Thank you so much, Luciana. We are moving gradually to the end. Now is the second session of Carte Blanche. I will be very pleased to invite some key institutions, partners of the Innovation Foundation for Democracy. We will start by l'Agence française de développement, le groupe Agence française de développement. I invite them on this stage. Sous vos ovations, s'il vous plaît, l'Agence française de développement.
Agency.
You will have 8 minutes, please. Try to manage it as... Okay. Thank you. You have the floor.
Thank you. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Good evening. Gosh, good evening for real. Excellent. My name is Bonnie Tunya. I'll be taking you through a very quick and painless conversation that I think is front and center of what we've been discussing and will be discussed in the next few days. So this carte blanche obviously is brought to you by the AFD group. And even as we are talking about bringing back society, I think the goal this afternoon is really to try and connect you to some of the doers that are actually doing that practically in the spaces in which they exist. Because if you look at what the work that AFD Group does is basically to strengthen those capacities, build alliances, and facilitate the scaling up of some of these innovations. And with me are 3 wonderful innovators that will be joining us to just talk real quick about the work that they do. I'd like to introduce them real quick, then we'll get into our conversation, seeing we don't have so much time. First off, I'd like to introduce Marwa Mula. So Marwa Mula is a DevOps engineer, a digital marketing specialist, and a Tunisian entrepreneur. She's a co-founder and chief executive of Ilecom, a social marketplace offering products made by entrepreneurs based mainly in Africa. Round of applause, please. Next to Marwa is from Nairobi, Jelimo Cheboy. Jelimo is a Nairobi-based cultural curator, event producer, and community organizer whose work centers on gender, youth, culture, and the transformation of public space. Round of applause, please. And all the way from Uganda is Felix Biaruhanga, who is a creative entrepreneur with over 10 years experience in monetizing creative brands. He's a founder and creative director of Skyline Media and Management Limited. Thank you so much. Let me start with Jelimo real quick. Jelimo, you have figured out a way of connecting a passion that you have to changing society in a very innovative way. If you could tell us real quick about your innovation and what exactly you do.
So the work that I do is mostly to, first of all, most of us here are from Africa. And in most of Africa's cities, the spaces for young people and girls to occupy are very limited, especially when it comes to recreational spaces and culture spaces. They're very limited, and there's a lot of inequality in such spaces. So for me, I do skateboarding, and I started an organization called Girl Skate Nairobi. And I started it with my friend, Antoinette. She's actually in the audience. She's waving. So we do skateboarding, which is a very male-dominated space. And it's a young sport that is coming out right now in Africa. But when I started skating, myself, I was the only girl I knew who was skating, which was very it was very lonely because I didn't see anyone who looked like me who was skating. It was mostly male skaters. And even when we went to skate, I would see other girls. They were there, but they were just looking. They were just sitting on the sidelines and watching. So that's when I discovered that what is lacking in our space is access to safe spaces, because when girls go to spaces where they cannot see the representation that they want to see, so that they can also feel they can do what these guys are doing. So that made me think of how we can come together as other skaters who are females and create our own community and empower more girls to skate. So this means providing access to these girls for skateboards, which are so expensive.
Right.
And also programs that enable them to learn how to skate.
So this is obviously democracy in action when you look at gender inclusivity, but what else, other than access to the boards and the equipment, what are some of the things that would keep girls off from skating? Is it something that is unique to Kenya?
Unfortunately, no. It's something that is present in most spaces that are male-dominated, especially in sports. So just having mentors, because skateboarding is something that you do as a community. So when you do something as a community and there is no representation of girls and women or other minority genders, it makes it very exclusive. And what you're trying to do is make sports and public spaces more inclusive.
Right.
Yeah.
Just hold that thought. Let's bring in Felix real quick. Felix, give us a sense of how your work then paints a picture of, a shared prosperity for the African continent.
Yeah. I run a company called Skyline Media, and at Skyline Media, I like calling ourselves a team of creative industrialists, and our role pretty much is monetizing creativity. And when it comes to creativity, one of the things at the core of creativity is storytelling. And for us, we've come to notice, or we've come to learn that storytelling helps us to go the extra mile where, for example, a policy document can't go. And in that context, I'll give an example. Last year, I worked on a project where African Union and GIZ got together to do a paper on immigration on Africa. And then at the end, when the paper was published, they asked themselves, how do we get this information out to the people? So that's how we came in and we pitched to them a poetry EP, where we got poets in Uganda to interpret that document and then use story and use poems to tell what the paper is about.
Give me an example of something very specific in Uganda that you'd like to fix using poetry.
It's quite a lot, but let me be careful.
It's fine. You'll be able to fly back home.
I would want to see a lot of youth participation in what's going on in our country, especially from the policy-making side and also for planning for the country. So that's one of course, if you look at the recent population census that just happened in our country, a huge percentage, it's youths. So I would want to see them participate more because at the end of the day, they are the present, and the present is the one that has to secure the future.
Right.
So that's one area that I would love to see change.
Great. Marwa, how does ILECOM bring the idea of youth as an agency of change, especially not just from a creative point of view, but from science, engineering, and tech?
Okay, thank you. Actually, the journey started when I saw what's happening in Europe as an impact project and with my engagement with the social organization. And I asked myself, why not create this and bringing this energy and impact in Africa and Tunisia? And that's why I decided the first project I worked on is bringing actually volunteers from Europe to work in a project in Africa. And I'm very surprised to see France Volontaire here, an organization that I worked with them. And I think this is how we can create impact, how to bring people from different nationalities to Africa and start working together. And this is how led me to co-found ELICOM. Actually, it's an infrastructure that help creative African people to promote their work, promote their product, and also grow online and generate revenue. Today we are working with government in Tunisia, institution in Senegal, actually to give them all the tools, all the training, the right training to be able to show their work to the world and to be able to work in the global markets.
Lastly, ladies and gentlemen, as we tie this together, how do you see Africa cross-learning or partnering in this shared prosperity that we're talking about, where we're saying we need to move from just sitting one side of the table to be actual collaborators and partners? And anyone can take this. How do you see, for example, Jelimo Girls Kit expand beyond the borders that is Kenya or Nairobi?
For us, I think the first thing is having a permanent safe space that people can come and learn and grow and connect with more young people who have the same goals. So having investors, from private sectors, public sectors, civil societies, and even government supporting young people by building infrastructure that enable them to have safe spaces and places where they can come and freely be themselves, you know, and meeting other people who provide them with more opportunities to learn and grow. Yeah.
Felix, you want to say something about that? Yeah.
I would just say, for me, I think it's through dialogue, like the pavilion. I mean, since morning, we've been having conversations, we've been listening to people talk about the different things, but also beyond the dialogue and beyond the conversations is the action. Like, if this summit is done and we go back to our individual countries, what are we doing to make sure that whatever was discussed here is implemented or is being pushed for in the different countries where we come from?
Right. So, Maro, just before I give you a chance to add your thought to that, I'll afford each of you just 60 seconds to give me a picture of what is your imagined Africa that is innovatively expanding the democratic space. So we'll start with Maro coming down.
The vision, actually, the vision of... Personally, my vision with my work is to connect talents, African talents, to all the world. This is my vision. How we're gonna do this with the right support, the right training, and with the right AI tools. I think now we know all of them that technology adoption is not the main challenge today, but the challenge and what we need to do is to execute, to go to the on the ground and implement what we want to do. Because keeping distance from Africa, it's not the best solution. We need to be on the ground. And that's why I decided after 10 years in France to come here in Africa, in Tunisia, now in Senegal. And actually the presence gives me this motivation and this hope for the vision of Africa. Right. And in this era of AI, I think we need to think about how we can support entrepreneurs, how we can support women in business, because I did like a program few months in Senegal, and I saw that 80% of the participants don't know what is AI. And the worst don't know what the website is, how can we website to grow our business, etc. So the vision is to execute, to give them the right support, not only to the entrepreneur, but also to the institution, to the organization, and to the government.
Right. Jelimo?
My vision is to use skateboarding as a tool for providing opportunities and connecting members of our small communities together, and showing that sports can provide so much opportunities and enable our communities to grow through sport and culture. And also just shattering the idea and narrative that women can't do this or that, because skateboarding is actually a very challenging sport, and to encourage young kids, young girls from even age 5 and above to learn how to skate and challenge themselves, build resilience as they grow, and become leaders in their own communities.
Right. Felix, take us home.
I'll go back to what I said earlier, which is youth participation. Currently, our generation of the youth, I feel like it has been the most collaborative given the technology advancement that is available. But then also, if you look at the young people right now, they are no longer seeking to be represented. They're representing themselves through the music they're creating, the art they're creating, the designs they're creating, and everything like that. So what I believe is that as people in different positions of capacity, we just have to continue giving them the tools and developing the infrastructure that can help them take it further.
Right. Ladies and gentlemen, these are young Africans reinventing democracy through action. Thank you so much for your time. This was a conversation of the AFD Group. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We invite the photographer for a team photo, please. Thank you. Merci au groupe Agence française de développement. Maintenant, nous invitons nos amis d'African Policy Research Institute, the African Policy Research Institute. Welcome.
I have a PowerPoint. No, I have 5 minutes. Bon, pour économiser du temps, je vais commencer. De toute façon, vous pourrez suivre au fur et à mesure. Ma présentation sera en anglais, donc ça permettra aussi pour ceux qui ont besoin.
Is in English, so the people who want to follow in English will be able to follow it. So my name is Amodine. I work for Africa Policy Research Institute, which is an independent think tank with an office in Berlin, in Germany, and another meeting in Abuja, in Nigeria. So we have an international team. Myself, I work from France, and I manage the program, the geoeconomics program. So the idea is for our think tank is to create a link between Africa and Europe, because we saw that when we were looking for pathways in Africa, we have to come to Africa. And now we have discussions of having Africa in Europe, and for this reason we created the office in Berlin, which we use. We use the office in Abuja so that we can have our collaboration and experiment with all the collaborations that we can have with government, especially with the government of Nigeria. So the idea is to create a platform, which is the image of our forum today, to create a platform where you can have researchers, the representatives of civil society, people from the private sector who can come and think on the different thematic areas. This is not my PowerPoint, sorry. So I had prepared the summary of the creation in 2021. And 2023, we opened the office in Abuja. And at that point that we started working on the issues of transition in terms of climate issues. And the first program that was created was the laboratory. That's the economics and society, and we carried out a lot of analysis of elections, and we were able to test a lot of this. Myself, I joined the team in 2024, and that is when the geopolitical and the geoeconomic programs were introduced, and the financing of the foundation came in to help us with the idea of creating a link between Europe and Africa. So we're just trying to see the role of Africa internationally. So in 2025, we took 30 people who are working for us, and we relaunched ourselves the program that we call Green Tech and Youth, so that we can see today how the youth entrepreneurs can help to have greener businesses. So those are the 4 programs. Now we will see it is unfortunate because I can't see the QR code so that people can actually get more information. So I continue. For the geopolitical program, the idea is to navigate through the complexities of the world today, knowing what it means in terms of positioning of the continent in international relations. The idea is to have an approach that is cross-cutting, which deals with the political, social, technological, and issues around minerals. So I just continue. I think I'll finish without the presentation. I'll have to adapt myself to this. Now, we are behind there, and we came with my colleague, we came with a small business cards to talk about 2 topics that are related to the theme of our meeting today. So we have an interactive map of Africa Plus One, which was created from the first time we had a summit to see how the different actors are positioned in their relationship with Africa, and also to be able to publish an analysis on these issues. And the second publication is also related to the issue of minerals, which is at the heart of our discussion. So we have a visual mapping to show the partnerships that were signed with African countries and their partnerships everywhere on the globe, and to also see which are the positions, the strategies by the actors, and how we can, with the time, position ourselves in Africa. So you'll be able to see all these reports, and I invite you to come and see us outside there, and thank you for your attention.
Merci infiniment et
Thank you, and sorry for the technical glitch. We didn't see your PowerPoint presentation, but I think the participants were able to follow you, and I invite them to come and visit your stand so that they can see, have more information. It's also the opportunity for me to invite you to go and see what is in the exhibition, which is just outside this beautiful building. So we are celebrating words that give us comfort, written by important authors who participated in the establishment of African intelligence. Some are in the room, some are not here. So do not hesitate to visit this important exhibition.
Director of ICG, our hosting institution. So I will invite directly l'IRD, l'Institut de recherche pour le développement.
The Institute for Research for Development.
Bienvenue.
Welcome. Hello. Allow me to excuse Madame Valérie, our CEO, who would have wished to be here with us, but she had to cancel her flight at the last minute. So we are carrying out the Institute for Public Research. That's Research for Innovation. In Africa, we have a network of 18 permanent offices, and we support scientific programs with the young innovators and the training in 34 countries. So as we produce knowledge so that they can be used for public policies at the different levels. Today we want to present to you the experiences of two beneficiaries from our activities. So I'll give you the floor to Clarice, who is from the DRC and who is working on how to manage waste from the mining industry. And she got a trophy from the Institute of IRD, and she also got support to develop her project. Violeta is also working on child mother health in Benin, South Africa. So I'll give them the floor. I'll talk to you about mines. When we're talking about extraction of minerals, we actually see the minerals. We do not see the waste that comes when you're extracting minerals. We don't talk about it. When you go to Misisi, it is a place where they do local mining, and it is actually there's a lot of activities around there. And the first thing that you notice, artisanal mining, you will see around the small hills everywhere on the landscape. These are artificial hills which are made out of mining wastes. And they are just actually left there in a negligent way without respecting environmental consideration. So you find them next to rivers, in forests, even on farms. And all these creates the risk of soil pollution, but also even water pollution. We also notice in these mining areas whether it is the main service roads, they are actually not in good state. It's just from this observation that my project was born, to process these waste so that it can be used for the road network in the country. So in 2020, I started my doctorate in mining environment, and my objective was very simple: to consider the mineral waste not as a problem but as a resource that can contribute to sustainable development. And thanks to our research work and tests in the laboratories, we noted that we can use these waste to make paving for roads, given that they can be safe even for the environment. So the concrete solutions that go with these objectives is that the spaces where they put these waste is free, the pollution is reduced, the using of natural sand is also limited, because we'll have to add value to the waste, and this will also create employment. In 2023 then, I had my prototype of the paving blocks, and it is thanks to the trophy for innovation from IRD and to the passion for making use of the research outcomes. I got inspiration to produce 2,000 blocks and to work on a space of 60 square meters. And with this achievement, I found that it is proof that my research can create value and contribute to solving real problems to which our society is faced. My vision in the short term is to put in place a laboratory to produce these paving blocks on the mining sites. This will allow the local communities to own the project. My ambition in the long term is to use this technology to encourage collaboration with the actors from the mining sector and from the infrastructure, the civil society, researchers, and political authorities, so that we can make a circular economy in the mining areas. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you for being here at the end of this session. And my name is Violeta Moya Alvarez, and I'm a medical doctor and researcher at the French Institute for Sustainable Development. So first, I want you to picture this, a waiting room of a maternity in the Central African Republic, with women waiting, and they're just hoping for a fair future for their infants. And now I want you to picture the same image, but 2 years later. We have to know that 1/3, 1 out of 3 of these infants will be already stunted. Globally, there are more than 150 million children stunted. And stunting is a condition in which growth is slowed, but so is immunity and brain development. So for decades, we gave a just and simple answer, gave more food to these infants. But what if I told you that it's not only about food? What if I told you if there was something invisible in the gut of the infants that impeded the correct absorption of these nutrients, and therefore these infants couldn't develop as they should? So this was the story and the question behind the AfriBiota studies. And actually, the first AfriBiota study was conducted in the Central African Republic, but also in Madagascar. And researchers went beyond this calorie question, and they analyzed the microbiota of these infants. This is trillions of bacteria and viruses and parasites that help us digest, that help us fight infections, and they also train the immune system. And actually, they made 2 extraordinary discoveries. The first one was that these infants were not simply underfed. They had chronic inflammation going on in their gut, and a microbial imbalance that perturbed this mucosa and impeded it from absorbing correctly these nutrients. And second thing, and even more important, is that this bacteria wasn't gut bacteria, but this disease and this condition, called environmental intestinal dysfunction, came from the mouth. So suddenly, oral hygiene, oral education, and prevention emerged as a very useful tool to prevent the emergence of stunting. So that's exactly what we're doing now in Bangui, where we are following 700 households for the moment, and where we're implementing an oral hygiene strategy. So now I want you to go back to this picture of the maternity still in the Central African Republic. And now what if I told you that some of these women, not all, but some of these, carry a very powerful weapon to fight stunting. It's not in a bottle, it's not in a syringe, it's in their breast milk. Another study called Mythica discovered that some of the molecules of the breast milk of these women, called human milk oligosaccharides, HMOs, were associated with not only reduced stunting rates, but also better length for age during the first year of life. And actually, these HMOs are extraordinary molecules which help us build a strong microbiota by fostering beneficial bacteria. Second, they improve the gut barrier. And third, they train the immune system. And that's why we want to do now in the AfriBiota 3 study, where we want to implement and give all children these molecules to prevent stunting before it emerges. So, actually, that's not only a story about science. It's a story about rethinking the very beginning of life to really protect human potential. So when you go back home and you see a woman breastfeeding, I want you to think that they're not only nurturing children, but they're also shaping the immune system and the microbiota, and they're protecting the future of the children. And finally, and maybe the most beautiful part of this story, is that maybe the solution to a very important challenge in public health has been all the way along with us while we were held in the arms of our mothers. Thank you so much.
So, thank you so much. Please wait a moment for the group photo, please. Madam. Please, for the group photo. Thank you so much for these amazing presentations. Nous évoluons vers la fin de cette session.
At the end of this session, and we still have some institutions which we are still going to invite. The coordination is next to make their presentation. So I request you to welcome them warmly. Now, greetings everyone. I hope that you are still attentive. The afternoon was quite intense. My name is Grahidie. I work for an association for feminist, a small organization called Keep Up, which works with a large network of journalists, parliamentarians, politicians, and activists in different geographical regions. We work with 150 associations on the front line in different countries, and especially in West Africa, the Francophone West Africa. I will not talk about that because it's not the topic of my presentation. So the platform for the associations that we call Coordination Sud called me, and we are a member of, and they were telling me, you're going to Nairobi, we have a message that we want to share with the participants in Nairobi. And this message is on the side of worries. And now they said, now because they're going to put your presentation in the white carte blanche. I think the tension between the fears that we have is something that we're going to have many of you speaking about. For me, for example, it interests me, so I accepted the exercise. Let's start with the fears. 1 year ago in Dakar, there was a meeting for democracy, and I was facilitating a panel that was talking about the end of the international solidarity. And in this panel, one of the speakers from an African think tank said something that I found realistic to me. He was saying that there's going to be a time for transformation, but right now the issue of the US leaving its commitment is going to have consequences on millions of lives. And an organization that was working on these issues, at the same time there were discussions about the reduction of the spaces for citizens. And I went back to France, and we continued to hear these changes. And also important discussions continued to dominate our exchanges at the international solidarity level. And at that point, our platform for the international, for our associations, on behalf of whom I'm speaking here, they carried out a study to see what were the consequences of these action by US, and also to see the effect on the funding that was going to the associations, to the public in France. We observed that the reason why we have these fears is that most of the associations that responded, even with their partners, they started going into survival mode. Most of them, they were working on activities, main activities, and leaving out certain things in their projects which were concerning 15 million people. That's one of the realities. Given these associations, from the International Solidarity for French, they mobilized to talk to the government and to also intervene on behalf of telling a narrative that is taking place, of accepting that the international solidarity.
Instrumentalisé au service d'intérêts économiques nationaux et aussi au service de logiques de contrôle migratoire. Et ça, c'est évidemment pas la solidarité internationale dont rêvent les associations françaises et leurs partenaires. Donc ça peut-être pour l'inquiétude majeure. Je vais passer, si vous vouliez bien, maintenant à la joie, puisque c'était la commande. Et pour aller du côté de la joie, j'aimerais convoquer justement cette série de discussions, l'intensification des discussions et des échanges transnationaux qu'on a pu noter depuis 2 ans. Une intensification des échanges qui montre combien les associations constituent un tissu vif et vivant de personnes, de collectifs, de mouvements qui ont une formidable créativité pour inventer des solutions aux problèmes contemporains. Une joie aussi qui vient du fait que malgré le repli identitaire, malgré la fragmentation de nos sociétés, les associations sont encore capables d'ouvrir des espaces pour imaginer un monde futur où la question de l'égalité est centrale. Je voudrais peut-être juste terminer en disant que l'enjeu est sans doute double aujourd'hui. C'est un enjeu qui est à la fois relationnel, comme on l'a pu en discuter cet après-midi, mais c'est aussi un enjeu politique. Un enjeu relationnel parce qu'il s'agit plus que jamais, en tant qu'association, de prendre soin de nos relations. Qu'est-ce que ça veut dire ? Ça veut dire prendre soin de nos relations en regardant en face les asymétries de pouvoir, de ressources qui ont structuré le champ de la solidarité internationale. Il y a maintenant peut-être 4 ans de cela, en 2022, Coordination Sud organisait les journées de la société civile africaine et européenne auxquelles ont participé une centaine d'associations de 17 pays africains et de 14 pays européens. Dans ces journées est ressorti finalement ce qui pourrait être le fil conducteur d'un agenda très clair, le partage du pouvoir et la reconnaissance de la multiplicité des savoirs situés. Pour prendre soin de nos relations, il nous faut garder la centralité de cet agenda. C'est en tout cas la conviction de Coordination Sud. Autre point, la dimension politique de tout ça. Peut-être que maintenant, plus que jamais, il s'agit d'être en capacité de pousser ensemble l'importance du rôle des sociétés civiles dans la construction de nos sociétés et de nos démocraties. Il ne s'agit pas simplement de solidarité internationale, il s'agit aussi de la manière dont on souhaite que soient identifiés ceux qui comptent pour le plus grand nombre. Et pour ça, on pense que nous avons une grande force dans les sociétés civiles, de grandes connexions, et qu'il est important de continuer à les faire vivre pour pouvoir imposer à l'agenda politique partout où nous sommes l'importance de la solidarité, de la justice, pour pouvoir construire un monde à la fois stable, durable et habitable, en ne sacrifiant pas à l'idée qu'aujourd'hui, le monde serait entièrement marchandisable. Ça, je crois que c'est quelque chose qu'il est important qu'on garde en tête collectivement, et c'était le message que Coordination Sud souhaitait faire passer. Merci beaucoup.
Merci infiniment à Coordination Sud. Je ne sais pas si nos amis de l'Agence universitaire de la francophonie nous ont rejoints. Je ne sais pas si nos amis de l'Agence universitaire de la francophonie nous ont rejoints. Si ce n'est pas le cas, nous allons passer à la prochaine session, à la prochaine table ronde consacrée à la thématique de la santé maternelle et infantile. Et pour ce faire, je vais inviter mon amie Luciana. Luciana.
I'm going to it for. Alors, vous venez. Merci. Donc, bonjour.
Are we still alive? Good. So we have just one more round table, and then we are done with the technical elements of today. The round table is going to focus on maternal and child health, and I will just invite Zorine, who is the lead expert in preparing this chapter for the white paper, to come up. I know we are expecting one of the panelists shortly, but if Pauline Basinga and Helga and Zenat and Gedenji Gitai are here, I'll also invite them to come forward. Are they in the room? Okay. All right. Just a quick couple of reminders. The concert and cocktail that is happening at Allianz Francaise, there is transport available for those who had pre-registered. Please wait outside at the end of the event, and they will direct you as to where the transport will be. Secondly, if you still haven't had tea, the tea is continually being served at the tent. Feel free to go and refresh yourself even as this session continues. If you haven't had a chance to visit the exhibition stands, I also invite you to go and see what is being displayed by the various organizations. And also make your way around the room and also see what has been put up as well as outside the room. So I'm going to invite the participants for the next roundtable to make their way to the stage, if they are in the room. I will invite Dr. Gedenji Gitahi to come on stage. Suleiman Khan, Helga Fogstad, Pauline Basinga, as well as Zorine Padurin. I know we're expecting one more panelist, and I believe they will join us as we proceed. Right. So for the sake of the panelists, please take note of the timer that is on your right. The display will show you how much time you have remaining, and then we will close the session with a photograph. All right?
Hello? Okay, so habari za jioni and karibuni sana to the last panel of the day, which is on democratizing maternal and child health in Africa, a strategic investment for the future. I'm very pleased to have several distinguished panelists with me, and you'll excuse us if a few people join us a little bit later. But we are going to get started. So to provide a little bit of context on this chapter of the white paper that we've written, we've been speaking about several of the geopolitical constraints that we've all been living in all day today. So I don't need to repeat those for you, but broadly we have seen that there are a lot of competing priorities that countries, governments, civil society have been dealing with that have been getting worse over the years. There's certainly a shrinking of aid budgets. A lot of these pressures have encouraged multiple countries to turn inwards as opposed to looking towards building partnerships and collaboration. And a lot of this is leading to the crumbling of norms when it comes to the international development context and sector. At the Paris Peace Forum, where I work, and to provide a little bit of introduction to that, my name is Zorine Badruddin. I'm a policy manager at the Paris Peace Forum. We had our director, Justin Weiss, speak at the opening about how we believe in civil society and how we believe in creating platforms for multi-stakeholder engagement and how important that is for development. And linking that to the context that we're all living in at the moment, it's really important when resources are scarce to recognize that we have a moral, but more importantly, we have a strategic imperative to use those resources in the way that will have the greatest impact, what will do the most good for the most number of people. And the argument that we would like to present, and this is the framing behind our initiative that's called the Child Priority Framework, is that investing in children is the most effective in terms of cost, but it's also the most unifying investment that we can do when it comes to development. So yes, it's a moral argument, it's the right thing to do, but actually it's an economic and strategic argument. Our countries are stronger when we invest in our children. And given the context that we are in, unfortunately, we are moving in the wrong direction. We cannot always do more with less. And so we need to prioritize, we need to improve coordination, we need to concentrate our efforts. And hence we are obligated to invest in the well-being of our youngest. And one of the key elements of this is through prioritizing maternal and child health. So to provide a summary of the challenges that we are currently dealing with, since 1990, we've been making actually pretty incredible progress across the world, particularly here in Africa, when it comes to child and maternal health. Under-5 child mortality rate has gone down significantly, maternal mortality rates have gone down significantly, but unfortunately we're not moving fast enough. Approximately 4.9 million children died during the year of 2024. Almost 60% of those children are here in Africa, or were here in Africa. This continent, unfortunately, is predicted to be the most deadly continent for children up through 2055. Maternal mortality, as I said, has improved significantly, but still 70% of maternal mortality in the world happens here in Africa. And the problem with this is that the majority of these deaths are preventable, they are treatable. The majority of statistics that I cited, particularly when it comes to under-5 child mortality, is because of infectious diseases, it's because of respiratory illnesses, it's because of neonatal complications. And the children and the mothers who continue to be at risk at this point are actually the ones who are the most vulnerable. That is because they are the ones who are living in poverty. It's because they are the ones living in conflict-afflicted situations. A child living in a conflict setting is 3 times more likely to pass away before the age of 5. And 98% of children in sub-Saharan Africa are stated to be living in a medium to extremely high risk situation due to climate change. All of these are compounding factors. And to bring us to the current situation, the shutdown of USAID from 2025 is expected to result in 5.4 million more children dying than would have otherwise between now and 2030. By 2055, Africa is expected to have 1 billion children, which is a gift. That's fantastic. But the flip side is we know, unfortunately, these children are disproportionately more at risk of health issues, of complications, of many of the development challenges that we've been talking about all day today, not just during this panel. So the cost of inaction on maternal and child health is not an abstract concept. It is measured in the lives impacted. The white paper outlines 4 different barriers to maternal and child health, which I'll just go over very quickly. The first is challenges around financial and geographic access to health. In Africa, compared to any other country, people pay more in out-of-pocket costs for health than anywhere else. Those are prohibitive. And between 10 to 15% of the sub-Saharan African population lives more than 3 hours away from the nearest healthcare facility. The second is the quality of care. Even if you can access a healthcare facility, does it have the quality, the training, the resources and material that you actually need? The third is barriers in terms of data technology and innovation. A lot of our systems are out of date. There are multiple access points when it comes to healthcare. You go to a center and it doesn't have what you need, and that requires you to travel, and there's an opportunity cost to visit the next one. And then finally, the socioeconomic determinants. 75% of children in sub-Saharan Africa also face food poverty at some point in their lives. We know that healthcare is not a silver bullet. If our children are also living in poverty, if they don't have access to clean water, to healthy food, healthcare alone cannot be a siloed approach. There is a much more important and a much broader view on what quality healthcare actually means when we are talking about our children. So that's the bad news. There is good news. What is the good news? The good news is that none of this is inevitable. These trends do not and will not continue if we invest in what needs to be invested in. So if we look at our panelists here today, who I will be introducing briefly, we've got a series of recommendations and a series of case studies from Africa, what is already being implemented, what works, what's being innovated here on the ground, what can be scaled to address these problems. And the first piece of, or the next piece of good news beyond that is there is political agreement on children. You'd be hard-pressed to find anyone who says investing in children is not an important thing to do. But we have the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child. We have the Sustainable Development Goals, the Millennium Development Goals before that. We have the Abuja Declaration, which commits governments to 15% of spending of national budgets on their healthcare systems. We haven't necessarily achieved that yet, but the commitment is there. So what can we do about our pillars? The first is encouraging our governments to develop costed national health care plans, to enact the fiscal reforms that are necessary to be able to support these kinds of commitments, to formalizing universal health care coverage and reducing those out-of-pocket costs, to scale last-mile delivery, especially of our community healthcare delivery services. And I'll also make the point that our community healthcare workers, who are often the backbone of a lot of the healthcare work that is done, are predominantly young women who are undertrained and underpaid. And alongside that, there is a huge opportunity for African countries to work together to take advantage of economies of scale, to invest in collective purchasing mechanisms, to be able to reduce costs, because 95% of pharmaceutical products used on the continent are imported. On strengthening and integrating our quality healthcare systems, There is a strong need to invest in a common harmonized platform to reduce the entry points that we access healthcare through, to increase and retain our health workforce. There was a conversation earlier during the keynotes about brain drain, about the people who are trained, who are our human capital, who choose for a variety of reasons to go and work elsewhere. And to recognize that the essential medicines, so for example, for malaria, for diarrhea, for pneumonia, they cost less than $1 a dose. So it's not that the medications don't exist. The bottleneck isn't the science, the bottleneck is our service delivery. It's getting it to the people fast enough for when they need it. In terms of leading on data and technology and innovation, our healthcare systems should not just be the passive recipients of digital tools. There is a huge opportunity to become the leaders in adopting and producing and creating the health technologies of the future. That can be electronic health records and investing in telehealth, but also there's an opportunity through AI-assisted diagnostics. And that is hugely relevant for improving rural access to healthcare, but also the quality of care. And the data systems that we have. If we're better able to track vaccination schedules, disease outbreaks, we're able to buy in advance based on what we need, deliver before the medications expire, and move to the point where Africa is a continent not just that imports these products, but manufactures and one day exports these life-saving medications. And then finally, on addressing the underlying determinants, there is an importance to view healthcare through that holistic lens that I was mentioning, making sure that it is paired with clean water and sanitation investments, with nutrition support, with educating our boys and girls, because ultimately the goal is not just having access to healthcare, it's to making sure that it is quality, to making sure that our children do not live in poverty, that their parents are educated, that they have good community support, and that because of that, our children have better survival and development outcomes than they would have otherwise. So that is what we are moving towards, and that is why maternal and child health care is such a critical piece in terms of the investments that need to be made. And I'll go back to that broader lens being a big part of the Paris Peace Forum's child priority framework and the larger agenda of the work that we are doing. But without further ado, I would like to hand the floor to our panelists who will be sharing some examples of some of the innovations, of the work, of what works here in Africa, how we know it works, and what we can use from those learnings to scale this and improve health outcomes for our children and our mothers across the continent. So we are going to go slightly out of order here. So we are going to start with Helga Fogstad, who is the Director of Health Programs at UNICEF. There should be a mic on the table. So Helga, thank you for joining us. It's a pleasure. This white paper draws a lot on UNICEF's global and regional reporting data, but my question to you is, what are the most critical data and accountability gaps that are preventing governments or donors from meeting this issue with the urgency that it actually deserves?
Yeah, that's a very good question, and especially because, I mean, we've made such enormous gains, as you have said, but last year it's going the wrong direction. So for the first time, historically in 2024, it reached the under 5 million, which is fantastic, given where it was in 1990 when we negotiated the MDGs in 2000. But last year, it all of a sudden started going the wrong direction. So here is a great need, and the white paper, I really appreciate that, because there is a need in order to put more focus on maternal and child health. And without the political will and without the agreement among partners that to get behind system strengthening, I think it will not be able to make a dent on the SDGs. As we know, there are more than 60 countries that will not meet the newborn, and there is 53 countries that will not meet the maternal mortality, and most of these countries are in Africa. So there is a need. We have to get behind system strengthening, and as we know, PHC is the best return on investment. It's $1 to $47. So this is something that needs to be articulated, not only in national plans, but also district plans. And it needs to articulate what is needed in order to strengthen the systems. And we at UNICEF are helping with many partners to get behind community healthcare workers. And this is a serious strategy, because most of them are women in Africa. Most of them are not paid. Most of them are not supported, and most of them are actually don't have the safety around them that is needed. So we are very much involved in strengthening the community health worker and the referral system, because you need a midwife, you need the physician, you need the nurse, and all of this, as you have said yourself, it's lacking in quality. Lacking in quality and support, so this is really important. The other thing is, I think political will with accountability needs to be made more explicit. And so we are helping now together with key partners in 55 countries where the IWINI, every woman, every newborn, everywhere, and also child survival action plans in 36 of these 55 countries. I think without this explicit, you will not get a budget line, and you will not get the implementation and accountability that is needed in district health plans. So I think that is really critical, because then you have the focus on strengthening. We are also costing these plans, which is important, because it doesn't help getting these plans in the narrative in a national plan if they do not get budget lines in the budget. So that is really key also to ensure that. So I think these two things together with data, and I cannot express data enough. It has to be data, 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 in order to ensure progress reporting and the accountability that needs. And I think we need to get a movement going where child health and child out of the health services, like nutrition, like in education, and also protection, is made explicit. If not, this does not become a reality. And I think with that, we need to align more partners behind this and not stop with projects. We know the evidence has showed us we have enough examples of good examples in countries, and to actually enhance implementation. So that's really what I would like to say. Thank you.
Thank you. That's hugely important, especially through the national, the regional plans, as you said, district, the accountability. I know there's several economists in the room who will appreciate the call to data as well. And so moving from that, from the accountability and the actual, the planning and the budget lines behind what governments need to do, moving a bit more towards implementation. Dr. Paula Mazinga, you are the director of the Africa team here at the Gates Foundation. My question for you is the white paper looks at a lot of different case studies, whether it's universal healthcare coverage, whether it's different forms of vaccination programs. It talks about investing in innovative technologies. What are some of the most exciting examples that the Gates Foundation has invested in here in Africa? What do you see as the greatest opportunity for transformation of maternal and child care here?
Thank you very much, Soren, and hi everyone. Really great to see Dr. Helga here. I hope you have now moved to Nairobi. You are based here now. Welcome. It's a sign that UNICEF has decided to bring actually their global director here. So for people who are still in France and everybody, this is the place to be, I'm sure. And thank you very much for having us, and also for just setting up the tone very well. So I'm going to skip on, some of the point that I wanted to make at the beginning, even that you've made all the big point. I think, both of you said something quite critical that we all need to absorb, right? Last year in 2025, 4.9 million children died before age of 5. And this was, it included 2.1 million newborn babies. And this was the first time ever in history that number was up. First time. For the past 25 years, that number has been going down systematically. So we need to really ask ourselves what is happening. Because when you also look at the maternal mortality as well, it tells the same story. Every time we lose a woman, the child that survives has 37% chance of surviving, only. So yesterday, I'm one of the 4th in our family, so I consider myself the child of my wife as well. We have 3 boys, and we went to look for a gift for her, because today is Mother's Day, by the way. Happy Mother's Day for all the mother. I'm not sure if in France it's the same thing. It's probably not, but we're celebrating women today. And we're just reflecting on what she meant for us. If she disappeared, what will happen? And that continued to happen across Africa in a rate that is unbelievable. Losing a mother while she's giving birth, we know it's a natural phenomenon. It's just unbelievable. So we all need to do something different. And we have the solutions. There are innovations that exist. Number one is vaccines. We know the magic of vaccine. This is why Gavi exists. This is why many countries have their national programs. We've been able to scale a number of vaccines, including HPV today, etc. So HPV, for example, one of the concrete examples that the Gates Foundation, with our partners, we've been able to engage in was scaling up HPV, because as you know, HPV is a 2-dose vaccine. It used to be 2-dose vaccine, and it costs a lot. And when you have 2 doses of a vaccine to give a young child, young adolescent girls, the complexity of delivery, the cost, it became very complex. So what the Gates Foundation did was to fund a study that proved that only 1 dose will provide the same protection. And that has unlocked a lot of difficulties delivery. We've been able to, not as the Gates Foundation, but in partnership with Gavi and UNICEF and WHO and many other partners to support a number of countries. Nigeria has vaccinated last year 13 million girls, etc. So that's one very concrete example. The other one is the measles vaccine. Measles vaccine has been able to save 33 million lives since it has been implemented. On the maternal health side, for example, there are a lot of innovation to reduce one of the most critical causes of maternal mortality, PPH. We have better tools to detect and protect postnatal hemorrhage. We have AI-enabled ultrasound that you can actually bring down to the health facility level so that even a nurse can actually detect those 15% of pregnancy that are at risk, because it's not all pregnancy that will need, C-section, etc. So the ability to detect them is very critical. We have some nutrition intervention as well, like the multiple macronutrients. That in the past, we know when I was doing my medical school, we used to give women only fer and acid folic. But we know that women need more nutrients, like almost 14. So multiple macronutrients can actually provide women with a lot of that. But the problem is not only those innovations. The challenge is the delivery. You need to actually unlock the capacity of the ministries and government for them to be able to transfer those tools into the hands and the body of women, etc. This is why we've been also innovating in the science of delivery, working with partners like AMREF to think about, where those women are in very fragile places. I think Dr. Getinjo will be more articulate to talk about those. But also one thing that we're doing now is to really change the way we engage, because we need to strengthen systems to be able to reduce maternal mortality. This is why we're working on what we're calling Health Transformation Unit within Ministry of Health, to make sure that the government have the data, they can unlock their own funding, they can get their funding to get further, and they can actually solve the bottleneck of delivery, etc. I'll stop for now so that I can let others discuss, and then happy to come back later.
Much appreciated. That was a lot of examples in a very quick period of time. But also very useful to see the breadth, the diversity of the context in which that those are being implemented, because of course each country has its own unique challenges when it comes to healthcare. So there is no one size fits all, but there's a lot we can learn from what's working. Looking at a different perspective of what's working or what strengthens service delivery. Dr. Zeenat Suleiman Khan, you are the regional CEO of the Aga Khan Health Services in East Africa. Based on AKHS's work, can you talk about what are some of the non-negotiable foundations for building integrated maternal and healthcare systems? What do we need to do to make sure that there's actual community level engagement and ownership over healthcare to improve outcomes?
Thank you very much. Hello everyone, happy Mother's Day again. I would like to first introduce very briefly what is Aga Khan Development Network Health System is, not just Africa. We are in 8 countries from Central Asia to South Asia, Pakistan, Afghanistan, Tajikistan, Syria, Kenya, Tanzania, Uganda. So you get the feeler where we exist. We do want to come to Paris, but for some reason we are not getting there. But we are in these low to middle income countries, war-torn zones most of the time, poor, difficult to get geographies. That gives you an idea of where we exist, and the examples which I'll talk about, the challenges I would talk about is in all our AKDN geographies where we work, but then we have successes to share as well, and the lessons learned for that. Maternal and child, one of the first things we say that the delay in seeking care, delays in reaching care, and delays in getting quality care. So we are talking of 3 things: seeking, reaching, and getting the quality care. So when we started working as AKDN, we have a strong belief, our ethos of His Highness the Aga Khan and our leadership is that we don't work in silos. We cannot take a mother or a child in a hospital alone. That doesn't work. The care, the thinking, the prevention, promotion starts from the community. So our first very important philosophy is community trust and ownership is non-negotiable. And whatever we work on, whatever project or our systems, etc., we look at our communities first. You talked about CHWs being predominantly women, predominantly being unemployed. They're not employed by anybody. So imagine how many of us will be doing the job out of the bottom of our heart because we love communities and we can't put food on the table. So whenever we are going, and I will give you example of 2 of our MNCH, RMNCH, reproductive, very important, projects in East Africa. We did it in various counties in Kenya and various regions of Tanzania, Impact and Access Project. And our first target was community health workers. But the important thing which we worked with the community leadership of making it sustainable for long term. So yes, we trained them. Yes, we took ownership of doing long-term training with them because science keeps changing. We were doing 2 HPVs, it's 1 now. So we need to continue with that. But how do we make it systematic? How do we ensure that they get paid and there is sustainability? Sustainability of any project needs to be thought through before the project starts, not after. And I think that is where this project of ours showed very strong outcomes of preparing CHWs, but making them part of the communities so they don't become saloon ladies and do whatever need, which by the way can be beneficial as well, but systematically working with the community leaders. The second important part is in maternal and child health care, and I talked about it, it cannot be taken in silos. We cannot say a PPH patient comes to a healthcare facility, that's when we will jump. The jumping needs to happen, as we heard, at the community level, at lady health visitors or nurses to pick up the potential PPH. And that is the continuum of care. Hub and spoke model. The spoke needs to start with the community, goes to district hospitals, regional hospitals, and the national hospitals, as we talked about. And that continuum of care is so important. In access and the projects I'm talking about, we upgraded 80 public healthcare institutions, but not just hospitals, not just Muhimbilis and Kenyatta. We went to the polyclinics and the dispensaries in the Shambhas far away. So that's where we talked about that, what we did. We worked with our healthcare workers. I talked about it already, so I'm not going to do. Referral pathways, so important. How does a healthcare worker or a nurse picks up that this patient timely referral to a community health or a district or a regional hospital? In digital access, all our systems were connected from the community to the national system. So again, guys, if you go to the Shambhas of small villages, everyone has a phone. And I don't know the numbers, but so many of them are using digital network to talk. M-Pesa is a classic example in our parts of the world. So if commercial industry has picked up so well, we need to pick it up as well. I know Kenya, Tanzania, we are picking it up so fast in healthcare as well, but that is where we found success, and I think there is a lot of potential in doing M-Health, digital health, starting from the communities and all the way. The third one is no care to be replaced by poor care is not acceptable. And I think that is something we need to think about. If we need to give maternal, child, RMNCH, we need to think about quality care, availability of supplies. And you talked about pharmaceuticals, HPV vaccinations, or PPH kits, and so forth. Infection control, how to do simple PV examination, and so forth. Both our projects gave clear indication that throughout this spectrum of care, don't just talk about quantity. We need to talk about quantity with quality. Let's put protocols which are doable. We don't need to be fancy. We need to be innovative. Infection control reduction, in our own projects, we saw, not in regional hospitals, but I'm talking about community health centers, the infection control rates from the baseline to post studies were amazingly high. Last but not the least, ladies and gentlemen, partnership, partnership, partnership. Public, private, well-wishers, Gates Foundation, MREF, Aga Khan, we all have to be on the same panel and on the same page to deliver. And I think that is so important for us. All the projects we have done, in fact, as we speak, we are working with Gates Foundation with Tanzania and Kenya on cancer care project and cervical care project. We are talking about 3.2 doses or patients, not doses, sorry, vaccination of HPV in these countries. That is not going to happen by chance. It will happen by good partnership, good planning, and deliverables. So, and making all of us accountable for what we want to do. Accountability needs to be driven at the start of the project and needs to be continuum. So I think these are some of the learning lessons we have in Aga Khan Development Network, which we have worked in around the world and in East Africa. And I am sure working together, we can go far. Thank you.
Well, I'm going to push a little bit farther on that inspiring note, because you talked about sustainability at the beginning, about partnerships and working together. And we know that investing in healthcare is not a one-off. You don't invest at one point in time and then the whole system is magically improved. To be able to scale scale the types of investments that we actually need. We need sustained investment, but we also need behavior change. And this goes so much beyond the standard clinical delivery, the way we typically think of maternal and child health care. Dr. Gichinji Gitai, you are the global CEO of AMREF Health Africa. From your perspective at AMREF, how do you approach the challenge of institutionalizing community-led health systems within the national structures that they exist in, so that they exist beyond project cycles, so that they're not, dependent on this donor funding or the cycle-led approach that has impacted so much of our maternal and child care thus far?
Thank you very much, and very good contributions from everyone here. And good to see my friend Helga. I worked with Helga when she was Executive Director of PMNCH, now doing big things at UNICEF. Welcome to Nairobi. Welcome. And I know Polan loves Nairobi. That's why he's telling you in the right place. And for all of you, Nairobi is the place to be. Happy Mother's Day.
I just want you to know I'm based out of Nairobi as well. Just moved here last year. So here we go. We all love Nairobi.
Good. Thank you. So the first thing when I listen to all these conversations around project cycles, what's happened with the Aid Cliff last year, I have been in this sector for probably now 16 years or so, in AMREF for about 10 years. And I'll give you one fact, that's for sure. Projects will come and go. They have always come and go. So there's no difference. The scale may be huge, but I can tell you the average cycle of a project in our experience is 3.6 years. That's what it is. You get some that are 5, some that are 1. So we know that when we are doing projects, they will end. Certainty. So it's not new. The project cycles will be there. So for us, what that has always meant is that because the project is going to end, we always ask ourselves, what are we leaving behind? And I think that is the principle for us, and following on the old century philosopher from China, Lao Tzu, go to the people, work with them, live with them, build from what they have, from what they know, and when the work is done, they'll say they did it themselves. So our first principle is that because the project will end, even when we start to work with the Gates Foundation here, we know at some point that project will go to end. And when that one ends, you have no surety that there will be continuity of that objective. There will be more projects, but they may be in a different area. So the most important thing for us is to think of this terminology of ownership and agency for communities. And that's the real model and a foundation for sustainability and scale. That when you think about working with communities, you first start by asking yourself, not what project am I implementing, but what is the need of the community? And what is the need of the community that this project is aiming to solve with the community, that actually you are just an enabler of the community solution, that the community then remains with and becomes sustainable. So this is always our approach. And secondly, is to ask, when you actually think about the objectives of the project, because most of the donors and the project funding that we get, they are very specific on, for example, we're talking about maternal health, and they are very specific on improve skill delivery. For example, let's take that. Make sure that in this community, skill delivery moves to 100%. We know in this country and many others that we've increased skill delivery to almost 90%, 88%. But actually, the large number of maternal deaths happen in the facility. Okay? So then you ask yourself, is this really the objective? So the objective is not just increasing skill delivery. The objective is actually ensuring that the communities are safe and every mother has an opportunity to go through a pregnancy naturally and have the optimal outcome of a healthy mother and a healthy child, as was said earlier. Therefore, you start to ask, this skill delivery What are the other enjoining principles and variables that actually don't go away even with skilled delivery? It's not enough to get a mother get skilled delivery after 12 hours of delay of labor. They will die. So the question is, what you have to work backwards. Even if the objective is skilled delivery, you have to start looking at all the other socio-economic, structural violences around the mother and work with the communities, because the communities are the ones who actually understand. In one case in Ethiopia, we were talking to the Minister of Health and we were going out to the field, and the Minister of Health said, we have actually met together with the Minister of Energy, the Minister of Finance, and I have allocated my health budget to the Minister of Roads to ensure there is a road to the hospital. That is a health investment, but it's not counted as a health investment. The only way you can actually find things is approaching all these things from the community side. In Malawi, we've been working in one small community to the south, called Kwitanda, and in this place, our teams were able to work with the communities to ensure there was 0 maternal deaths. But to actually achieve 0 maternal deaths, they had to be horizontal, not vertical. They had to work with the community to say, what is the need? The project may not have a budget line for that need, but you have to embed yourself, therefore, within the entire government system, because the need the community has, whereas it is not in the project budget line, it is provided for in the national infrastructure. It could be security. It could be that there is actually no traffic lights, or there is no lights in the community, or there is no security where the women live, and therefore, even if you provided information and a voucher for transport, they cannot leave because they feel insecure. But if you're working within the government system, there is a budget line for security in a different ministry. So what we've done for us in Kwitanda, in Zambia, in Burkina Faso, in Kenya, in South Sudan, wherever we are working, is to ensure that all our projects are actually embedded within existing public health structures, multi-sectorally, to ensure that the problems that actually result in poor outcomes of health that are not in the health sector are also addressed alongside. And I think today we had a delegation of members of parliament from France, and maybe some of them are here, and we went to see one of the facilities called Riruta, and what the delegation saw is exactly our approach, that the start is the community, we start offline, and the project is only a tool, not the solution to what the communities have. So that's our approach, and that we've found is enduring, and that is why we are still here 67 years later. Thank you.
Okay. So thank you very much, and thank you to all of our panelists. I think that gives us a lot of different takeaways about what's working, what we need to be doing perhaps a little bit more, a little bit better, speaking to each other, more coordination. The fact that all of you are now living in Nairobi and are clearly fast friends is positive news when it comes to investments in child and maternal care, and hopefully that extends to other people in the room and this conversation beyond this room as well. As important as this is. We do have some quick closing remarks. We have, because we've been speaking about multi-sectoral engagement and the importance of this, there's one key element that we haven't had address us just yet. And so very quickly, we would like to share some closing remarks from, at the podium. From His Excellency Mogwitsi Eric Masisi, who served as the 5th President of Botswana from 2018 to 2024. Mr. President,
thank you. Thank you very much. I wish I lived in Nairobi. But I love coming to Nairobi. Well, a very good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It's a real pleasure to join you today as a former president of the Republic of Botswana and as a relatively new member of Club de Madrid, the largest forum of former democratic heads of state and government that work for the promotion of democratic values and democratic practice globally. I wish to thank the Paris Peace Forum for the invitation and commend the organizers for selecting this vital issue, which serves to clearly illustrate the context of rupture that we are experiencing today, as in 2025, as you probably heard, for the first time in around 25 years, global child mortality is projected to rise by roughly 200,000 additional under 5 deaths, driven in part by international aid cuts of about 25 to 27%. This is an issue that should serve as a red flag for us all and require our immediate attention and action. We can no longer be bystanders, but be efficacious actors. Maternal and child health is among the clearest indicators of a population's well-being. Yet since 2010, financing cuts driven by a global polycrisis have eroded many of the gains achieved in the 1990s. Today, sub-Saharan Africa accounts for the majority of these deaths. 58% of the 4.9 million children who died before age 5 in 2024, according to UNICEF. Furthermore, 70% of all maternal deaths occur in the region, according to the World Health Organization in 2023. The majority of these deaths are preventable and are treatable. This points to significant governance failures at local, national, and international levels. This is why the concept of global public goods, GPGs, is so important when we speak about public health and maternal child survival. A global public good is one that no country can secure alone, and for which failures in one setting can rapidly create risks elsewhere. We learned quite recently from the COVID-19, SARS, and now from the hantavirus scare. Public health and maternal, newborn and child survival within it, as an example, clearly fit this definition. They require coordinated, multilateral, and multi-level responses. Let us consider infectious diseases. They affect all populations, but disproportionately impact the most vulnerable, like mothers and children in certain conditions. The World Health Organization adopted the pandemic agreement in May 2025, a landmark step forward. Yet critical issues remain unresolved, including pathogen access, which will determine whether developing countries can equitably access vaccines and treatments derived from their own pathogens. The 79th World Health Assembly, taking place this month, still offers an opportunity to advance pathogen sharing frameworks and strengthen financing for digital health infrastructure. For maternal and child survival, the implications of these decisions should not be underestimated. Millions of lives are at stake. In this context, initiatives such as the Coalition of the Willing, led by the Gates Foundation, are particularly relevant by bringing together leaders from the global north and south in a multi-level, multi-stakeholder alliance. It aims to accelerate progress, strengthen accountability, and mobilize a broader coalition from policymakers to innovators around ending preventable maternal and child deaths. But global frameworks alone are not enough. The question is, how do we translate them into national priorities? Part of the answer lies in strengthening regional governance architectures. Regional architecture is good at operationalizing global strategies and addressing national priorities. The leadership demonstrated by the African Union and the African Centers for Disease Control and Prevention during COVID-19 is a clear example of how continental mechanisms combined with regional decentralization can reinforce national capacities and promote greater equity. Through its 5 regional collaboration centers, Africa CDC has supported member states as an operational arm of continental strategy. Strengthening these mechanisms can reduce dependence on global supply chains and improve access to essential resources. For example, regional vaccine stockpiling can lower costs, increase bargaining power, and facilitate distribution. Stronger regional governance and resilient institutions that prioritize maternal and child survival are among the most effective investments governments can make. Investing in mothers and children not only saves lives, it is also highly cost-effective. Every shilling, as we're in Kenya, euro or dollar, invested in vaccination can generate up to 54 shillings, euros or dollars in economic and health benefits, according to UNICEF. We are operating in a context of constrained development financing. Both traditional donors and emerging actors must recognize that health and maternal and child survival is not charity, but a strategic collective investment. The COVID-19 pandemic showed that diseases do not respect borders. Investments in infectious disease control, equitable access to research and data, and shared health security frameworks are investments in protecting everyone, especially the most vulnerable. At the same time, structural constraints remain. Many African countries face low per capita health expenditure, driven in part by external financial pressures and debt cycles. As a result, health systems have relied heavily on official development assistance. This is why new approaches are needed. Increasing domestic resource mobilization is essential, but current economic conditions often limit fiscal space. Mechanisms such as debt extension or restructuring linked to productive investment in health can help break this cycle and allow governments to prioritize areas such as maternal and child survival in line with national needs. In parallel, innovative financing mechanisms, including well-aligned public-private partnerships, must be scaled up. A diversified financing mix, public, private, domestic, and international, will be key to closing the funding gap. Stronger governance and resilient institutions that prioritize MNCH survival as a key public health pillar translate as one of the greatest investments governments can make. Investing in mothers and children not only saves lives, but it has proven to be one of the most cost-effective public health investments. And I repeat, as UNICEF has demonstrated to us, every shilling or euro, dollar invested in vaccinations can generate up to 54 shillings, euro, or dollar in economic health benefits or returns to society. Finally, a forward-looking reflection. Artificial intelligence and digital health systems are rapidly transforming healthcare. Yet in many contexts, also in Africa, basic infrastructure such as electronic health records or real-time monitoring systems is broadly lacking. As a result, the potential for these technologies remains largely untapped. This has real consequences Without leveraging data and AI, we miss opportunities to improve quality of care, strengthen research, enhance training, and anticipate outbreaks before they escalate. This directly affects the timeliness and effectiveness of interventions, especially for mothers and for children. The future of healthcare will be shaped by data systems and digital innovation. Falling behind carries risks, increased inequalities, reduced access to essential services, and even geopolitical dependence. Mothers and children at risk cannot afford for us to miss this opportunity. If we're serious about reducing preventable mother and child deaths, we must act across all these dimensions. Stronger global frameworks, effective global governance, sustainable financing, and investment in digital transformation. Lastly, I'm sure you'll agree on this. Maternal child survival is a hugely serious health issue and is a measure of our collective capacity to act together. Club de Madrid is committed to work to find sustainable solutions for countries everywhere. So we're ready if you are. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency President Masisi. Kindly allow me to request President Masisi not to leave the stage. We would like to have you take a photo with our panelists. Thank you, Zorine. May I kindly ask the panelists to stand and just come forward and have a photo taken with His Excellency before we proceed. If I could ask our media team to just ensure that that's done. He must be in the middle. Thank you, Your Excellency. Thank you to the panelists. We are truly honored. Thank you so much. Allow me to invite Blake and John for the final exhibition presentation before we close today's session. If they could kindly just come onto the stage. We are nearing the end of our program. We just have the closing remarks remaining. So we have a final presentation by Blake and John, and then we will have the closing ceremony. Thank you.
Bonsoir. On va vous présenter l'exposition que vous voyez autour de vous sur les murs. Donc, c'est un travail... Donc, vous avez vu autour de vous, il y a différents panneaux de différentes couleurs. Donc, c'est une exposition qu'on vous propose et qui vise à explorer le rapport qu'on a au
are giving you, which shows the relationship that we have with the language. So there are several gestures. The first one that you can see in violet there, those are the words that we like, they stay there. then there are the ones that we do not want to see, like you saw them outside there. And then you saw the ones from thinkers in white and black concepts that were explained in different ways. And in orange, you can see the keywords, which are fruits from the different workshops that we've organized. We went to meet people in Dakar in April, and we asked them to tell us what they live as experiences, something they cannot even describe in any language. So these are words that you can see are in different languages, and they are trying to reconstitute a language to tell us what we live, using a language that is not the one we know. You want to continue? Sorry. When I am sincere, whenever I'm speaking in a sincere language, I like speaking in my first language. And I got to what Jean was saying. We wanted to work on words because finally, language is what expresses life. So language describes facts in a given space that we can express ourselves. And so we wanted to use this verbal language. And what I wanted to say, and what I said at the beginning in my mother tongue, is that I love you. I want to talk about love because other than talking about words and language that can make people close or distant, everything that happened here today during the entire day, and finally, just to come back to the initial planning, this was supposed to be a planning that the human beings that we are can share love, can share care. And that's what we were here to do. And that the different projects, the different speakers who have come here on these forum, they were able to present that. And this one helps us to say something that we love each other, because without this love, what you're doing here will not make sense. And I wanted to say that because I think it is important to tell each other that whatever our status, whatever the project that we have in our countries, and our status in the project that we are, they are the ones that take us back to the initial project, meaning that when the human beings were brought onto this planet, they were supposed to become co-contributors so that the entire chain can be complete. Sometimes we forget this objective, but it's up to us to go back to this initial project. And we want to go to the fact that we feel like saying, I love you to the other person. So it's important for us to say that language has a key role because it can actually go against this key thing. It can make us close or distant because it can also serve some causes that are the ones that serve the interests of the ones who are going against our will. And that's why in the gestures that we mentioned, you'll see them outside there. The ones that I no longer wish to see. And there are several reasons why we have those, because they were imposed on me by a power that is external to me. It is maybe something that has a history behind it. There's a reason why something happened to you. When you tell these things, it is what you feel about that story. It is to own these words so that what we are saying here is maybe other people are going to use it in a different way. And the idea of creating a new language, here we are thinking of being creators, to say everyone can create their own words that come from their lived experiences. They can come from ideas for other people, things that they can see or things that they cannot formulate. So it's going to be something in our artistic protocol that maybe some of the ones that you see outside, that there are people who come and sit down, they tell us about their experiences, what they go through, and we play with the language, we create, we have some poetry. So these are the people who have created all that. So no one becomes a creator. And on top of that, we have a link with the people who want to see these different topics. Yes, and again, we have all of us here. We have the legitimacy of creating new worlds to express this need to remind everyone that it is important to have this love link, which helps us to come together, helps us to work on the initial project, which is an important structure. For example, you're going to see on the walls a word like Arcabunalize, which is a word that reminds us about the importance of coming back to the substance. Maybe something like the one that is telling you, the one who comes with the speech from the ancestors. And also we've tried to use these because it is someone who comes with the history from the past. And the one to be able to serve and be the spokesperson for the ones who cannot speak for themselves. And the ones that come from the normal language or slang, like you will see some of the examples there, and where we use a gesture that you can see on your phone, and we translate it to something that means something else. So it means that do not put on the scene people who do interesting things because they do not speak in the right way. That's a new word that I'm inventing myself. Thank you, Ms. Abue. Thank you for listening to us. Do not hesitate to go and look at what we've put on the walls, and we will stay in touch. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Honorable Eleanor Carin, ministre déléguée pour la francophonie.
Good evening and welcome. Thank you for joining our session this evening. We are very pleased to host you. We are now at the closing segment of our program, and we will move on to do the closing remarks, after which we will proceed for the program for this evening. We set out this morning with a question, and the question that we began this morning with is, how can we build a shared horizon of prosperity, justice, and creativity? We have had 6 panel sessions to address that question, and we are now further along than when we began this morning. Across the 6 panels and the keynote, the same argument emerged in different forms, that the gap between Africa's wealth and its citizens is not a resource problem, it is not a knowledge problem, it is a governance problem. And governance problems have governance solutions. As we come towards the end of today's pavilion, we look forward to having the white paper, which has 60 propositions, being tabled to the heads of state and government at the Africa Forward Summit. What the room has done today is spent the day testing the propositions in the white paper. And the practitioners, researchers, and lawyers, entrepreneurs, and activists who were gathered here did important work. It is the evidence that is in those ideas The evidence that is in those ideas is important. It is not just analytically sound, it's also practically possible. I would like now to invite Honorable Eleanor Caroa to close the session for us today. Honorable Eleanor is a diplomat and a politician who has dedicated her work to strengthening relations between France and its partners through international cooperation, multilateralism, and dialogue between societies. And this pavilion has been one such dialogue. So, Madame la Ministre, I'd like... Okay. Before we invite Honorable Caroa, I will invite Prof. Achille to make his closing remarks, who will then invite the Honorable Minister. Prof. Achille.
Thank you very much, Luciana. We are all excited to welcome Minister Eleonore, our dear friend, here. And we are all eager to listen to her. But before we do so, I would like, in the name of the team that assembled us today, by which I mean the foundation on the one hand, ICG on the other, and the Paris Peace Forum, I would like, on behalf of these set of organizations, to thank you very profoundly. I don't know about you, but I personally have experienced today something pretty unique, for which, for the time being, I do not have a direct name. The world in which we live is fracturing in front of our own eyes, and the necessity to repair it has never been as urgent as it is today. That is one of we have listened to around 30 interventions, speakers, some a bit longer than others, others briefer than the longer ones. We were, in particular, I have to speak for myself, I had the very difficult task of moderating our keynote speakers, one of whom was our dear Lionel Zinsou. Lionel being older than myself, I couldn't stop him, because in Africa you don't stop an elderly, especially when he announces himself by remarking to the extent to which in Africa older people are listened to, while in some other places nobody seemed to care. So I had some time cutting him off. But it was not just because he was long, because what he was sharing with us was absolutely precious. So there were moments like that throughout the day. We were blessed with two artists, our official artists. I would like to recognize Raphael, who played the saxophone in a sound I have hardly ever heard before. Very unique. I had no clue where it was coming from, reminding me of African American jazz, but at the same time some of the tonalities of deep Congolese music, and at others, all these sounds coming from the Sahel, of which we are so attached, if you want. I mention all of this to point to the richness of our discussion, which was epitomized by interventions from philosophers, from economists, from practitioners, multi-profile dialogue, of which each of us, I hope, has gained a lot of richness and elevation. So we come to an end now, and I would like to call upon Rector Slim from the Agence Universitaire de la Francophonie to share with us 2 words, not 3, 2, before then Eleonore concludes what has been a really beautiful day. And I want to insist on that element of beauty in a sea of ugliness and brutality we see around us. So, Rector, your turn.
Merci beaucoup, Achille. 2 mots, démocratie et science. Voilà, c'est 2 mots. Et la démocratie, c'est L'objectif principal de la fondation d'Achille est d'avoir cette démocratie africaine construite avec une vision propre et culturelle. De l'autre côté, l'Agence universelle de la francophonie porte une vision d'une diplomatie scientifique aussi, qui est au cœur de la connaissance et au cœur de l'action publique. Et donc ce rapprochement entre la Fondation et l'Agence universitaire de la francophonie, qui ne fait que grandir d'une année à l'autre, rapproche et remet la démocratie et la connaissance au centre du développement. Merci pour votre...
Thank you for sticking to just 2 words. And now it is my distinct pleasure to invite Madame Eleonore Carrat to give the closing for our pavilion.
Ladies and gentlemen, habari gani? Cher professeur Souleymane Bachir Diagne, mesdames et messieurs,
Ladies and gentlemen, the parliamentarians, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends.
Go back to English if you wish, but as minister in charge of Francophonie, I think it is important. If you don't have translation, I'll try to do both. Monsieur le directeur de la Fondation, Monsieur le professeur.
The director of the foundation, Achille, in a meeting that took place in 2013, you had said that why is democracy rooted in Africa? It must be brought by institutions which are based on the creativity and the daily struggles of the people. And this pavilion today is the result. And it's actually an important step for reflection, which started several years ago, and I think it's going to continue into the future. So I want to retrace briefly, maybe not into words, but quickly, the perspectives. I think this pavilion and your interventions are written. In 2017, Africa thought of renewing its relations with the African countries under the president. And we wanted to take into account the realities that came from the evidence. For countries that had come out of independence from France, or the partnerships, cultural, political, etc., was to happen between countries that were equal. And we inherited this colonial history. It's important for us to talk about it. And presently we had this mark of memory, and which is necessary. The speech by the president in 2017 in Ouagadougou is that we will not change our story by ignoring it. We have to take it into consideration with the responsibility so that we can continue with our relations. And this goes through a certain number of levels of work, restitution. Some French parliamentarians are present here, and I wanted to acknowledge this work that helps us to have a law proposal, and also this work on the present, which we want to have a balance. And we wanted to ask France to take into consideration the position of African countries at the international level. There are many reasons, but our way of thinking can make us naturalize injustices which have come from histories. For this reason, that we've supported the joining of AU in G20, which happened in 2023. We also supported the request to support African operations for its mandatory contributions to the UN, which happened in 2023. And that's why our friends, we wanted to carry out the reforms at the UN Security Council so that we can have African countries represented there. I was thinking of justice so that we are clear on it.
En réalité, de renforcer la communauté internationale. Je veux dire, c'est une chance pour tout le monde qu'il y ait ce rééquilibrage, parce que le multilatéralisme que nous défendons ne peut être qu'un dialogue entre puissances égales. Et de notre point de vue, ce multilatéralisme est plus efficace s'il est représentatif des réalités du monde. C'est d'ailleurs dans ce même souci que nous avons développé ces partenariats avec l'Afrique anglophone et lusophone. And this is also why we're here to celebrate this renewed relationship here in an anglophone but also Swahili-phone country. And this is extremely important for France as well. And to our friends that speak French, we're not abandoning them at all. We're just having relationships with several partners, which is great. So Africa Forward montre que ce partenariat.
This Africa Forward shows this partnership. So it shows the pride of Africa, of France, and which is actually doing the project which has been took the democracy and the continuation of the history in a way at the international level. I think that is why, of course, you are there for the Forum of African Democracy, and we are waiting for the third operation that many more and more many countries, Douala, Maputo, Abidjan. So it is important to know that Africa in Paris. So it is a cultural activity that is actually at the end of African contemporary Africa that we would want to see in Rome. So there is also the artistic with the partnership with the artistic and Kenyan artist and Ivory Coast and
Exhibition that will be showed tomorrow. Il y a plein de nombreux autres projets fabuleux, d'espèces d'initiatives.
Il y a aussi, there is also maybe the initiatives, and I would want to show. Donc, the white paper that we're going to be presenting to tomorrow, I think it's contemporary and it's pertinent, and the project that is going. So the point of the park is the people, because it is about the citizens themselves. So the bigger concern, actually, it's about their grievance. So it's not about the prealable what they have and the democracy. Donc c'est-à-dire au centre. Donc au centre, it's a democracy. It's a democracy that that is focused on the most vulnerable, the children, the farm and other minority. So in this white paper, it is also obligatory. So they're going to have the diplomatic relations, and we have seen in the G7, so you can see that the reform that we going to have, or the financing, the development, and I think I try to retain. We're going to talk about that tomorrow. More about that about Rome. We also are talking about the value chain, world value chain that we're going to have, and also about the investment of. It's about mobilizing resources so that and the best usage or usage. So there's a lot of things that we don't need to do relations. So value addition that we talked about at the community level. So we are talking about development and investments. It's important that the African countries, participate in a diplomatic, because it's the people must be beneficiaries of what will be happening. So I will give a particular example in the white paper, but the objective of what you are going to be doing the Africa Forward is that this discussion is looking at all the domains, all the what it is making new relations, celebrating what you've achieved together, but it's also it's not actually the departure point for us. So it's not a park to go and return. So I'm thinking about health, thinking about many panels that took place here. So and from this, so I would want to Africa Forum, Paris, and Paris African Forum, and Peace of Peace. I would want to actually thank you very warmly all the participants and the organizers as well, and thank you very much. So it is just the beginning. So So I'm engaged in politics because I think the importance of this civil society. So politics is another thing. It's a profession. Is an occupation. I grew up, knowing about the rights of women and all that. So this is a good way of that we're paying, and it's do. With the young, because I've already talked about that. I think about everyone who is committed. We need to include more and more actors for this. So we need actually to be able to do more and to conclude. And I think I would want to use the word that Professor Solomon and that he said. Don't forget that we need, after these international discussions, so we need to have this ethic of the translation that we're going to have, which allows us to make humanity together, and that is the reason why we are there, both of us. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, and
with our guests. So allow me to just invite some guests here for a final photo. If you could kindly indulge me for this. So I'll start with the chairperson of the foundation, kindly, Professor Suleiman. Please join me on stage for a final photo. Monsieur Lionel as well, kindly join me on stage for the photo as well. Monsieur, please, also come. Yeah, please. Kindly indulge me for this final photograph as we close. So I'll just ask that we kindly stand and come to the front. Then just one final photograph and then we'll end. Kindly. All right, thank you so much. You may sit briefly. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the pavilion is now closed and we move forward to the Africa Summit, which opens tomorrow. As per your program, there is a cocktail and concert which is happening. For those who had registered, please meet outside for the transport